in front of the police. What else do you think? I think a judge would be very interested to know about your anger issues, especially after last night's display. Kellen smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile. You're absolutely right, Margot. A judge would be very interested in last night. I'll make sure he gets the full story. Nadia came home at 6:30 with takeout from the Chinese restaurant downtown. She moved through the kitchen efficiently, setting out plates and opening containers without making eye contact with anyone. Margot had changed into a black dress for dinner, as if this were a special occasion. Family dinner, Margot announced. It's important to maintain traditions. Kellen helped Lila wash her hands and get settled at the table. His daughter had been quiet since coming home from school, and she picked at her food without enthusiasm. Eat your vegetables, Lila, Nadia said automatically. I'm not very hungry, Mommy. You need to eat to grow big and strong, Margot added. Although some children never learn proper eating habits. Kellen looked up from his plate. What does that mean? Just an observation. Some parents don't establish proper structure. What kind of structure do you think Lila needs? Margot smiled and took a sip of wine. She'd brought an expensive bottle from her own collection, as she always did. Children thrive with clear boundaries. Consequences for misbehavior. Regular discipline, like calling the police, if necessary. Nadia shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Maybe we could talk about something else. Actually, I think this conversation is long overdue, Margot said. Kellen, you've been very defensive about Lila's behavior, but the truth is she's becoming difficult to manage. Difficult how? Disrespectful. Aggressive. Yesterday's incident was just the latest example. Kellen set down his fork and looked directly at Margot. Tell me about yesterday's incident. You know what happened. I know what you claim happened. I'd like to hear your version again. Margot straightened in her chair, enjoying the attention. I was trying to help Lila put away her toys. The living room was a mess, and children need to learn responsibility. When I attempted to pick up her castle, she became violent. Violent? She struck me with the toy. Drew blood. A 5-year-old struck you? Yes. And you couldn't defend yourself? Margot's smile faltered slightly. What do you mean? I mean you're a grown woman. If a 5-year-old was attacking you, why didn't you simply step away? She was holding onto the toy, so you were pulling on it? I was trying to take it away. From a 5-year-old who didn't want to give it up? Children don't get to decide these things. Kellen nodded thoughtfully. So you engaged in a tug-of-war with a kindergartner over a plastic toy. When the toy broke and scratched you, you called the police. She needed to face consequences. What consequences exactly? Margot hesitated. Well, appropriate consequences. Such as, that would depend on what the authorities recommended. Kellen felt something cold settle in his stomach. You wanted the authorities to remove her from the house. I wanted her to understand that actions have consequences. By having her arrested? Daddy, what does arrested mean? Lila asked quietly. Kellen put his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. I think you're overreacting, Nadia said quickly. Mother was just trying to teach Lila proper behavior. Your mother called the police hoping they would take our daughter away. That's not true, Nadia said, but her voice lacked conviction. Isn't it? Kellen looked between them. What was the plan if the police had decided Lila was dangerous? If they called child services? Silence filled the dining room. You know what I think? Kellen continued. I think this was a setup. Get Lila labeled as a problem child. Build a case that I'm an unfit father. Clear the way for a custody battle that favors mom and grandma. You're being paranoid, Margot said. Am I? You've already maneuvered yourself into ownership of my house. Now you're working on getting rid of me entirely. Kellen, stop, Nadia said. You're scaring Lila. He looked at his daughter, who was staring at her plate with wide eyes. She was scared, but not because of his words. She was scared because she could feel the tension between the adults, the undercurrent of hostility that had been building all day. Lila, why don't you go watch TV in the living room? Kellen said gently. After she left, Margot poured herself more wine and smiled at Kellen. You know, dear, you really should consider anger management counseling. This hostility isn't healthy. I'm not angry. No, you seem quite upset about a simple family discussion. I'm not upset either. Then what are you? Kellen looked at her for a long moment. Margot Sutter, sitting in his dining room, wearing her expensive jewelry, drinking her expensive wine, plotting the destruction of his family with the casual cruelty of someone who'd never faced real consequences for her actions. "I'm done with you," he said quietly. Margot laughed. "Done with me? I'm afraid that's not how family works, Kellen. We're connected now, whether you like it or not." "Connected how?" "Through Nadia. Through this house. Through Lila." Margot's smile turned predatory. "You can't just wish me away. Watch me." Kellen stood up and walked to the living room, where Lila sat on the couch watching cartoons. He picked up his phone and stepped onto the front porch. Jonas answered on the first ring. "How's it going?" "Start the paperwork." Quietly. "Custody filing. Everything. Custody, restraining order, property dispute. I want it all ready to go." "Kellen, what happened?" "She just told me she owns part of my daughter now. Through the house, through Nadia, through whatever sick game she's playing." "Okay, I'll start the paperwork tonight. But I need to ask, are you sure about this? Once we file, there's no going back. This becomes nuclear." Kellen looked through the front window at his dining room, where Margot and Nadia sat talking in hushed voices. Plotting, planning their next move against a 5-year-old who'd done nothing wrong except exist in their way. "It's already nuclear," he said. They fired first. The next morning, Kellen stopped at an electronics store before work. He told the sales clerk he needed a home security system, something discreet that could monitor multiple rooms without being obvious. The clerk, a young man with enthusiasm for surveillance technology, showed him a selection of cameras disguised as everyday objects. "These smoke detectors are popular," the clerk explained. "Fully functional as smoke alarms, but they record in high definition with audio. The clock radio model is good for bedrooms, and this picture frame unit works great in living spaces." Kellen bought 6 units total, along with a wireless recording system that would store everything on a secure server. "Is this legal to install in my own house?" "Absolutely. As long as it's your residence and you're monitoring your own property, no problem. Just make sure anyone staying there knows about the cameras if they have a reasonable expectation of privacy." Kellen had no intention of telling Nadia or Margot about the cameras. That evening, while Nadia worked late showing houses and Margot attended her weekly bridge club, Kellen installed the surveillance system. He replaced the existing smoke detectors in the living room, kitchen, and hallway with the camera-equipped versions. The clock radio went in the master bedroom, the picture frame in Lila's playroom, and a final smoke detector camera in the guest room where Margot slept. Lila helped by handing him tools and asking questions about what he was doing. "Are these special smoke detectors, Daddy?" "Yes, sweetheart. They're extra smart. They can see and hear things to keep us safe. Like the police. Better than the police. These ones will never scare you or make you cry." The installation took 2 hours. When finished, Kellen tested the system from his laptop. Clear video and audio from every room, automatically backing up to a cloud server that only he could access. Whatever Margot and Nadia planned next, he'd have evidence. The first test came the following afternoon. Kellen picked up Lila from school as usual, but when they arrived home, Margot stood in the kitchen with a man he didn't recognize. Tall, thin, wearing an expensive suit and carrying a briefcase. "Kellen, this is Mr. Davidson from Child Protective Services," Margot said with satisfaction. "I called them about our concerns regarding Lila's behavioral issues." The social worker extended his hand. "Mr. Ward, I'm Dale Davidson. I understand there was a police incident involving your daughter recently." Kellen shook the man's hand while mentally cursing himself. He should have expected this move. "There was a toy accident that my mother-in-law reported to police. No charges were filed. Nevertheless, when police respond to a domestic incident involving a child, we're required to follow up." Davidson pulled out a notepad. "Is there somewhere we could talk privately?" "Of course. Lila, go play in your room for a few minutes." After his daughter disappeared upstairs, Kellen led Davidson to the living room. Margot followed, uninvited, and sat in her usual armchair. The new smoke detector camera captured everything from directly overhead. "Mrs. Sutter has expressed some concerns about your daughter's aggressive behavior," Davidson began. "She's also mentioned that you've been hostile toward family members who try to provide guidance. What specific concerns did Mrs. Sutter share?" Davidson consulted his notes. Physical violence toward an elderly family member. Defiance of authority figures. Emotional outbursts when disciplined. Kellen looked at Margot, who smiled sweetly. And what evidence supports these concerns? The police report from 2 nights ago. The injury to Mrs. Sutter's arm. Did you speak with the responding officers? Not yet. That's part of our investigation. I'd recommend you do that first. Officer Brenner had some interesting observations about the incident. Davidson made a note. In the meantime, I need to interview your daughter privately. Absolutely. But I want to be present during the interview. Mr. Ward, we need to speak with the child alone to get an unbiased assessment. My daughter is 5 years old. She was traumatized by the police incident. I won't allow her to be interrogated without me present. Margot leaned forward. You see? This is exactly the hostile behavior I mentioned. Refusing to cooperate with authorities. I'm not refusing to cooperate. I'm protecting my daughter's rights. Davidson studied Kellen for a moment. Mr. Ward, I understand your concerns. How about this? You can be present, but I need you to let me ask the questions without interference. That's acceptable. They went upstairs to Lila's room, where she sat on the floor playing with dolls. She looked up nervously when the adults entered. Hi, Lila, Davidson said, sitting cross-legged on the carpet. I'm Mr. Davidson. I work with families to make sure children are safe and happy. Can I ask you some questions? Lila nodded, but moved closer to Kellen. Tell me about the other night when the police came to your house. I was playing with my castle, Lila said quietly. Grandma Margot wanted to take it away. Why did she want to take it away? She said I was too loud, but I wasn't being loud. I was just playing. What happened next? She tried to pull my castle away from me. I held on because it's my favorite toy. When she pulled really hard, one of the pieces broke off and it scratched her arm. Did you mean to hurt Grandma Margot? No. I said sorry right away. I said sorry lots of times. But she was still mad. Davidson glanced at Kellen, then back at Lila. How did you feel when the police came? Scared. I thought I was in trouble. I thought they were going to take me to jail. Who told you that you might go to jail? Lila looked at her father uncertainly. It's okay, sweetheart. You could tell Mr. Davidson the truth. Grandma Margot said bad girls go to jail. She said I was a bad girl. Davidson made several notes. Lila, do you feel safe in your house? When Daddy's home, yes. What about when Daddy's not home? Lila's voice got smaller. Sometimes Grandma Margot gets mad at me. She says I'm too loud or I'm making a mess. She tells Mommy that I'm being bad. Does Grandma Margot ever hurt you? She doesn't hit me, but she grabs my arm sometimes when she's mad. And she took away my favorite book last week because I spilled juice on the table. What book? My princess book. She said messy girls don't deserve nice things. Davidson asked a few more questions, but Lila's answers painted a clear picture. Margot used intimidation and emotional manipulation to control a 5-year-old. The police incident wasn't isolated behavior. It was escalation of an ongoing pattern. After the interview, Davidson spoke privately with Kellen downstairs while Margot waited in the kitchen. Mr. Ward, based on my conversation with your daughter, I don't see evidence of aggressive behavior from her. She seems like a normal, well-adjusted child. What about Mrs. Sutter's concerns? Frankly, your daughter appears to be afraid of Mrs. Sutter, not the other way around. Davidson closed his notepad. I'm going to speak with the responding officers and file my report. Unless something new develops, this case will be closed as unfounded. After Davidson left, Margot confronted Kellen in the living room. The camera above them captured every word. You coached her, Margot accused. Told her what to say. I told her to tell the truth. The truth according to you. The truth according to reality. You terrorized a 5-year-old and called the police when she didn't submit to your bullying. I'm trying to help that child learn proper behavior. You're trying to break her spirit, so she'll be easier to control. Just like you did to Nadia. Margot's face reddened. How dare you? How old was Nadia when you started using police and authority figures to control her? That's completely different. Is it? When did you first call social services on Nadia's friends? When did you first threaten to have her taken away if she didn't obey? Margot stood up abruptly. I don't have to listen to this. No, you don't. But you're going anyway because this is my house and you're living here by my permission. I own part of this house. You own part of the mortgage. That doesn't give you the right to abuse my daughter. Margot walked to the kitchen and poured herself a glass of wine. When she spoke again, her voice was calm and controlled. Kellen, you don't understand what's at stake here. Lila is growing up wild, without proper guidance. Nadia tries, but she's too soft. The child needs firm boundaries. Lila needs protection from you. And who's going to protect her when you're not around? When you're traveling for work? When you're busy with your little business? The threat was clear. Kellen felt his jaw clench, but kept his voice level. Are you saying you plan to continue harassing my daughter? I'm saying children require consistent discipline. From all the adults in their lives. Not from you. Not anymore. Margot smiled. We'll see about that. That evening, after Lila was asleep, Kellen reviewed the day's footage on his laptop. The cameras had captured everything. Davidson's interview, Margot's threats, even her admission that she'd called child services as retaliation. He also noticed something else. While he'd been installing cameras, Margot had made several phone calls. The audio was clear enough to understand her side of the conversations. No, the social worker didn't find anything useful. Yes, I know it's frustrating. We need to try a different approach. What if there was an incident at school? Kellen rewound and listened again. Margot was talking to someone about creating an incident at Lila's school, planning another setup. He picked up his phone and called Jonas. I need to accelerate our timeline, Kellen said. She's planning something at Lila's school. What kind of something? I don't know yet, but she just told someone on the phone that they need to try a different approach. Create an incident at school. Jesus, can you get Lila out of there temporarily? Not without tipping them off. But I can control the situation if I know what's coming. Be careful, Kellen. If she's escalating this quickly, she might be more dangerous than we thought. After ending the call, Kellen made another decision. Tomorrow he would talk to Officer Brenner directly. The man had seemed uncomfortable with the police response to Margot's call. Maybe he'd be willing to share his honest assessment of the situation. But first, he needed to call Lila's teacher and make sure the school understood what they might be dealing with. 3 days later, Kellen's alarm didn't go off. He woke naturally at 7:15, 15 minutes later than usual, and rushed through his morning routine. Lila would be late for school if they didn't leave immediately. Daddy, why didn't your alarm work? Lila asked as he helped her get dressed quickly. I don't know, sweetheart. Sometimes electronics break. But Kellen suspected the alarm hadn't broken by accident. Small things have been going wrong all week. His coffee maker stopped working Monday morning. Tuesday, he couldn't find the car keys and spent 20 minutes searching before finding them in the refrigerator, a place he'd never put them. Wednesday, important documents from his business disappeared from his desk at home, only to reappear the next day in a completely different location. Classic gaslighting tactics. Make the target question their own memory and competence. After dropping Lila at school, Kellen stopped by the police station and asked to speak with Officer Brenner. The desk sergeant directed him to the break room, where Brenner sat reading reports over coffee. Mr. Ward, is everything okay? I wanted to thank you for your professionalism the other night, and to ask you a question. Brenner gestured to an empty chair. Shoot, off the record, what was your impression of the situation when you responded to our house? The officer considered his answer carefully. Off the record, that call shouldn't have been made. Your daughter wasn't aggressive or dangerous. She was scared. Scared of what? Honestly, scared of the two women who called us. When we arrived, the child was crying and trying to hide. That's not typical behavior for a kid who's been acting out. What is typical behavior? Defiant kids usually stay defiant when police show up. They argue, make excuses, blame others. Your daughter just kept saying she was sorry and asking if she was going to jail. Kellen nodded. Mrs. Sutter told her that bad girls go to jail. Yeah, that's another red flag. Most people don't threaten children with arrest over toy accidents. Brenner leaned forward. Mr. Ward, is there an ongoing problem in your home? I'm handling it. If you need assistance, I'll call you directly if the situation escalates. They shook hands, and Brenner walked Kellen to the exit. One more thing, the officer said quietly. Your mother-in-law asked my partner about filing additional reports. Mentioned that your daughter had other behavioral issues that might need documentation. What kind of issues? She wasn't specific, but she seemed very interested in building a paper trail. That afternoon, Kellen received a call from Mrs. Rodriguez while he was reviewing inventory at his warehouse. Mr. Ward, I wanted to let you know about an incident at school today. Kellen's stomach dropped. What happened? An older woman came to the office claiming to be Lila's grandmother. She said there was a family emergency and she needed to pick Lila up immediately. Did you release her? No, of course not. Following your instructions, I called you first. When I couldn't reach you immediately, I asked the woman to wait while I verified her identity. And she became very agitated. Started demanding that I release Lila to her custody. Said she had legal rights as a family member. When I explained our policies, she threatened to call the superintendent. What did you do? I asked her to leave. She finally did, but she was very angry. Mr. Ward, who was this woman? My mother-in-law, and she definitely doesn't have permission to pick up Lila. I'll make sure all our staff understand. But, Mr. Ward, this woman seemed to think she had legitimate authority over your daughter. After ending the call, Kellen immediately tried to reach Lila's school. The line was busy. He tried again. Still busy. On the third attempt, Mrs. Rodriguez answered. Mr. Ward? Thank goodness. We've been trying to call you. What's wrong? The woman came back. She's in the superintendent's office right now with some kind of legal document. She's claiming custody rights. I'm on my way. Kellen drove to the school faster than he should have, his mind racing through possibilities. Margot couldn't have legal custody. She wasn't Lila's parent or legal guardian. But she might have forged something or found a way to manipulate the system. The school's main office buzzed with tense activity. Several administrators stood in a cluster, talking in hushed voices. Mrs. Rodriguez approached Kellen immediately. She's in there. The teacher pointed to a closed office door. With Superintendent Carson and someone she claims is a family lawyer. Has anyone called the police? The superintendent didn't want to escalate unless necessary. Kellen knocked on the office door and entered without waiting for permission. Margot sat across from a man in an expensive suit, while Superintendent Carson looked uncomfortable behind his desk. Kellen, Margot stood up with fake relief. Thank goodness you're here. I was just explaining the situation to Mr. Carson. What situation? The man in the suit stood and extended his hand. Mr. Ward? I'm David Fletcher, representing Mrs. Sutter in family legal matters. We're here to discuss temporary custody arrangements for your daughter. Kellen ignored the offer handshake. What temporary custody arrangements? Given the recent police incidents and concerns about your daughter's safety. Stop. Kellen looked directly at Superintendent Carson. Has this man shown you any court orders? Any legal documents granting Mrs. Sutter custody of my daughter? Carson shifted uncomfortably. He showed me some papers, but I'm not qualified to interpret legal documents. May I see these papers? Fletcher hesitated, then pulled out a folder. These are preliminary documents. Kellen took the folder and scanned the contents. Legal letterhead, official-looking formatting, lots of legal terminology, but no court seals, no judge's signature, no official stamps. These aren't custody orders, Kellen said. These are draft documents that haven't been filed with any court. The filing is pending. The filing doesn't exist. Kellen handed the papers back to Fletcher. Mr. Carson, I have sole legal custody of my daughter. My wife and I are married, living together, and no court has issued any orders changing that status. But the police reports Margot started show that you called in false complaints about a 5-year-old. Kellen turned to the superintendent. Sir, if these people had legitimate legal authority, they'd have proper court orders. Since they don't, I'm asking you to call security and have them removed from school property. Carson looked between Kellen and the others uncertainly. I don't want to get the school involved in a family dispute. You're already involved. These people are trying to kidnap my daughter using fake legal documents. Fletcher stood up quickly. Mr. Ward, that's a serious accusation. It's an accurate description. You just attempted to remove a child from school using fraudulent papers. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Margot said smoothly. We're just concerned about Lila's well-being. Your concern is noted. Now leave. After several more minutes of argument, Margot and Fletcher finally left the school. Superintendent Carson assured Kellen that no one would be allowed to pick up Lila without written permission and proper identification. That evening, Kellen sat at his kitchen table reviewing the fake custody documents while Lila colored nearby. The papers were sophisticated, professional formatting, legal language, convincing letterhead. Someone had invested time and money in creating them. Nadia came home at 8, later than usual. She looked tired and avoided eye contact as she moved through the kitchen. "How was work?" Kellen asked casually. "Busy. Showed 3 houses today." "That's good. Market's been slow lately." "Yeah." Kellen watched his wife make herself a sandwich and pour a glass of wine. She seemed nervous, distracted. "Nadia, your mother tried to pick up Lila from school today." His wife froze with the wine glass halfway to her lips. "What?" "She showed up at the school claiming there was a family emergency. When they wouldn't release Lila to her, she came back with fake custody documents." That doesn't sound like something Mother would do." "It's exactly something your mother would do. The question is whether you knew about it." Nadia set down her glass and finally looked at him. "I didn't know." "Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure. Why would I know about something like that?" Kellen studied her face. Nadia had many flaws, but she'd never been a good liar. Right now, she looked guilty and afraid. "Nadia, is there something you want to tell me?" She was quiet for a long moment, then spoke so softly he almost couldn't hear her. "Mother's been talking to a lawyer about custody options." "What kind of custody options?" She thinks maybe Lila will be better off with us. Without you." The words hit Kellen like a physical blow. Not because they surprised him, but because his wife had just confirmed his worst fears. "And what do you think?" "I don't know what to think anymore." Nadia's voice broke slightly. "Everything's been so complicated since that night with the police. Mother says you're becoming unstable, that you're angry all the time. I'm angry at your mother for calling the police on our daughter. I'm angry at you for letting her do it. I didn't let her. You stood there and watched. You didn't stop her. You didn't protect Lila. You didn't even speak up." Tears started flowing down Nadia's cheeks. "You don't understand what it's like having her as a mother. She's always been controlling, but she gets worse when she feels threatened." "Threatened by what?" "By losing control of me, of our family. So you're going to give her custody of Lila to keep her happy?" "I don't want to give her custody, but she has lawyers now and money, and she's building a case against you." "What kind of case?" Nadia wiped her eyes with a dish towel. "She has documentation of your anger issues, the confrontation with the police, your hostility toward family members. She says any judge would see that you're not fit to have sole custody." "I don't have sole custody. We're married. We share custody automatically. Not if we get divorced." The word hung in the air between them. Divorced. Kellen had been expecting this conversation, but hearing it spoken aloud still felt like a punch to the gut. "Is that what you want?" he asked quietly. "I don't know what I want, but Mother says." "Stop." Kellen's voice was sharp enough to make Nadia flinch. "I don't care what your mother says. I'm asking what you want. I want this to stop. I want things to go back to how they were before." "Before when?" "Before your mother moved in? Before she started attacking Lila? Before she called the police? Before you started hating us?" Kellen looked at his wife, really looked at her. Nadia at 34, still beautiful, still the woman he'd fallen in love with 8 years ago. But also weak, manipulated, controlled by a mother who'd never let her grow up. "I don't hate you, Nadia. I hate what you've become." "What I become?" "A puppet. Your mother pulls the strings and you dance. Even when it hurts our daughter." More tears. "That's not fair." "Fair? You want to talk about fair? Our 5-year-old daughter is afraid to sleep alone because your mother threatened to have her arrested. She flinches when adults raise their voices because she thinks the police might come back. Is that fair? We're trying to help her." "No, your mother is trying to control her, and you're helping." Kellen stood up and walked to the kitchen window. Outside, the neighborhood looked peaceful. Normal families in normal houses dealing with normal problems. None of them were fighting custody battles against their own relatives. "What happens now?" Nadia asked quietly. "Now you make a choice. Your daughter or your mother. It's not that simple. It's exactly that simple. Your mother is dangerous to Lila. She's escalating her behavior, getting more aggressive, more desperate. Eventually, she's going to seriously hurt our daughter, physically or emotionally. Mother would never. Your mother called the police on a 5-year-old. Your mother tried to kidnap Lila from school using fake legal documents. What exactly do you think she wouldn't do? Nadia didn't have an answer. That night, Kellen lay in bed listening to Nadia cry softly beside him. He felt no sympathy for her tears. She made her choice weeks ago when she let Margot call the police. Everything since then had been just confirmation of where her loyalty really lay. But he did feel sympathy for the woman she used to be. The Nadia he'd married had been kind and gentle, if a bit naive. That woman wouldn't have stood by while someone terrorized her child. That woman had been destroyed by years of manipulation and control, replaced by this hollow shell who prioritized her mother's approval over her daughter's safety. Kellen's phone buzzed with a text message. He checked it quietly. Tanya, can we meet tomorrow? I need to tell you something about Mom's plans. Kellen typed back, coffee shop on Main Street. 7 a.m. Finally, an ally. Nadia's younger sister had always been the smart one, the one who'd seen through Margot's manipulation. If Tanya was reaching out, it meant things were about to get much worse. Tanya was already waiting when Kellen arrived at the coffee shop the next morning. Nadia's younger sister looked tired and worried, stirring her latte absently while staring out the window. Thanks for meeting me, she said as Kellen sat down across from her. What's going on, Tanya? Mom's planning something. Something bad. Tanya glanced around the coffee shop to make sure no one was listening. She's been talking to Nadia about calling child services again. But this time, she wants to stage something more serious. Like what? She wants to claim that you hit Lila, or that you threatened her. Create an incident that would force the authorities to remove Lila from your custody immediately. Kellen felt his blood chill. When? Soon. She's been pressuring Nadia to go along with it, saying it's the only way to protect Lila from your anger issues. And is Nadia going along with it? Tanya looked uncomfortable. She's scared, Kellen. Mom has convinced her that you're becoming dangerous, that you blame Lila for the family problems. It's all lies, but Nadia's been listening to Mom's manipulation her whole life. What exactly is Margot planning? I think she's going to provoke a confrontation and then claim you became violent. Maybe even injure herself and blame you. Like she did with the toy incident. Exactly, but worse. She's been practicing her story, talking about how you grabbed her arm or pushed her during an argument. She's even researched the legal requirements for emergency custody orders. Kellen sipped his coffee while processing this information. Margot was escalating again, getting more desperate and more dangerous. If she successfully framed him for domestic violence, he could lose custody of Lila permanently. Why are you telling me this? Because I love my niece. And because I've watched Mom destroy every relationship in our family with her need to control everything. Tanya's voice got stronger. She drove our father away when we were kids. She spent 30 years controlling Nadia's every decision. Now she's going after Lila, and someone has to stop her. What do you think I should do? Get ahead of it. Don't let her set the terms of the confrontation. Meaning, force her to show her true colors in front of witnesses. Make her reveal what she really is. They talked for another 20 minutes, with Tanya sharing details about Margot's planning. Her mother had been in contact with multiple lawyers, researching emergency custody procedures, even practicing her victim act in front of a mirror. She's been telling people at Bridge Club that she's afraid of you, Tanya said. Building a reputation as the concerned grandmother trying to protect her family from a violent son-in-law. And people believe her. She's very convincing. Plus, most of her friends don't know you personally, so they only have her side of the story. After Tanya left, Kellen sat in his truck in the coffee shop parking lot and called Jonas. She's planning to frame me for domestic violence. He explained the situation. I need to be ready. Jesus, Kellen, this is serious. If she files a complaint and has even minimal evidence, they'll issue an emergency restraining order. You could be barred from your own house. What I need to do, document everything. If you have recordings, make sure they're backed up. Get witness statements from anyone who's seen your interactions with her. And whatever you do, don't be alone with her. What if she forces a confrontation anyway? Then you make sure it happens on your terms, with your witnesses and with cameras rolling. Kellen thought about the surveillance system he'd installed. Every room in the house was monitored now, with clear audio and video. If Margot wanted to stage an incident, she'd be doing it on camera. I might be able to control the situation, he told Jonas. Be careful. If this goes wrong, you could lose everything. That afternoon, Kellen picked up Lila from school as usual. She seemed happy and chatty, telling him about an art project she'd started. For a few minutes, driving home with his daughter, Kellen could almost forget about the war being waged around them. But when they walked into the house, Margot was waiting in the living room. She dressed carefully, a conservative blouse and skirt, minimal makeup, looking like the perfect concerned grandmother. The bandage was gone from her arm, but she held it gingerly, as if it still hurt. "Hello, Lila," Margot said sweetly. "How was school today?" Lila moved closer to Kellen and mumbled a hello. "I was hoping we could spend some time together, just the two of us. Maybe you could show me your room." "I want to stay with Daddy," Lila said quietly. "Nonsense. Grandmothers and granddaughters should have special time together." Kellen knelt down next to Lila. "Why don't you go wash your hands and get a snack? I'll be right here." After Lila left for the kitchen, Kellen faced Margot. The living room camera would capture every word and gesture. "We need to talk," Margot said. "About what?" "About your behavior lately. The hostility, the anger, the way you've been treating family members. Give me specific examples." "You threatened me the other night. Said you make sure everyone in town knew what kind of person I was. I promised to tell people the truth about you calling the police on a 5-year-old. That's not how I remember the conversation." Kellen smiled coldly. Memory can be unreliable. Good thing there are other ways to verify what happened. Margot's eyes narrowed slightly, but she continued with her script. "Kellen, I'm concerned about your mental state. The anger, the paranoia, the accusations. Have you considered counseling?" "No." "Have you considered leaving my house? This is partly my house now. I have a legal right to be here. You have a financial interest in the mortgage. That doesn't give you the right to harass my daughter." "I'm not harassing anyone. I'm trying to provide guidance to a child who clearly needs it." Kellen heard Lila moving around in the kitchen, getting her snack. He wanted this conversation finished before she came back. "Here's what's going to happen, Margot. You're going to stay away from Lila. No more games, no more lessons, no more attempts to pick her up from school. And if I refuse, then you'll face the consequences of your choices." Margot stood up abruptly, and for a moment Kellen thought she might try to stage the violent incident right now. But instead, she walked to the kitchen doorway and called out, "Lila, sweetheart, come here for a moment." "She's eating her snack," Kellen said. "I want to talk to her." "About what?" "About appropriate behavior. About respecting family members." Lila appeared in the doorway with a granola bar in her hand. She looked between the adults nervously. "Lila," Margot said in a sweet voice, "I want you to know that Grandma loves you very much. But sometimes love means setting boundaries." "What kind of boundaries?" Kellen asked. "The kind that teach children to be respectful and obedient." "Lila doesn't need to be obedient to you. Children should be obedient to all adults in their family, not to adults who call the police on them." Margot's mask slipped slightly. That was a teaching moment. It was child abuse. "Don't you dare accuse me of abuse." Margot's voice rose sharply, and Lila flinched. "I've done nothing but try to help this family. By terrorizing a 5-year-old? By providing discipline that you're too weak to provide." "Daddy." Lila's voice was small and scared. Kellen picked up his daughter and held her close. "It's okay, sweetheart. Grandma Margot is just upset. I'm upset because this child is being ruined by permissive parenting." Margot was fully angry now, her careful persona cracking. She needs structure. She needs consequences. She needs to learn that actions have results. Like what actions? Playing with toys? Being 5 years old? Like defying authority? Like being disrespectful? Like attacking family members? She didn't attack you. You pulled a toy away from her and got scratched. She was violent. She was 5. Margot seemed to realize she was losing control. She took a deep breath and tried to regain her composure, but the damage was done. The camera had captured her true personality, not the concerned grandmother act, but the controlling, manipulative woman underneath. "Kellen," she said more calmly, "you need to understand that I'm trying to protect this family. Lila needs guidance that you're not providing. Lila needs protection from you. That's ridiculous. Is it? You called the police on her. You tried to kidnap her from school. You've threatened her with arrest. You've told her she's bad and doesn't deserve nice things. What part of that sounds like protection? Margot looked at Lila in Kellen's arms, and her expression turned calculating. Lila, sweetheart, tell Daddy about the time he scared you. Kellen felt his daughter tense up against him. What? Lila asked quietly. Remember when Daddy got really angry and yelled at you? When you thought he might hurt you? That never happened, Kellen said flatly. Lila, tell the truth. When did Daddy make you afraid? I don't remember that, Lila said uncertainly. Of course you do. Last week, when you spilled juice on his papers. He got so angry that you ran to your room crying. Kellen realized what was happening. Margot was trying to implant false memories, create a story she could use later. Lila, he said gently, do you remember spilling juice on my papers? No, Daddy. Have I ever yelled at you or made you afraid of me? No. Margot. Kellen looked directly at his mother-in-law. If you try to coach my daughter to lie about me, I will destroy you. Is that a threat? It's a promise. At that moment, Nadia walked through the front door. She took in the scene, Kellen holding Lila, Margot standing rigid with anger, tension thick in the air. What's going on? She asked. Your mother was just trying to convince Lila to lie about me, Kellen said. That's not true, Margot said quickly. I was just asking about Lila's experiences with her father's anger issues. What anger issues? Nadia looked confused. The ones your mother is trying to invent so she can build a case against me. Nadia looked between them uncertainly. I don't understand. Kellen set Lila down and knelt beside her. Sweetheart, go upstairs and play in your room for a few minutes, okay? After Lila left, Kellen faced both women. Nadia, your mother just tried to get our daughter to lie about me. She wants Lila to say I'm violent and scary. Mother, is that true? Margot drew herself up to her full height. I'm trying to determine whether this child is safe in this environment. Kellen's behavior has been increasingly hostile and concerning. Concerning how? The threats, the anger, the way he's been treating family members who are only trying to help. Nadia looked at Kellen with new worry in her eyes. Have you been threatening, Mother? I've been protecting our daughter from your mother's abuse. See? Margot said triumphantly. More hostility. More accusations. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Kellen pulled out his phone and opened the recording app. He'd been recording the entire conversation as backup to the cameras. Nadia, would you like to hear exactly what your mother said to Lila? How she tried to coach her to lie. You've been recording us? Nadia looked shocked. I've been documenting your mother's behavior. For legal purposes. That's illegal. Margot said, No, it's not. This is my house, and Ohio is a one-party consent state. Kellen played back the recording of Margot, trying to convince Lila to say he'd scared her. His wife's face went pale as she listened. Mother, why would you say that? Because I'm concerned about this child's safety. Kellen's been displaying warning signs of abusive behavior. Like what? Isolation tactics, turning family members against each other, controlling behavior, verbal intimidation. Nadia looked at Kellen uncertainly. Is that true? Nadia, look at what actually happened. Your mother called the police on our daughter. She tried to kidnap her from school. She just tried to coach her to lie about me. Who's really displaying concerning behavior? I'm trying to protect this family. Margot's voice rose again. Someone has to take action before the situation gets worse. What situation exactly? Kellen asked. A volatile man with anger issues, access to a vulnerable child, and a pattern of intimidating anyone who tries to provide guidance. Show me the pattern. The threats, the hostility. Show me evidence of threats. Play a recording. Show a text message. Produce a witness. Margot's face reddened. You know what you said. I know what I said. The question is whether you can prove what you're claiming I said. At that moment, Kellen realized Margot's fatal flaw. She was so used to manipulating situations through emotion and drama that she'd never bothered to document her claims. She expected people to take her word because they always had. But Kellen had been documenting everything. Nadia, he said quietly, your mother's been planning to frame me for domestic violence. She's been building a false case, coaching witnesses, and trying to create incidents she can use against me. That's ridiculous, Margot said, but her voice lacked conviction. Is it? She just tried to get our daughter to lie about me. On camera, with audio recording. Nadia looked at her mother with growing realization. Mother, tell me the truth. Are you trying to build a case against Kellen? I'm trying to protect my granddaughter from an unstable environment. By lying, by documenting concerning behavior. What behavior have you actually documented? Margot hesitated. Well, the confrontations, the hostility. What evidence do you have? The police report from the other night, which shows that you called the police on a 5-year-old over a toy accident. There were witnesses to Kellen's anger. What witnesses? You were there. You saw how he acted. Nadia looked at Kellen, then back at her mother. Mother, Kellen was upset that you called the police on Lila. Any parent would be upset about that. He threatened me. He said he'd tell people the truth about what you did. That's a threat. No, Nadia said slowly, that's accountability. Kellen could see the moment when his wife finally understood what her mother really was. The realization spread across her face like sunrise after a long night. Mother, Nadia said quietly, you need to leave. What? You need to pack your things and leave our house. I own part of this house. You have a financial interest in the mortgage. That doesn't give you the right to stay here. Nadia, you don't understand what you're doing. This man has been manipulating you. No, Mother. You've been manipulating me. My whole life. And now you're trying to manipulate my daughter. Margot's carefully constructed facade finally cracked completely. Her face twisted with rage and desperation. Fine, but don't come crying to me when he shows his true colors. Don't call me when he finally snaps and hurts that child. I'll be there to say, I told you so. She stormed toward the guest room to pack her things, but turned back at the doorway. This isn't over, Kellen. I have lawyers. I have documentation. I have resources you can't imagine. I'm sure you do, but I have something you don't. What's that? The truth. Margot slammed the guest room door so hard the house shook. Nadia collapsed onto the couch and buried her face in her hands. Oh God, what have I done? Kellen sat beside her, careful not to touch her. You did the right thing. I let her into our home. I let her call the police on our daughter. I almost let her destroy our family. But you stopped her before she succeeded. What if it's too late? What if she's already damaged Lila permanently? Then we help Lila heal. Together. Upstairs, they could hear Margot throwing things into suitcases, slamming drawers, making as much noise as possible. A final tantrum from a woman who'd lost control of her victims. An hour later, a taxi arrived to take Margot to a hotel. She left without saying goodbye to anyone, shooting one last venomous look at Kellen before climbing into the car. As the taxi drove away, Kellen felt something he hadn't experienced in weeks. Hope. But he also knew this wasn't over. Margot had resources, connections, and a burning need for revenge. She'd regroup and attack again, probably through the courts. The difference was that now he was ready for her. Jonas worked through the weekend preparing the legal documents. Kellen spent Saturday morning reviewing everything with his lawyer friend in the conference room above the law office. We have enough evidence to bury her, Jonas said, spreading papers across the table. The recordings, the fake custody documents, the school incident, Officer Brenner's statement. Plus, Nadia is willing to testify about her mother's history of manipulation. What are we filing exactly? Emergency custody petition for sole, temporary custody of Lila. Restraining order against Margot for harassment and child endangerment. And a civil suit for intentional infliction of emotional distress. Kellen studied the documents. Legal language transforming weeks of terror into cold facts and evidence. What are our chances? For the custody petition? Excellent. Her behavior is so clearly documented that any reasonable judge will see the danger she poses to Lila. And a restraining order? That's practically guaranteed. Calling false police reports, attempting to remove a child from school with fake documents, coaching the child to lie about abuse. Any one of those would justify a restraining order. What about the civil suit? Jonas grinned. That's where we get creative. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, defamation, harassment, conspiracy to commit kidnapping. We're asking for $200,000 in damages plus attorney fees. Could she afford that? Her late husband left her well off, but not wealthy enough to ignore a judgment like that. Plus, the civil suit puts her on the defensive. She'll have to spend her time and money fighting us instead of attacking you. They filed the papers Monday morning. By noon, Margot had been served with all 3 legal actions. According to the process server, she'd screamed at him for 5 minutes before slamming the door. How long before the hearings? Kellen asked. Emergency custody hearing is scheduled for Thursday. Restraining order hearing is Friday. Civil suit will take longer, probably 3 to 6 months. And until then, the emergency filing includes a temporary restraining order. She can't contact you, Nadia, or Lila until the hearing. That afternoon, Kellen received a call from Officer Brenner. Mr. Ward, I want to give you a heads up. Mrs. Sutter just filed a complaint against you for threatening behavior and harassment. What kind of complaint? She claims you've been stalking her, making threatening phone calls, intimidating her into leaving town. Kellen almost laughed. When did these threatening phone calls supposedly happen? According to her statement, multiple times over the past week. Late-night calls where you allegedly made threats against her safety. Officer Brenner, I haven't called Margot Sutter once since this whole thing started. Check my phone records. I was hoping you'd say that. Can you provide those records? Absolutely. I'll have my lawyer send them over today. Good. Because honestly, her story doesn't add up. She claims you called her Friday night at midnight making threats, but the timestamp on her complaint shows she didn't report it until today. What else doesn't add up? She says you've been driving past her hotel, following her to restaurants, basically stalking her around town. But you've been in court filings all weekend, right? Yes. My lawyer can verify my whereabouts. That's what I figured. Mr. Ward, between you and me, this woman is filing false reports. If you can prove her claims are fabricated, I'll be happy to recommend charges against her. After ending the call, Kellen immediately contacted Jonas. She's filing false police reports now. He explained the situation. Perfect. That's a felony in Ohio if we can prove it's intentionally false. Can we prove it? With phone records showing you never called her? With witnesses placing you elsewhere during the alleged stalking? Absolutely. How does this affect our hearings? It helps us. Shows a pattern of making false accusations when she doesn't get her way. Tuesday morning brought another development. Mrs. Rodriguez called from Lila's school. Mr. Ward, we had another incident yesterday. Mrs. Sutter showed up again, this time claiming to be conducting a welfare check on behalf of Child Services. Did you let her see Lila? Of course not. But she was very persistent, and she had some kind of official-looking paperwork. What kind of paperwork? Something that looked like a court order authorizing her to interview Lila about her home environment. Kellen felt cold. Did you see the actual document? I glanced at it, but I'm not qualified to evaluate legal papers. I told her she'd need to go through the superintendent's office. And then what happened? She got very angry and left. But Mr. Ward, she seemed to know a lot about our security procedures, class schedules, even which door Lila's classroom is closest to. Like she's been planning something. That's what worried me. I've increased security around Lila's classroom and notified all staff to watch for Mrs. Sutter. Kellen immediately called Jonas with this new information. Another fake document, Jonas said grimly. She's escalating again. How many felonies is she up to now? False police reports, impersonating a government official, attempted kidnapping, forgery. If we can prove she created the fake court orders, that's additional forgery charges. This has to stop. It will. After Thursday's hearing, she won't be able to get within 100 yards of Lila. That evening, Kellen sat in Lila's bedroom, reading her a story before bed. His daughter seemed calmer since Margot had left the house, but she still asked occasionally when Grandma Margot was coming back. Is Grandma Margot still mad at me? Lila asked as Kellen tucked her in. Grandma Margot isn't mad at you, sweetheart. She's got some problems that grown-ups have to fix. What kind of problems? Sometimes adults don't know how to be nice to children. They think being mean will teach lessons, but that's not true. Will she come back to our house? No, she won't be coming back. Good. She made me feel scared. Kellen kissed his daughter's forehead. You don't have to be scared anymore. Daddy's going to make sure you're safe. Downstairs, Nadia waited in the living room with a glass of wine and a worried expression. "How is she?" Nadia asked. "Better. Still processing what happened, but kids are resilient. I keep thinking about all the things Mother said to her. All the threats and manipulation. What if we're too late? What if she's already damaged? Then we help her heal. Kids recover from trauma if they have loving support." Nadia was quiet for a moment. "I talked to a therapist today. For myself. That's good. She said I show signs of long-term emotional abuse. That mother's been controlling me through fear and guilt my entire life." Kellen sat down across from his wife. "What does that make you feel?" "Angry. Ashamed. Relieved in a weird way. Like finally understanding why I never felt like I could make my own decisions." "What do you want to do now?" "I want to get better. I want to be the mother Lila deserves. And I want to make sure Mother never hurts our family again." "Are you prepared to testify against her?" "Yes. Whatever it takes." Wednesday morning, Jonas called with an update on Margot's latest moves. "She hired David Fletcher as her attorney," Jonas said. "The same guy who helped her create the fake custody documents. Is that a problem?" "Actually, it's great for us. Fletcher's not a family law specialist. He does business contracts and real estate deals. Plus, his involvement with the fake documents makes him a potential co-conspirator." "What's their strategy?" "According to the motion they filed, they're claiming you've been emotionally abusing Lila, and that Margot's actions were justified attempts to protect her granddaughter." "Based on what evidence?" "The police report from the toy incident. Character witnesses who will testify about your anger issues. And they're claiming the recordings you made are evidence of paranoid behavior." "Are you worried?" "Not even slightly. Their evidence is garbage, and we have hours of recordings showing Margot's actual behavior. Plus, Nadia's testimony will demolish any claim that you're abusive." "What should I expect at tomorrow's hearing?" "Family court judge. Informal setting, both sides present evidence. The judge will probably want to interview Lila privately, but with a child psychologist present." "Will she have to testify?" "Not testify exactly, but she might need to answer some questions about her experiences." "Don't worry. These judges are trained to work with kids, and Dr. Carter will be there to support her." Carter Wynn was the child psychologist Jonas had recommended. He'd already met with Lila twice to assess her mental state and document any trauma from Margot's behavior. Thursday morning arrived gray and cold. Kellen dressed in his best suit and tried to project confidence he didn't entirely feel. Everything depended on the next few hours. The family courthouse was a modern building designed to feel less intimidating than criminal court. Soft lighting, comfortable chairs, artwork on the walls. But Kellen still felt the weight of the moment as he walked through the security checkpoint. Jonas waited in the hallway outside the courtroom, reviewing his notes one final time. "Ready for this?" he asked. "Ready. Remember, answer only the questions asked. Don't volunteer extra information. Stay calm no matter what Fletcher or Margot say. What if she lies about me? Then we prove she's lying with evidence." They entered the courtroom together. Judge Patricia Williams, a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and graying hair, presided from behind a modest bench. No jury, no gallery. Just the judge, two lawyers, and the people whose lives hung in the balance. Margot sat at the plaintiff's table with Fletcher, wearing a conservative navy dress and minimal jewelry. She'd styled herself to look like a concerned grandmother, but Kellen could see the calculation behind her performance. Nadia sat behind Kellen and Jonas, offering silent support. Dr. Carter waited in a side room with Lila, ready to bring her in if the judge needed to speak with her. "This is an emergency hearing regarding temporary custody of minor child Lila Ward," Judge Williams began. "Mr. Pike, you may present your case." Jonas stood and outlined their position clearly and methodically. Margot's pattern of escalating behavior, the false police reports, the attempted kidnapping from school, the fake legal documents, the coaching of a 5-year-old to lie about abuse. Your Honor, Mrs. Sutter has demonstrated that she poses a clear danger to this child's emotional and physical well-being. The evidence shows a pattern of manipulation, deception, and abuse that can only be stopped by removing her access to the child entirely. Fletcher's response focused on character assassination. Your Honor, Mr. Ward has been systematically isolating his daughter from her extended family. He's displayed anger management issues, made threats against Mrs. Sutter, and created a hostile environment that necessitated police intervention. What evidence supports these claims? Judge Williams asked. Fletcher presented the police report from the toy incident, but when he tried to spin it as evidence of Lila's aggression, Jonas objected. Your Honor, the responding officer is prepared to testify that the child appeared to be the victim, not the aggressor, in that incident. Is Officer Brenner available? Yes, Your Honor. Brenner testified via video conference, his statement devastating to Margot's case. The child was scared and apologetic, Your Honor. She kept asking if she was going to jail and saying she was sorry. That's not typical behavior for an aggressive child. It's typical behavior for a child who's been threatened. Fletcher tried to discredit Brenner's assessment, but the officer stood firm. Sir, I've responded to hundreds of domestic calls involving children. This wasn't a case of child aggression. This was a case of adults traumatizing a 5-year-old. Next, Jonas played selected audio recordings of Margot's behavior. Her voice filled the courtroom as she berated Lila, made threats, and tried to coach false testimony. Judge Williams listened impassively, but Kellen could see her growing anger as Margot's true nature revealed itself. Mrs. Sutter, the judge said when the recordings finished, did you tell this child that bad girls go to jail? Margot stood up. Your Honor, I was trying to teach her about consequences. Answer the question. Did you tell a 5-year-old that bad girls go to jail? I may have used those words, but the context. Yes or no, Mrs. Sutter? Yes, but... Sit down. Fletcher tried to recover by calling character witnesses who testified about Kellen's anger issues and concerning behavior. But Jonas systematically demolished their testimony. Mrs. Henderson, when you say Mr. Ward displayed anger at the school board meeting, are you referring to the time he advocated for increased playground safety after a child was injured? Well, yes, but he was very intense about it. He was passionate about child safety. I suppose you could put it that way. And Mr. Thompson, when you describe Mr. Ward as confrontational with his neighbors, are you referring to the time he asked you to keep your dog from defecating in his yard? That's one example. He asked you politely to clean up after your pet. He was very firm about it. The character assassination backfired completely. Instead of showing Kellen as dangerous, the witnesses revealed him as a concerned father and responsible neighbor who stood up for reasonable standards. Finally, Judge Williams asked to speak with Lila privately. Dr. Carter brought her into a side room equipped with toys and child-friendly furniture. Kellen waited in the hallway during this interview, his heart pounding. Everything depended on how Lila handled the judge's questions. 20 minutes later, Dr. Carter emerged with Lila, who ran immediately to Kellen's arms. How did it go, sweetheart? The judge lady was nice. She asked about my toys and my school, and if I felt safe at home. What did you tell her? I told her I feel safe when you're here, Daddy. Judge Williams called everyone back into the courtroom for her decision. After reviewing the evidence and speaking with the child, this court finds that Mrs. Margot Sutter poses a credible threat to the emotional well-being of minor child Lila Ward. Kellen felt relief flood through him. The emergency custody petition is granted. Mr. Ward is awarded temporary sole custody pending a full hearing. Mrs. Sutter is enjoined from any contact with the child, directly or indirectly. Margot stood up angrily. Your Honor, this is outrageous. I'm her grandmother. Mrs. Sutter, you called the police on a 5-year-old over a toy accident. You attempted to remove her from school with fraudulent documents. You coached her to make false accusations against her father. In 30 years on this bench, I've rarely seen such calculated cruelty toward a child. I was trying to protect her. You were trying to control her. And you were willing to traumatize her to do it. Judge Williams turned to Fletcher. Counselor, I'm referring this matter to the prosecutor's office for investigation of possible criminal charges. The evidence suggests multiple felonies. After the hearing, Kellen stood outside the courthouse with Lila, Nadia, and Jonas. The October sky had cleared, and weak sunlight filtered through the clouds. What happens next? Nadia asked. Restraining order hearing tomorrow. Jonas said. Criminal investigation. Civil trial. But the most important thing is done. Lila is safe. Kellen looked down at his daughter, who was picking up colorful leaves from the courthouse lawn. Look, Daddy. This one looks like a butterfly. It does, sweetheart. It's beautiful. For the first time in weeks, Kellen allowed himself to believe that everything might actually be okay. Friday's restraining order hearing was supposed to be a formality. Judge Williams had already established Margot's pattern of harassment and abuse. The legal precedent was clear, but Margot had one final card to play. Fletcher arrived at the courthouse with a surprise witness, a woman in her 40s wearing a business suit and carrying an official-looking briefcase. Your Honor, we'd like to call Angela Torres from the Ohio Department of Child Services. Jonas immediately objected. Your Honor, this witness wasn't disclosed during discovery. We haven't had opportunity to. Ms. Torres is here as a representative of the state. Fletcher interrupted. She has information relevant to the child's welfare that supersedes normal disclosure requirements. Judge Williams looked skeptical but allowed the testimony. Torres took the stand and identified herself as a senior investigator with Child Services. She'd been conducting an independent investigation into Lila's home environment. Based on our findings, Torres testified, we have concerns about the child's stability in her current placement. Kellen felt his stomach drop. Another setup. Margot had somehow manipulated Child Services into opening an investigation. What specific concerns? Judge Williams asked. Evidence of parental alienation. The father has been systematically turning the child against her extended family members. We've also documented concerning behavioral changes in the child that suggest emotional trauma. What evidence supports these conclusions? Torres pulled out a thick file. Interview statements from family members describing the father's hostility toward grandmother figure. Documentation of the child's fear and anxiety around family gatherings. Psychiatric evaluation suggesting the child has been coached to make statements against the grandmother. Jonas stood up. Your Honor, we request an immediate recess to review these materials. Denied. Ms. Torres, who conducted the psychiatric evaluation you referenced. Dr. Marcus Webb, a licensed child psychologist with 20 years' experience. Kellen's heart sank. He'd never heard of Marcus Webb, which meant this was another piece of Margot's orchestrated attack. And Dr. Webb's conclusions? That the child shows signs of systematic manipulation by a parental figure. Classic symptoms of a child being coached to reject a family member for inappropriate reasons. Judge Williams looked troubled. Mr. Pike, do you have any response to these allegations? Jonas was clearly scrambling. They'd been ambushed with evidence he hadn't seen before. Your Honor, we question the validity of an investigation that was apparently conducted without our knowledge. We weren't notified of any child services involvement. That's standard procedure when investigating potential parental alienation, Torres said smoothly. Notice to the subject could compromise the investigation. Fletcher stood up. Your Honor, given these new findings, we respectfully request that the court reconsider yesterday's custody order. The evidence suggests that removing Mrs. Sutter from the child's life may actually cause more harm than allowing supervised visits. Kellen watched his victory crumbling. Margot had found a way to weaponize the system against him, using official channels to legitimize her manipulation. But then Officer Brenner appeared in the courtroom doorway. Your Honor, Brenner said, I apologize for the interruption, but I have urgent information relevant to these proceedings. Judge Williams looked annoyed at the disruption, but allowed Brenner to approach the bench. Officer, what information do you have? Your Honor, my department has just completed an investigation into false police reports filed by Mrs. Sutter. We also discovered that she's been impersonating government officials and using fraudulent documents. Brenner handed the judge a folder. This morning we arrested David Fletcher for conspiracy to commit fraud. The child services investigation Ms. Torres just referenced was initiated using forged court orders and fake documentation. The courtroom erupted. Torres stood up quickly, looking panicked. Fletcher had gone pale. Furthermore, Brenner continued, Ms. Torres is not employed by Ohio Child Services. She's an actress hired by Mrs. Sutter to provide false testimony. Judge Williams looked at the supposed child services investigator. Ms. Torres, is this true? The woman looked trapped. I was told this was for a training exercise. Role-playing for a documentary about custody disputes. Your Honor, Jonas said, standing up with obvious relief. We move for immediate dismissal of all claims and sanctions against opposing counsel for fraud upon the court. Judge Williams was furious. Bailiff, place Mrs. Sutter under arrest for contempt of court, fraud, and conspiracy. Mr. Fletcher, you're already in custody according to Officer Brenner? Yes, Your Honor. He's being held pending formal charges. Margot stood up from her table, her face twisted with rage. This is all lies. They're conspiring against me. I'm a victim here. Mrs. Sutter, you hired an actress to impersonate a government official in my courtroom. You've committed perjury, fraud, and attempted obstruction of justice. I was protecting my granddaughter. You were manipulating the legal system to serve your own desires for control. As the bailiff moved to arrest Margot, she turned toward Kellen with pure hatred in her eyes. This isn't over. I'll appeal. I'll find other ways. You can't keep me from my granddaughter. Actually, Mrs. Sutter, I can and I will, Judge Williams said coldly. In addition to the restraining order, I'm recommending that the prosecutors seek the maximum penalties for your crimes. You've shown a willingness to corrupt official proceedings and traumatize a child to satisfy your need for control. Margot was led away in handcuffs, still screaming threats and accusations. After the chaos settled, Judge Williams issued a permanent restraining order barring Margot from any contact with Lila. She also ordered a real child services investigation to ensure Lila's well-being, though she made clear this was standard procedure following such serious allegations. Outside the courthouse, Jonas shook his head in amazement. I've been practicing law for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like that. She hired an actress to impersonate a government official in court. How did Brenner know? Apparently Tanya called in a tip. She overheard Margot planning the fake testimony and reported it to police. Kellen felt a surge of gratitude toward his sister-in-law. Tanya had risked her relationship with her mother to protect Lila. What happens now? Margot's looking at serious prison time. Fraud, perjury, conspiracy, impersonating a government official. She could get 5 to 10 years. And the custody situation? The restraining order is permanent. She can't contact you, Nadia, or Lila ever again. The custody order stands, though you'll probably want to restore joint custody with Nadia once things settle down. That evening, local news covered the story. Grandmother arrested for elaborate court fraud led the newscast, with footage of Margot being led away in handcuffs. The reporter described the case as an unprecedented example of family court manipulation, noting that Margot had spent thousands of dollars creating fake documents and hiring actors to support her false claims. But the story took an unexpected turn when the news station revealed they'd obtained recordings of Margot's behavior. These audio recordings, obtained legally by the father, show a pattern of emotional abuse and manipulation directed at a 5-year-old child. They played excerpts of Margot threatening Lila, coaching her to lie, and boasting about her plans to take custody. I can't believe how evil she sounded, Nadia said, watching the coverage. Was she always like this? Yes, Kellen said quietly. You just weren't allowed to see it before. The news story went viral on social media within hours. Hashtag #GrandmotherFromHell started trending, with people sharing their own stories of manipulative family members. By Saturday morning, the story had been picked up by national news outlets. Margot Sutter became a symbol of toxic family dynamics and legal system abuse. Grandmother's reign of terror exposed, read one headline. How far will narcissists go to control family? Asked another. The attention brought unexpected consequences. Tips poured into police departments from people who recognized Margot's pattern of behavior. Former neighbors, acquaintances, and even family members came forward with stories of manipulation, fraud, and abuse. She tried the same thing with my sister 20 years ago, one caller reported. Made false accusations to get custody of her kids. She forged my father's signature on legal documents when he was dying, said another. Police discovered that Margot had been running similar scams for decades, using her late husband's money and connections to manipulate legal proceedings in her favor. Most shocking was the revelation that she'd actually succeeded in gaining custody of her own grandchildren from another family in the 1990s, using similar tactics of false accusations and forged documents. Those kids spent 5 years in her custody before their parents could afford lawyers good enough to fight her. Detective Morrison told reporters. By then, the psychological damage was severe. The media attention also brought vindication for Kellen and his family. Expert psychologists appeared on talk shows explaining how narcissistic abuse works, using Margot's behavior as a textbook example. What this father did, documenting everything, staying calm, building a legal case. That's exactly how you fight this kind of manipulation, Dr. Patricia Harrison explained on a morning show. The recordings show textbook narcissistic abuse patterns. Judge Williams also issued additional rulings that afternoon. Nadia's visitation rights with Lila were suspended pending mandatory counseling and psychological evaluation. The court wanted to ensure she could resist her mother's influence before allowing unsupervised time with her daughter. I understand this is painful, Judge Williams told Nadia during the hearing, but your daughter needs to see that you can put her safety above your mother's demands. But the biggest surprise came that evening when Jonas called Kellen with unexpected news. Have you seen the internet today? Jonas asked. I've been avoiding it. Why? Check social media, specifically the hashtag #GrandmotherFromHell. Kellen opened his laptop and searched. What he found shocked him. Someone had leaked the complete audio recordings of Margot's behavior. Not just the excerpts played in court, but hours of footage showing her true nature. The videos had been edited professionally, with timestamps and context provided. Margot's voice echoed across millions of screens as she threatened a 5-year-old, coached lies, and boasted about her manipulation tactics. Who leaked this? Kellen asked. The account that posted it is anonymous, but there's a note attached. It says, for every child who deserves protection from toxic family members. Kellen read the message and smiled. He knew who had posted the videos. Later that evening, Tanya called. Did you see the news? She asked. I saw everything. Thank you. She destroyed our family for decades. It was time everyone knew who she really was. Are you going to be okay? This will affect you too. I'm already okay. For the first time in my life, I'm free from her control. And so is Lila. The viral videos had consequences Kellen hadn't expected. Within days, Margot's name became synonymous with grandparent abuse. Legal experts used her case as an example of how the system could be manipulated. Child psychologists referenced her behavior in training seminars. Most importantly, other families came forward with similar stories. Support groups formed online for people dealing with toxic relatives. Margot's downfall became a symbol of hope for people trapped in similar situations. But for Kellen, the public vindication mattered less than the private victory. Lila was safe. The threat was neutralized. Justice had been served. 3 weeks after the trial, Kellen found a small house near Lake Erie. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen with windows overlooking the water, and a backyard where Lila could play safely. The rent was reasonable, and the landlord didn't mind a single father with a young daughter. It's perfect, Daddy, Lila said as they walked through the empty rooms. Can I have the bedroom with the tree outside the window? Of course, sweetheart. That tree will be beautiful when it gets leaves in the spring. They spent Saturday moving their belongings from the old house. Kellen had left most of the furniture behind. Too many bad memories attached to those pieces. Instead, he bought new things. A kitchen table where they could eat breakfast together. A couch where they could read stories. Everything fresh. Everything theirs. Nadia hadn't contested the move. Her lawyer had advised her that fighting Kellen's relocation would only make her situation worse. She was supposed to start therapy the following week, part of the court's requirements for eventual visitation rights. The new house felt peaceful in a way their old home never had. No tension in the walls, no undercurrent of manipulation and control. Just a father and daughter starting over. On Sunday afternoon, Kellen was teaching Lila to skip stones on the lake when a car pulled into the driveway. He recognized the sound of Nadia's Honda before he saw it. Stay here by the water, sweetheart, he told Lila. Keep practicing. Nadia walked down to the shore slowly, as if approaching a wild animal that might bolt. She wore jeans and a sweater. No makeup, her hair pulled back simply. She looked older somehow, or maybe just more real. The house is nice, she said, stopping a few feet away from him. It serves our needs. Lila looks happy. Kellen glanced at his daughter, who was focused intently on making stones skip across the calm water. She's doing better. Kellen, I came to apologize, and to ask, to beg, really, for another chance. He turned to face her fully. What kind of chance? To be part of her life again. To be the mother she deserves. Tears started flowing down Nadia's cheeks. I know I failed her. I know I failed both of you. But I've been thinking about everything that happened, and I want to try to make it right. Ow! I started therapy like the court ordered, but I also started going on my own twice a week. I'm learning about how Mother controlled me, how I let her use me to hurt the people I should have protected. Kellen watched his wife cry and felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, no desire to comfort her. The woman standing before him was a stranger who happened to share history with him. Kellen, I was wrong. Please, for Lila. He looked at her for a long moment, then at their daughter playing happily by the water. Lila had stopped asking when Mommy was coming home. She'd accepted their new life with the resilience children possessed. Lila already forgave you, Kellen said quietly. That's enough grace for this family. What does that mean? It means she doesn't carry anger toward you. She understands you were confused and made mistakes. But understanding doesn't mean forgetting. And forgiveness doesn't mean returning to how things were. I can change. I can be different. Maybe you can. But I can't trust you with her safety again. Nadia's face crumpled. So that's it? You'll never give me another chance. I'll follow the court's ruling about visitation. When your therapist says you're ready, when you can prove you won't put your mother's wants above Lila's needs, then you can spend supervised time with her. And us? Our marriage. Kellen looked at the woman he'd loved for 8 years. The woman who'd stood by while her mother called police on their daughter. The woman who'd chosen manipulation over protection when it mattered most. There is no us anymore. Kellen, please. You made your choice, Nadia. You chose your mother over our daughter. You chose manipulation over truth. You chose control over love. I was scared of her. You don't understand what it was like growing up with that woman. I understand exactly what it was like. I watched her do to Lila what she did to you. The difference is, I stopped her. Nadia wiped her eyes with her sleeve. What if I cut contact with Mother completely? What if I prove I can put Lila first? Then you'll be a better person. But you won't be my wife again. The finality in his voice seemed to reach her. Nadia looked at Lila one more time, then back at Kellen. Can I say goodbye to her? You can say hello and goodbye, but no promises about the future. No telling her things will go back to how they were. Nadia walked over to where Lila played. Kellen stayed close enough to hear their conversation. Hi, Mommy. Lila said simply, not stopping her stone-skipping practice. Hi, baby. Your daddy is teaching you to skip stones. I got one to bounce 3 times. Want to see? I'd love to see. Lila picked up a flat stone and threw its sidearm like Kellen had shown her. It skipped twice across the water before sinking. That was amazing, Nadia said, and Kellen could hear the genuine wonder in her voice. Daddy says we're going to explore the whole lake when it gets warmer. Maybe we'll see fish. That sounds wonderful. They talked for a few more minutes about school, about Lila's new room, about the tree outside her window. Normal conversation between a mother and daughter, but with an undercurrent of endings. I have to go now, Nadia finally said. But I want you to know that Mommy loves you very much. I love you too, Mommy. Be good for Daddy, okay? I'm always good for Daddy. Nadia hugged Lila briefly, then walked back toward her car. At the driveway, she turned back to Kellen. If I do the work, if I really change, will you at least consider? No. She stood there for another moment, then got in her car and drove away. Kellen returned to Lila, who was searching for more stones. Is Mommy sad? She asked. Yes, but sometimes people need to be sad for a while before they can get better. Like when I was sad about Grandma Margot. Yes, just like that. And now I'm not sad anymore, because we have our new house and the lake, and no one yells. That's right. As the sun began to set, painting the lake in gold and orange, Kellen and Lila walked back toward their house. Their real home, where no one would ever threaten her again. Behind them, the lake reflected the peaceful sky. Ahead of them, warm light glowed from the windows of the house where they would build new memories. Across town, Margot's house sat empty and dark. The for sale sign in the front yard had a red, price-reduced sticker across the top. Her reputation was ruined, her daughter estranged, her granddaughter beyond her reach forever. Kellen didn't celebrate Margot's downfall. He'd simply acted when action was necessary. He'd protected what mattered most. He'd refused to let evil disguised as family concern destroy his daughter's innocence. He hadn't screamed. He hadn't raged. He hadn't lost control. He'd acted with cold precision and unforgiving justice. And when the smoke cleared, Lila was safe. That was the only victory that mattered. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Ray Mercer's eyes opened to white. White ceiling tiles, white walls, white sheets pulled tight across his chest. The third day after surgery always hit the hardest. That's what the nurses had told him. The anesthesia fog would lift, but the pain would settle in for the long haul. He shifted in the hospital bed, feeling the pull of stitches across his abdomen. The surgery had been necessary, the doctors said. A mass they'd found during a routine physical. 64 stitches later, here he was in Ash Harbor Medical Center, staring at the same water stain on the ceiling he'd memorized yesterday. The hospital smelled wrong. Not just medicine and disinfectant, though there was plenty of both. Bleach mixed with lemon cleaner, the kind they use to scrub away what shouldn't be there. Ray had built his lumber business from nothing over 33 years. He knew the smell of things that didn't belong. His throat felt raw from the breathing tube they'd used during surgery. When he swallowed, it scraped like sandpaper. The 4 drip in his left arm gave him a steady diet of whatever they thought he needed. Pain medication, probably. Antibiotics. Maybe something to keep him calm. Ray didn't want to be calm. A heaviness sat in his gut that had nothing to do with surgical trauma. Something was wrong. Not with the operation. That had gone fine, they'd told him. The mass was benign. Good news all around. But the feeling remained, dark and persistent as a storm cloud. He'd survived his wife's death 6 years ago. Cancer had taken Lila slowly, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but bones and determination. Ray had watched her fight for 18 months, never missing a single doctor's appointment, never leaving her side during the worst nights. When she finally passed, he thought he'd felt the deepest kind of empty a man could feel. This was different. This felt like betrayal. The door to his room opened, and his son Caleb walked in. 32 years old, medium build, wearing the same work boots Ray had bought him 3 Christmases ago. But Caleb's hands were soft now. Office hands. He'd been pushing papers at the lumber business instead of cutting wood, talking about expansion plans and modernization while Ray handled the actual work. Hey, Dad. Caleb's voice carried that forced cheerfulness people used around hospital beds. How you feeling today? Ray studied his son's face. Caleb had always been able to lie well. Even as a child, he could look you straight in the eye and tell you he hadn't broken something, hadn't taken something, hadn't done exactly what you knew he'd done. It was a useful skill in business negotiations. Less useful in family relationships. Better. Ray's voice came out rougher than he'd intended. When can I get out of here? Doctor says another few days, maybe a week. You need to recover properly. Caleb pulled the visitor chair closer to the bed. I brought you something. He reached into a paper bag and pulled out a thermos. Coffee from Murphy's. The strong stuff. Ray accepted the thermos, unscrewing the top. The smell hit him immediately, burnt and bitter, exactly how Murphy's coffee house had been making it for 20 years. It was thoughtful. Caleb had remembered his father's preferences. But Ray couldn't shake the feeling that his son was being thoughtful for a reason. Business running smooth, while I'm laid up, Ray took a careful sip of coffee. It burned his throat, but it was real. More real than anything else in this place. Everything's fine. Eddie's handling the Jameson contract, and I'm keeping track of the paperwork. Caleb leaned back in the chair. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. While you have time to think it over. There it was. The real reason for the visit. I've been looking at the books, Caleb continued. We're sitting on a lot of value in that land. Prime timber, plus development potential if we ever wanted to sell. I think it's time we considered our options. Ray set the thermos on the bedside table. He'd heard this conversation before. Caleb wanted to sell, wanted to take the money and do something else with his life. Anything else. The boy had never loved the smell of sawdust or the sound of trees falling. He'd never understood that some things were worth more than their price tag. We've talked about this, Ray said, but not seriously. Dad, we could be looking at millions. You could retire comfortably. I could. Caleb paused, then continued. I could find something I'm actually good at. You're good at this. You just don't want to be. That's not fair. Ray closed his eyes. The pain medication made him tired, but his mind stayed sharp. What's not fair is trying to make business decisions while your father's got a belly full of stitches. I'm not trying to pressure you. I just want you to think about it. I have thought about it. Answer's still no. Caleb sat quietly for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Flatter. More distant. Okay, we'll talk about it when you're feeling better. After Caleb left, Ray stared at the thermos sitting on the bedside table. Still half full. Still warm. He didn't touch it again. Ray woke at 2:17 in the morning. The digital clock on the wall glowed green in the darkness, and outside his window, Ash Harbor slept under a blanket of fog. The nurses had dimmed the lights in the corridor, leaving everything in shadow. His bladder was full, and the catheter they'd used during surgery was gone now. He needed to get up, needed to walk to the bathroom like a person instead of lying here like an invalid. The doctor had said movement was important for recovery anyway. Ray pushed himself up slowly, feeling every stitch pull against his skin. His legs shook when his feet hit the cold linoleum, but they held his weight. The four-stand rolled beside him as he made his way toward the bathroom, wheels squeaking softly. In the hallway, the smell of disinfectant was stronger. A nurse sat at the station 20 feet away, head down, writing in chart. She didn't look up as Ray passed. He was halfway to the bathroom when he heard voices. Low, urgent conversation coming from behind a door that stood slightly open. The nameplate read Dr. Maddox's consultation room. Ray recognized the first voice immediately. Caleb. He's already signed everything. The lawyer dropped it off this morning. Once he's gone, I'll sell my share. I'm not wasting my life cutting logs. Ray's hand found the doorframe. He held himself steady, listening. The second voice was older, tired. Dr. Maddox, I told you I don't do that kind of thing. You'll get a quarter of what the land sells for. That's nearly $500,000. One dose, and nobody asked questions. The words hit Ray like a physical blow. His vision blurred, and for a moment he thought he might collapse right there in the hallway. His own son, his own blood, planning his murder like a business transaction. Ray's grip on the doorframe tightened until his knuckles went white. The stitches across his abdomen pulled tight, sending sharp pain through his body. But the pain was nothing compared to what he felt inside. Everything made sense now. The thoughtful coffee, the talk about selling the business, the carefully timed visit while Ray was weak and dependent on others. Caleb hadn't come to check on his father's recovery. He'd come to make sure the plan was on track. Ray tried to step back, tried to get away from that door before he heard anything else. But his legs wouldn't obey. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his chest, in his throat, behind his eyes. Back in his room, the heart monitor began beeping wildly. The steady rhythm became frantic, electronic chirps that echoed through the quiet hallway. Footsteps. Fast ones. The nurse from the station appeared in his doorway, looking concerned and slightly annoyed. Mr. Mercer? What are you doing out of bed? Bathroom, Ray managed. His voice sounded normal, which surprised him. Everything else felt like it was falling apart. You need to press the call button if you need help getting up. Let's get you back to bed. She guided him back to the mattress, checking his four-line and adjusting the heart monitor. The beeping slowed to a normal pace, but Ray could still feel his pulse hammering in his wrists. Did you have a nightmare? The nurse asked. Sometimes the pain medication can cause vivid dreams. Ray looked at her face. Young, maybe 25. Kinda eyes, but worried. She knew he'd been out of bed. She'd seen him in the hallway. But she was trying to give him an explanation that would make sense. An explanation that wouldn't cause problems. Must have been a dream, Ray said, but the fear in her eyes told him she knew better. Ray didn't sleep for the rest of the night. He lay in the dark, staring at the water stain on the ceiling, replaying every word he'd heard outside Dr. Maddox's office. One dose, and nobody asked questions. Nearly $500,000. His own son, ready to kill him for money. When morning came, it brought a hospital administrator Ray had never seen before. A thin man in a gray suit, carrying a leather briefcase, and wearing the kind of smile that meant business. "Good morning, Mr. Mercer. I'm David Walsh from Patient Services. I hope you're feeling better today." "Good enough," Ray said. He didn't trust administrators any more than he trusted his son right now. "I have some updated consent forms for you to review. Nothing major, just some paperwork that needs to be current in your file." Walsh opened his briefcase and pulled out a stack of documents. He set them on the bedside table and handed Ray a pen. "If you could just sign where the yellow tabs are marked." Ray picked up the first document and read the header. It wasn't a medical consent form. It was a property release authorization. Legal language, but clear enough. It would transfer ownership of the Mercer Lumber Company and all associated land holdings to Caleb Mercer, effective immediately. His signature was already at the bottom of the page. Ray stared at the forged name. It looked like his handwriting, but it wasn't. Someone had practiced, had studied the way he formed letters. Someone who'd had plenty of opportunities to see his signature on business documents over the years. "There seems to be a mistake," Ray said quietly. "This isn't medical paperwork." Walsh's smile never wavered. "Oh, I'm sorry. Those must have gotten mixed up with your medical files. Happens sometimes with patients who have business interests. If you could just sign the updated versions, we'll get everything straightened out." Ray set the documents aside without signing anything. "I'll need to review these with my lawyer first." "Of course. Take all the time you need." But Walsh left the papers on the table, and his smile had gotten colder. That evening, Ray heard his son's voice in the parking lot outside his window. Caleb was talking on a phone, pacing back and forth under the streetlights. Ray couldn't make out all the words, but he heard enough. "By the weekend, it's all mine." Laughter. Caleb was laughing. Ray reached for the bedside phone to call Eddie, his lawyer. But when he picked up the handset, he saw something that made his blood freeze. The caller ID display showed the last number that had dialed his room. Lila's old cell phone number. His wife had been dead for 6 years, but someone had used her phone to call him. Someone who had access to it. Someone who'd kept it for memory's sake. Ray set the phone down carefully. His hands were steady now, his mind clear. This wasn't confusion from the pain medication. This wasn't a coincidence or a mistake. It was a setup. A carefully planned setup designed to make him look like he was losing his mind. Confused. Unreliable. The kind of man who might sign important documents without reading them properly. The kind of man whose death wouldn't surprise anyone. Ray looked out the window at his son, still pacing under the street lights, still laughing into that phone. His own blood. The boy he'd raised after Lila died. The one he'd taught to drive and to work and to be a man. The boy who was planning to murder him before the weekend. Ray closed his eyes and began a plan. Ray signed himself out of Ash Harbor Medical Center at 6:30 in the morning, against doctors' orders and over the protests of 3 different nurses. He told them he was feeling better, that he needed to get back to work. They'd made him sign release forms acknowledging the risks of leaving before his recovery was complete. He signed them all, but this time he made sure it was actually his signature. The discharge nurse, a tired-looking woman named Betty, handed him a bag of prescription medications. "Pain pills," she explained. "Antibiotics. You need to take these exactly as prescribed, and if you feel any unusual symptoms, fever, nausea, confusion, you come right back." Ray nodded and took the bag, but he had no intention of taking anything that came from his hospital. Not anymore. In the lobby, he used the pay phone to call Ivy Larner. She'd been a nurse here once, years ago, back when Lila was fighting cancer. Ivy had worked the night shift in oncology, and she'd been the one to sit with Ray during the worst hours. When other nurses followed procedures, Ivy had bent rules. When Ray needed to stay past visiting hours, she'd found ways to make it happen. After Lila died, Ivy had retired. She'd seen too much, she'd told Ray. Too many good people suffering while the wrong people got rich. She lived alone now in a small house near the harbor, tending a garden and reading mystery novels. Ray, Ivy's voice sounded surprised. I heard you were in the hospital. Are you all right? I need a ride, Ray said. Can you pick me up? Of course. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Ray waited by the hospital entrance, watching the parking lot. He didn't see Caleb's truck, but that didn't mean much. His son could be anywhere, making plans, counting money that didn't belong to him yet. Ivy pulled up in her old Honda Civic, rust spots around the wheel wells, but the engine running smooth. She was 71 years old, with gray hair pulled back in a practical ponytail and sharp eyes that missed nothing. When she saw Ray walking slowly toward the car, she frowned. You look terrible, she said as he eased himself into the passenger seat. Thanks. That's what I was going for. Ivy drove carefully through the empty streets of Ash Harbor. The town was just waking up, coffee shops opening, early commuters heading to jobs in Bellingham or Seattle. Normal people living normal lives, not worrying about being murdered by their own children. Where are we going? Ivy asked. Your place, if that's okay. I need somewhere quiet to think. You want to tell me what this is really about? Ray looked out the window at the harbor. Fishing boats were heading out for the morning catch, their lights bobbing on the dark water. He'd lived here his whole life, had never wanted to be anywhere else. Now he wondered if he'd die here too. My son wants to kill me, Ray said. Ivy didn't laugh or ask if he was sure. She didn't suggest that pain medication might be affecting his judgment. She just nodded and kept driving. What did you hear? She asked. Ray told her everything. The conversation between Caleb and Dr. Maddox. The forged property papers. Lila's phone number appearing on his caller ID. Ivy listened without interrupting, her face getting more serious with each detail. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Dr. Maddox has been in trouble before, she finally said. Nothing proven, but there were rumors when I worked there. Patients who died unexpectedly. Always had reasonable explanations, but too many coincidences. You think he'd do it for $500,000? I think he'd do worse than that. Ivy's house was small and neat, with a view of the water from the kitchen window. She made coffee while Ray sat at her kitchen table, trying to process everything that had happened. The caffeine helped clear his head, but it couldn't wash away the taste of betrayal. What are you going to do? Ivy asked. I don't know yet, but I'm not going to the police. Why not? Ray thought about it. Because my son tried to have me killed, and I want to handle it myself. Ivy studied his face. After a moment, she nodded. What do you need? Help. And information about Dr. Maddox. I can get both. But Ray, she paused, her expression serious. If you go down this path, there's no coming back. Are you sure this is what you want? Ray thought about Caleb laughing on the phone. Caleb forging his signature. Caleb planning to put him to the ground so he could sell the family business and walk away rich. I'm sure. Ray's sister Janine lived in a double-wide trailer 15 minutes outside town, surrounded by Douglas fir trees and the sound of highway traffic. She was 5 years younger than Ray, but she looked older. Life had been harder on her. 2 bad marriages, 3 kids raised mostly on her own, jobs that paid just enough to keep the bills current. But she'd been there when Lila died. When Ray was lost in grief and didn't know how to raise a teenage son alone, Janine had stepped in. Caleb had lived with her for 2 years while Ray figured out how to be a single father. Ray knocked on her door at 3 in the afternoon. Janine opened it wearing a faded t-shirt and jeans, a cigarette between her fingers. When she saw him, her face went pale. Jesus, Ray, you look awful. I thought you were in the hospital. I was. Can I come in? Janine's trailer was clean but cramped. The living room contained a couch, a television, and about a dozen photographs of her children and grandchildren. Ray noticed there weren't any pictures of Caleb. You want some coffee? Or something stronger? Janine stubbed out her cigarette in an ashtray on the coffee table. Just coffee. While Janine made coffee in the kitchen, Ray studied the photographs. Her kids at various ages, school pictures and birthday parties and graduation ceremonies. A life documented in cheap frames and fading colors. How's Kayla doing? Ray asked when Janine returned with 2 mugs. She gave him a look. Is that why you're here? Partly. Janine sat down across from him and lit another cigarette. He's in trouble, Ray. Deep trouble. What kind of trouble? The expensive kind. Gambling debts, for what I hear. He's been playing poker at the casino down in Tulalip, and he's not very good at it. Word is, he owes some people a lot of money. Ray felt something cold settle in his stomach. How much money? I don't know exactly, but enough that he came to me 3 weeks ago asking for a loan. $15,000. Did you give it to him? Janine laughed, but there was no humor in it. Ray, I don't have $1,500, let alone $15,000. I told him I couldn't help him, and he got angry. Said some things he shouldn't have said. Like what? Like how he was tired of being poor while you sat on millions of dollars of land. Like how he deserved his inheritance now, not after you were dead. Janine took a long drag on her cigarette. I told him that wasn't his decision to make. He said maybe it was. Ray set down his coffee mug. His hands were steady, but inside he felt like he was falling. Did he threaten me? Not directly. But Ray, I tried to call you before your surgery. Try to warn you. But Caleb said you weren't taking calls, that you needed rest. I figured he was just being protective. He intercepted your calls. I think so, yeah. Ray was quiet for a moment. Everything was fitting together now. Pieces of a puzzle he hadn't wanted to see. Caleb's sudden interest in the business. His talk about modernization and expansion. The forged documents. The planned murder. It was all about money, about getting out of debt by putting his father in the ground. There's something else, Janine said. Caleb asked me about your will. Whether I knew what was in it. Whether he was the only beneficiary. I told him I didn't know, and that it wasn't any of his business anyway. But he kept pushing. What did you tell him? The truth. That I figured he'd inherit everything, since he's your only child. But that you might leave some money to charity or something. You know, for Lila's cancer research. Ray nodded. He had indeed planned to leave money to the cancer center where Lila had been treated. But the bulk of his estate would have gone to Caleb, along with the business and the land. Would have before he learned what kind of man his son really was. Ray, Janine said, what are you going to do? Ray looked at his sister's face, lined with worry and cigarette smoke and years of struggling to get by. She'd raised Caleb for 2 years, had tried to teach him right from wrong. It wasn't her fault the boy had turned out bad. I'm going to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone else, Ray said. The words came out calm and cold. Final. Janine studied his expression for a long moment. If blood turns on you once, she said quietly, it'll do it again. That's right. Ray left Janine's trailer feeling more certain than he had since waking up in the hospital. Caleb had made his choice. Now Ray would make his. That evening, Ray found his son's pickup truck outside the Dockside Tavern, a bar near the harbor that catered to fishermen and lumber workers. Ray had been there a few times over the years, usually after particularly difficult days. It wasn't the kind of place Caleb normally frequented. Ray parked across the street and watched through the tavern's windows. He could see Caleb at a table near the back, drinking beer with a young woman Ray didn't recognize. She was maybe 25, with bleached blonde hair and the kind of thin face that came from too much stress and not enough food. Caleb was talking animatedly, gesturing with his beer bottle. The woman looked scared. Every time Caleb raised his voice, she flinched. When he reached across the table to grab her wrist, she tried to pull away, but he held on. Ray watched his son handle a woman roughly, watched him intimidate someone weaker than himself. Another piece of the puzzle fell into place. This was who Caleb really was. Not just a thief or a would-be murderer, but a bully. Someone who used his size and his anger to control people who couldn't fight back. Ray sat in his truck for an hour, watching. When Caleb and the woman finally left the tavern, Ray followed them to the parking lot. But he didn't approach them. He just watched as Caleb pushed the woman against his truck, as she shook her head and tried to get away from him. Watched as his son grabbed her face with one hand and said something that made her start crying. Then Caleb got in his truck and drove away, leaving the woman standing alone in the parking lot, wiping tears from her cheeks. Ray drove home slowly, thinking about everything he'd learned. His son was desperate, dangerous, and getting worse. The plan to kill Ray wasn't just about greed. It was about power, about proving that Caleb could take what he wanted when he wanted it. But Ray had built his business by planning carefully and thinking ahead. By the time his enemies realized what was happening, it was usually too late for them to do anything about it. It was time to start planning. Ivy met Ray at Murphy's Coffee House the next morning carrying a small digital recorder in her purse. She looked nervous, which wasn't like her. In all the years Ray had known her, Ivy had never backed down from anything. "Are you sure about this?" she asked as they sat in a corner booth. "I'm sure. Did you set up the appointment?" "This afternoon at 2. I told Dr. Maddox I was having chest pains and wanted a private consultation. Something off the books." Ray studied Ivy's face. "You don't have to do this." "Yes, I do. I worked at that hospital for 15 years, Ray. I saw what happened to patients who couldn't afford the right kind of care. If Maddox is doing what you think he's doing, he needs to be stopped." The plan was simple. Ivy would go to Dr. Maddox's private office, claiming she needed medical attention but didn't want to go through normal channels. She'd suggest she was willing to pay extra for discretion. If Maddox was willing to kill patients for money, he might be willing to admit it to someone he thought was a potential client. At 2:15, Ray sat in his truck outside Dr. Maddox's office building, waiting. The office was in a converted house near the hospital, the kind of place where doctors saw patients who paid in cash and asked no questions. At 3:30, Ivy emerged looking pale but determined. She got in Ray's truck and pulled the digital recorder from her purse. "Did you get it?" Ray asked. "Better than that. Listen." Ivy pressed play. Dr. Maddox's voice came through the small speaker, slightly distorted but clearly audible. "Mrs. Larner, I understand you're looking for a particular kind of treatment. Something private." "Yes. I heard you might be able to help with certain problems." "What kind of problems are we talking about?" "The kind that require a final solution. I heard about what happened to Mercer." There was a pause. Then Maddox's voice again, quieter. "Mr. Mercer's case was complicated. His recovery didn't go as expected. But it went exactly as planned, didn't it?" Another pause, longer this time. "Mrs. Larner, I think there's been a misunderstanding. If you're not actually seeking medical treatment, I'm seeking the same kind of treatment you were planning to give Ray Mercer. For the right price." "I don't know what you're talking about." But his voice had changed. He was nervous now, defensive. "Dr. Maddox," Ivy's recorded voice continued, "I know what you discussed with Caleb Mercer. I know about the money. I know about the plan. The question is, are you interested in a different kind of business arrangement? This conversation is over. Is it? Or do you want to hear my offer?" The recording ended there. Ivy looked at Ray's face. "He didn't confess directly," she said, "but he didn't deny it either. And he knew exactly what I was talking about when I mentioned your name." Ray took the recorder and put it in his jacket pocket. It wasn't enough for a conviction, but it was enough for his purposes. "You did good, Ivy. What's next?" "Next, I go see Eddie." Eddie Morrison had been Ray's lawyer for 23 years, ever since Ray had started the lumber business. Eddie was older than Ray, probably close to 70, but his mind was still sharp. His office was above the First National Bank in downtown Ash Harbor, and it looked like it hadn't been redecorated since 1975. Eddie listened to the recording without interrupting. When it was finished, he leaned back in his leather chair and studied Ray's face. "You know this won't hold up in court," Eddie said. "I don't want it to hold up in court. I want to know if it's enough to prove what Caleb was planning." Eddie nodded slowly. "Combined with the forged documents, yes. It establishes intent and conspiracy. But Ray, if you're thinking about going to the police..." "I'm not." "Then what are you thinking about?" Ray told Eddie about the property transfer documents, about the forged signature, about Caleb's gambling debts, and his plan to sell the land. Eddie pulled out Caleb's corporate paperwork and the original business formation documents. "Your son has signing authority on some business accounts," Eddie said, "but not on the land itself. The property is held in your name personally, not through the corporation. So the forged documents wouldn't have worked anyway. Not legally, no, but if you had died, and if Caleb had inherited your personal assets, he could have claimed he had power of attorney at the time you signed them. It would have been messy, but he might have gotten away with it." Eddie pulled out another folder. "There's something else you should know. Caleb came to see me last week, asking about your will. He wanted to know exactly what he'd inherit and when." "What did you tell him?" "The truth. That he's the primary beneficiary, but that there are some charitable provisions. He seemed particularly interested in the land." Ray thought about Caleb sitting in this same chair, asking about his father's death like it was a business transaction. Planning. Calculating. Making sure the murder would be worth the risk. "Eddie," Ray said, "I want to change my will." All right, what kind of changes? Ray smiled for the first time in days. It wasn't a happy smile, but it was genuine. I want to make sure my son gets exactly what he deserves. Ray arrived at the Mercer Lumber Company office at 7 in the morning, 2 hours before Caleb usually showed up for work. The building was small and practical, just an office attached to the main warehouse, where they stored equipment and processed orders. Ray had built it himself 20 years ago, back when the business was growing and he needed a proper place to handle the paperwork. He made coffee in the small kitchen and settled behind his desk to wait. The office smelled like sawdust and motor oil, familiar scents that usually made him feel at home. Today, they just reminded him of everything Caleb was willing to throw away. At 8:30, Ray heard a car pull into the gravel parking lot. Through the window, he saw a county vehicle, the kind they use for official business. Behind it was Caleb's truck. Ray stayed seated as footsteps approached the office door. When it opened, Caleb walked in followed by a man in a county uniform. The county officer was middle-aged and uncomfortable, carrying a briefcase and looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Caleb stopped dead when he saw his father sitting calmly behind the desk. "You're supposed to be—" Caleb started, then caught himself. "Dead." Ray finished. "That's what you paid for, isn't it?" The county officer looked confused. "Mr. Mercer? I thought you were in the hospital." "I was. I got better." Ray's voice was calm, conversational. "Officer Patterson, county clerk. I'm here to oversee the property transfer." Patterson opened his briefcase and pulled out a stack of documents. "Though if there's some kind of problem—" "No problem," Ray said. "Just a son who was a little too eager to collect his inheritance." Caleb's face had gone pale, but he tried to maintain his composure. "Dad, I can explain." "I'm sure you can. You always were good at explanations." Ray stood up slowly, feeling the pull of his stitches but ignoring it. "Officer Patterson, I think there's been a mistake. Those documents contain forged signatures." Patterson looked uncomfortable. "Sir, if there are questions about the validity—" "There are no questions," Ray said. "I can prove they're forgeries." He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a folder. Inside were photocopies of the property transfer documents, along with examples of Ray's real signature for various business contracts. "Take a look," Ray said. "Compare the signatures." Patterson studied the documents for several minutes, his frown deepening. Finally, he looked up. "Sir, I think you're right. These signatures don't match. That's because my son forged them." Ray's voice remained calm, but his eyes never left Caleb's face. "Isn't that right, son?" Caleb opened his mouth, then closed it. His face was sweating now, and his hands were shaking slightly. There must be some mistake," Caleb said. "Maybe the lawyer—" "The lawyer didn't forge them," Ray said. "You did. Just like you planned to have Dr. Maddox kill me in the hospital so you could sell the land and pay off your gambling debts." Patterson took a step back. "Sir, I think I should—" "You should leave," Ray said. "This is a family matter now." Patterson didn't need to be asked twice. He packed up his briefcase and headed for the door. "Mr. Mercer, if you want to file fraud charges—" "I'll handle it," Ray said. After Patterson left, Ray walked to the office door and turned the lock. The sound was loud in the quiet room. Caleb watched his father's movements like a trapped animal watching a predator. "Dad, listen to me." "I've been listening to you for weeks," Ray said. "Listening to you talk about selling the business, about modernizing, about your big plans for the future. What I didn't realize was that those plans included murdering me. It wasn't like that." "Then what was it like?" Ray's voice was still quiet, but there was something deadly in it now. "Were you going to cry at my funeral, Caleb? Were you going to tell people how much you'd miss your old man?" Caleb's composure finally cracked. "You don't understand. I'm in trouble. Real trouble. These people, if I don't pay them—" "You'll what?" "Get hurt. Get killed." Ray stepped closer to his son. "Did you think about that when you were planning to kill me? Did you think about how it would feel?" "I wasn't going to—" "You weren't going to what? Pull the trigger yourself? You were just going to pay someone else to do it. Is that supposed to make it better?" Ray reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out Ivy's digital recorder. He sat on the desk and pressed play. Dr. Maddox's voice filled the room. Mr. Mercer's case was complicated. His recovery didn't go as expected. Caleb's face went white as he listened to the conversation between Ivy and the doctor. When the recording ended, Ray picked up the device and put it back in his pocket. "Nearly $500,000, Ray said. That's what you thought my life was worth. What you were willing to pay to have me killed. Dad, please. I was desperate. I didn't know what else to do. You could have come to me. You could have asked for help. Would you have helped? Would you have given me the money?" Ray considered the question seriously. "To pay gambling debts? No, but I would have helped you find another way. I would have helped you get clean, get your life back on track." "I didn't want to get clean. I wanted the money." The honesty was startling. Even now, even caught and exposed, Caleb wasn't apologizing for what he'd planned to do. He was just sorry he'd been caught. Ray walked back to his desk and sat down. The movement hurt, but he kept his expression neutral. "Your whole life, I try to teach you right from wrong. Your mother and I, we try to raise you to be a decent man. Mom's dead. She's been dead for 6 years. And you dishonored her memory by using her phone to call me in the hospital, making me think I was losing my mind." Caleb looked genuinely confused. "What are you talking about?" "Her old cell phone. The one you kept for memory's sake. The one you used to call my hospital room, to make the caller ID show her number." "I didn't," Caleb started, then stopped. "I gave that phone to Tara months ago. Her phone got stolen, and she needed one for work." Ray stared at his son. "Tara, the blonde woman from the tavern. The one Caleb had been manhandling in the parking lot. Your girlfriend was in on it too?" "She's not my girlfriend." It's complicated." Ray thought about the young woman's frightened face, the way she'd flinched when Caleb raised his voice. "You threatened her. Made her help you." "I didn't threaten her. I told her what would happen if I couldn't pay my debts. She wanted to help." Another lie, but Ray didn't bother to challenge it. The details didn't matter now. What mattered was that his son had involved an innocent woman in his plan to commit murder. Ray opened his desk drawer and pulled out a legal document. He'd had Eddie prepare it yesterday, just in case things went this way. "I built this business with my hands," Ray said. 33 years of work, of planning, of sacrifice. Your mother and I, we went without things so we could build something to leave you. Something that would last. Dad, you try to bury me for it. You don't get to cry about it now." Ray slid the document across the desk. Caleb picked it up and read the first page. His face went from pale to gray. "This is a property transfer," Caleb said. "You're giving me the business. Read the rest." Caleb flipped through the pages, his expression growing more confused. "I don't understand. It's nothing. The company name, but no assets. No land. No equipment. That's right. Mercer Lumber Company, the corporate entity, is now yours. But the land, the buildings, the equipment, the contracts, the bank accounts, those all belong to me personally. And I've transferred them to the Lila Mercer Reserve." "The what?" "A land trust. Your mother's name, her memory. The land will be preserved as forest, never developed, never sold." Ray's voice was quiet, but satisfied. "You wanted your inheritance early. There it is. Name and nothing else." Caleb stared at the document, his hands shaking. "You can't do this. I'm your son. I'm your only family. My son died the day he decided to have me killed. You're just someone who happens to share my blood." Ray stood up and walked to the office safe. He pulled out another folder and set it on the desk. Bank statements, loan documents, evidence of the forged property transfers. "I've already spoken to the police about the fraud. Dr. Maddox lost his medical license yesterday. The state board moved fast once they heard Ivy's recording. He's facing criminal charges too. What about me? What about you? You're bankrupt, you're alone, and you're disgraced. But you're alive, which is more than you were planning to leave me." Ray walked to the office door and unlocked it. "Get out, Caleb. Get out of my business, get out of my sight, and get out of my life." Caleb clutched the worthless corporate papers to his chest. "Dad, please. I'm sorry. I was desperate, but I never meant." "Yes, you did." Ray's voice was final. "Desperation doesn't make you a murderer. It just makes you honest about what you really are." Caleb stood there for a moment longer, looking like he wanted to say something else. Then he walked to the door, stopped, and looked back. "I am your son," he said quietly. "No," Ray replied. "You were my son. Now you're nothing to me." After Caleb left, Ray sat alone in his office for a long time. The silence felt different than it had before. Not empty, but clean, like the air after a storm, when the pressure has finally broken and everything is clear again. He'd known this moment would come eventually. Had known it since he'd heard Caleb talking to Dr. Maddox about killing him for money. The betrayal had been total and final, the kind of thing that couldn't be forgiven or forgotten. But knowing it would happen didn't make it easier. Ray pulled out his phone and called Eddie Morrison. "It's done," Ray said when Eddie answered. Caleb signed the transfer papers. "How did he take it?" "About how you'd expect. He's ruined, and he knows it." Eddie was quiet for a moment. "Any regrets?" Ray thought about the question. Did he regret destroying his son's life? Did he regret taking away everything Caleb had expected to inherit? Did he regret the fact that his family line would end with him? "No regrets," Ray said. "He made his choice. I made mine." "What about the land trust? You sure about that?" Ray looked out the office window at the forest that stretched for miles around his property. Old-growth Douglas fir, some of them over 100 years old. Trees that had been growing when his grandfather first settled in Washington. Trees that would still be growing long after Ray was gone. "Lila always said the forest would outlast all of us," Ray said. Seemed like the right way to honor her memory. The Lila Mercer Reserve would preserve 5,000 acres of prime timberland forever. No development, no logging, no profit, just forest. The way it had been for centuries before Ray's family arrived. It wasn't revenge, exactly. It was something more final than that. It was making sure that Caleb's greed would never touch the things that mattered most. Over the next few weeks, Ray tied up the loose ends. Dr. Maddox was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder. The investigation into his medical practice revealed a pattern of suspicious patient deaths going back years. He would spend the rest of his life in prison. Caleb's gambling debts caught up with him quickly once word got out that he was broke. Ray heard through Janine that Caleb had been beaten badly behind the Tulalip Casino, hospitalized with broken ribs and a concussion. The people he owed money to weren't interested in payment plans. The young woman, Tara, disappeared entirely. Ray hoped she'd found somewhere safe to go, somewhere far from Caleb's influence. He left $5,000 in cash with Ivy, in case Tara ever needed help. It was the least he could do for someone who'd been dragged into his son's crimes. Ray's recovery from surgery went smoothly. The doctors at the hospital were concerned about his decision to discharge himself early, but there were no complications. His body healed the way it was supposed to, the way it would have if his son had never tried to have him killed. The business side of things was more complicated. Without the Mercer Lumber Company's assets, Ray had to rebuild from scratch. But he had good relationships with suppliers and customers, and he had Eddie helping with the legal work. Within a month, he'd established a new company, Lila Forest Services, focused on sustainable forestry consulting rather than logging. It was smaller than his old business, but it was clean, built on his reputation rather than inherited wealth, on his knowledge rather than his property. At 59 years old, Ray was starting over. It felt right. 3 months after the confrontation at the lumber yard, Ray and Ivy walked along the edge of what had once been the Mercer property and was now the Lila Mercer Reserve. It was early autumn, and the Douglas fir trees were surrounded by the gold and red of changing maple leaves. The land trust had been established quickly, with Eddie handling the legal work and the state environmental agency managing the day-to-day operations. Ray could visit whenever he wanted, but he couldn't change anything. The forest would remain exactly as it was. "You ever wonder what Lila would think about all this?" Ivy asked as they walked along a familiar trail. Ray had been wondering the same thing. His wife had been a gentle woman, someone who believed in forgiveness and second chances. She might not have approved of the way he'd handled Caleb's betrayal. "She'd want me to forgive him," Ray said. "She'd say family is family, no matter what. But you can't." "I won't." Ray's voice was firm. "Forgive him for what? For showing me who he really is? That's not something you forgive. It's something you remember." They walked in silence for a while, following the old logging roads Ray had known since childhood. The forest was quiet except for the sound of wind in the trees and the distant call of ravens. "Any word from him?" Ivy asked. "Janine says he left town. Headed south, maybe California. The people he owes money to are still looking for him." Ray didn't say that he hoped they found Caleb. But he didn't hope they didn't find him, either. His son had made his choices, and now he would live with the consequences. Or die with them. They stopped at a clearing where an old oak tree grew among the fir trees. It was the place where Ray had taught Caleb to drive nails when the boy was 12 years old, back when Ray still believed his son would grow up to be a decent man. Ray pulled a small wooden marker from his jacket and knelt beside the oak tree. The marker was simple, just Lila's name and dates carved in a cedar. He pushed it into the soft earth at the base of the tree. "You took my blood," Ray said quietly. "I took your name." The words weren't spoken in anger. They were just a statement of fact, of final accounting. Caleb had destroyed their family relationship, and Ray had erased Caleb from his legacy. The Mercer name would die with Ray, but the forest would live forever under Lila's name. Ivy watched silently as Ray stood and brushed dirt from his hands. She didn't ask what he was thinking or how he was feeling. She understood that some things didn't need to be explained. They walked back toward Ray's truck as the sun began to set through the trees. Ray moved slowly, still feeling the pull of surgical stitches, but his steps were steady. He was older now, marked by betrayal and loss, but he wasn't broken. At the truck, Ivy asked, "What happens now?" "Now I go back to work. Build something new. Try to do some good with whatever time I have left. And if Caleb ever comes back..." Ray thought about it. He won't. There's nothing left for him here. Ray drove down the empty logging road as the last light faded from the sky. In the rearview mirror, he could see his reflection, scarred but alive, alone but not defeated. He'd survived his son's attempt to murder him, and he made sure Caleb would never threaten anyone else. The forest would remember Lila's name long after everyone who knew her personally was gone. It would grow and change and endure the way she would have wanted it to. And Ray would live the rest of his life on his own terms, owing nothing to anyone, threatened by no one. It wasn't the life he'd planned when he was younger, when he dreamed of passing the family business to his son and watching his grandchildren grow up among the trees. But it was his life, earned through hard work and defended through harder choices. And that was enough. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. The rain hammered Riverside, Oregon like bullets from a machine gun. Martin Braxton had seen storms before, but this one carried something mean in its belly. He stood at his garage window, watching the water cascade down the glass, when his phone buzzed. 3 miles across town, Mara Keller pressed her small body against the front door of the house she called home for 11 years. Her backpack hung heavy with textbooks, soaked through from the walk home from Roosevelt Elementary. The pink hoodie her dad had bought her last Christmas clung to her shoulders like a wet second skin. She fumbled with the key again. The metal slipped between her fingers, cold and unforgiving. The lock wouldn't turn. She tried once more, then again, her small hands shaking now from more than just the cold. Maybe Mom changed the locks. Maybe she forgot to tell me. The porch light blazed a life above her head, sudden and harsh. Mara blinked against the glare, hope flooding her chest. The deadbolt clicked. The door cracked open just wide enough to frame her mother's face. Tessa Keller looked different. Her blonde hair fell in perfect waves, not a strand out of place despite the late hour. The red lipstick was fresh, applied with care. Heavy perfume drifted through the crack in the door, something expensive that Mara didn't recognize. Behind her mother's shoulder, warm light spilled from the living room. Music played softly. A man's voice rumbled with laughter. "Mom!" Mara's voice came out smaller than she intended. "My key doesn't work." Tessa's green eyes looked right through her daughter, as if Mara were made of glass. No recognition flickered there. No warmth. Nothing. "That's because you don't live here anymore." The words hit Mara like a slap. She stared at her mother's face, searching for some sign that this was a joke, a mistake, anything but real. "What do you mean?" "Mama." The door slammed shut. The deadbolt clicked back into place. Mara stood frozen on the porch, rain drumming against the awning above her head. She raised her hand to knock, then stopped. Through the window, she could see her mother walking back toward the living room, her steps light and careless. The man's laughter grew louder. She tried knocking anyway. Soft at first, then harder. "Mom? Mom, please." I'm sorry about this morning. I didn't mean to cry about Dad. I won't do it anymore. I promise. No answer. The rain found its way under the awning, soaking through her jeans. Her sneakers squelched as she shifted her weight from foot to foot. She pressed her face against the window, cupping her hands around her eyes to peer inside. The living room looked different. Dad's recliner was gone. The brown leather chair where he'd fallen asleep watching baseball games. His coffee table, too, the one with the ring stains from his beer bottles. In their place sat sleek furniture she'd never seen before. A man in an expensive shirt lounged on the new couch, his arm draped around her mother's shoulders. Mara pulled back from the window and tried the door one more time. The handle didn't budge. She waited. Minutes crawled by. Her fingers went numb. The cold seeped through her shoes, through her clothes, into her bones. Still she waited, hoping her mother would change her mind, would remember that daughters belonged inside when it stormed. After an hour, Mara finally stepped off the porch. She knew where she had to go. The walk to Uncle Martin's place stretched 3 miles through neighborhoods that looked different in the dark. Streetlights cast pools of yellow that made the rain look like falling needles. Her backpack grew heavier with each step, the straps cutting into her shoulders. She'd only been to Uncle Martin's house a few times since Dad died 6 months ago. Mom always made excuses when he called. Mara was busy with homework, or sick, or already had plans. But Mara remembered the way. Dad had taught her to pay attention to roads and landmarks. Never know when you might need to find your way home, he'd said. Now she wondered if home was something she'd lost forever. Uncle Martin's house sat at the end of Maple Street, a small craftsman with peeling paint and a front yard that needed mowing. Light glowed behind drawn curtains. His old Ford pickup sat in the driveway, engine ticking as it cooled from his drive back from the garage. Mara climbed the 3 wooden steps to his porch and knocked on the door. Her knuckles barely made a sound. She was shaking too hard to hit with any force. The door opened, and Martin Braxton's weathered face appeared in the gap. He was a big man, broad through the shoulders, with calloused hands that smelled like motor oil and coffee. His dark hair was shot through with gray, and deep lines marked the corners of his eyes. He looked older than his 42 years, worn down by work and grief and the weight of promises made to dead brothers. At first, he didn't recognize the small figure on his porch. She was soaked through, trembling, her sneakers leaving wet prints on his welcome mat. "Uncle Martin," she whispered. "Mom locked me out." Recognition hit him like a punch to the stomach. This was Noah's daughter. This was Mara, standing in the rain like a lost puppy, looking at him with eyes too old for her 11-year-old face. He knelt down slowly, his rough mechanic hands reaching out to brush the wet hair away from her face. Her skin was ice cold. "Come in, kid." Martin's house was warm and sparse. No photographs cluttered the mantelpiece. No decorative pillows sat on the couch. Everything had a purpose. The wood stove in the corner, the small kitchen table, the single recliner facing a television that probably hadn't been turned on in weeks. He led Mara to the bathroom and handed her a towel and his old army hoodie, olive green and soft from years of washing. "Get out of those wet clothes," he said. "I'll make something hot to drink." When she emerged 15 minutes later, swimming in his oversized hoodie, Martin had hot chocolate waiting on the kitchen table. Real cocoa, not the packet stuff. He learned to make it the way his brother Noah liked it, with a splash of vanilla and a pinch of salt. Mara wrapped her small hands around the mug and let the steam warm her face. Martin settled across from her, his own coffee growing cold as he watched her drink. He didn't ask questions. Not yet. He'd seen enough broken things in his life to know they needed time before you started poking at the damage. The wood stove crackled in the corner, filling the silence with something that wasn't quite comfort, but wasn't emptiness either. Outside, the rain continued its assault against the windows. Finally, Mara spoke, her voice shaking with more than cold. She said, "I don't live there anymore." Martin's jaw tightened, but his voice stayed level. "Tell me what happened." "I came home from school, and my key wouldn't work. When Mom opened the door, she looked at me like she didn't even know me. She said, 'I don't live there anymore,' and shut the door." Just like that. Mara nodded, staring into her cocoa. There was a man inside. I could hear him laughing, and Mom was all dressed up, like she was going somewhere special. Martin felt something cold and sharp settle in his chest. How long has there been a man around? A couple weeks, I think. I've seen his shoes by the door. Expensive ones. And there's cologne in the bathroom that isn't Dad's. She looked up at Martin with eyes that held too much understanding. She told me to stop crying about Dad. Said she was tired of it. When I tried to go back tonight, she said she'd call the cops if I didn't leave. The coffee mug creaked in Martin's grip. She threatened to call the police on her own daughter. She said I was trespassing. Mara's voice broke on the last word. Martin stared at the flickering flames through the glass door of the wood stove. His jaw worked silently, muscles bunching and releasing. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, more dangerous. What did she do with your dad's things? She threw them out last week. His jackets, his tools, his pictures, everything. I tried to save some stuff, but she caught me and said it was all going in the garbage. Tears tracked down Mara's cheeks now, but her voice stayed steady. She even threw away the coffee mug he made in ceramics class. You know the one. It said "World's Okayest Dad" and had that crack down the side. Martin remembered that mug. Noah had been so proud of the damn thing, ugly as it was. He'd drunk his morning coffee from it every day for 3 years. His tools, too. Martin asked. The whole toolbox. The one with his initials carved in the top. She said it was taking up too much space in the garage. Mara wiped her nose on the sleeve of his hoodie. I don't think she even looked through it first. Just put it all out on the curb. The room fell silent except for the storm outside and the soft pop of burning wood. Martin's hands lay flat on the table, still as stone. Mara looked at him with desperate eyes. What am I going to do now, Uncle Martin? I don't have anywhere else to go. Martin met her gaze across the small table. Behind his dark eyes, something was taking shape, cold, deliberate, and patient as winter ice. When he spoke, it was just one word, but it carried the weight of an oath. Understood. He didn't hug her. He didn't promise her that everything would be okay or that her mother would come to her senses. Those were the kinds of empty words people offered when they didn't know what real help looked like. But behind that single word, Mara heard something that made her shoulders relax for the first time in hours. She heard a promise. She heard a plan. She heard the quiet fury of a man who'd just decided that some things couldn't be forgiven. That night, while Mara slept curled on his couch under 3 quilts, Martin sat in his kitchen in the dark. The storm had finally moved on, leaving behind the steady drip of water from his gutters and the distant hum of traffic on the interstate. On the table in front of him sat a framed photograph, the only personal item he kept in the main part of his house. It showed 2 men standing in front of a half-built garage, both grinning despite the sawdust in their hair and the exhaustion in their faces. Noah looked younger then, maybe 35, his arms slung around Martin's shoulders. Brothers building something that would last. Martin picked up the frame and studied his brother's face. Noah had been the dreamer, the one who saw the best in people even when evidence suggested otherwise. Martin had always been the practical one, the one who prepared for the worst and hoped he was wrong. This time he'd been right. You were too good for her, Martin whispered to the photograph. Should have listened to me when I said she was trouble. But Noah had loved Tessa with the blind devotion of a man who believed love could fix anything. Even when she started pulling away after Mara was born. Even when she complained about money and responsibility and the way motherhood had changed her body. Even when she began staying out late with friends Martin had never met. Noah had kept trying right up until the day his heart gave out on the shop floor, probably from the stress of holding a marriage together with willpower and hope. Martin set the photograph back down and stared at it in the dim light from the street lamp outside his window. You made me promise to take care of them, he said. Both of them. But she made her choice tonight. She threw away the only good thing you left behind. He thought about Mara sleeping on his couch, small and lost in his old hoodie. 11 years old and abandoned by the one person who should have protected her. Cast out into a storm like she was nothing more than garbage. I'll keep her safe, brother, Martin said, his voice steady and final. And she'll never shed another tear for that woman. I swear it. Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the windows and sending wet leaves skittering across his front yard. But inside Martin's kitchen, the air had gone still and cold. charged with the kind of quiet that came before something broke apart forever. He opened the small notebook he kept for work orders and began to write. Names, dates, observations. The foundation of a plan that would take time to build, but would be unshakable once complete. Tessa Keller thought she was free. She thought she could walk away from her responsibilities without consequence, could throw away her daughter and her husband's memory for a new life with a stranger. She was wrong. Martin wrote until dawn broke gray and tired over Riversend, filling page after page with the careful, methodical handwriting of a man who understood that real justice didn't come from courts or lawyers or angry confrontations. Real justice was patient. Real justice was thorough. Real justice was something Tessa would never see coming until it was far too late to run. Martin had always been good at watching. The army had taught him patience, how to sit motionless for hours, observing enemy positions, cataloging weaknesses, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Civilian life had dulled some of those skills, but they came back easy enough when he needed them. 2 weeks after Mara moved into his spare bedroom, Martin began his surveillance. Every morning, he drove past Tessa's house on his way to Open Braxton Automotive. The blue Victorian with white trim that Noah had bought with his first good paycheck from the railroad, back when they'd all believed in happy endings. The house where Martin had spent countless Sunday afternoons, watching games and arguing politics while Tessa cooked dinner and Mara played with her dolls in the living room. Now, the house belonged to strangers. Tessa had painted the front door red, a bold color that Noah would have hated. The yard looked different too. Somebody had planted expensive flowers in beds outlined with decorative stones. A new mailbox stood at the curb, sleek black metal that probably cost more than Martin made in a day. The driveway held 2 cars now. Tessa's white Honda Accord, which Noah had bought her 3 years ago, and a silver BMW sedan with California plates. Martin memorized the license number and ran it through a contact at the DMV. Bryce Maddox, 38 years old. Address listed in Los Angeles until 6 months ago, right around the time Noah died. Credit reports showed a man who lived on charm and other people's money. No steady employment in the past 5 years. Multiple unpaid debts. The kind of guy who moved from woman to woman, always looking for the next opportunity. Martin sat in his truck across the street, engine running, and watched Tessa emerge from the house at 9:30 in the morning. She wore a new dress, black with red flowers, something that showed off legs she'd never bothered to maintain when Noah was alive. Her hair was shorter now, styled in a way that probably cost $100 to maintain. Bryce followed her out, jingling car keys. He was tall and lean, with the kind of practice smile that had probably opened a lot of doors over the years. His clothes fit too well to be cheap. Dark jeans, white button-down shirt, leather jacket that looked soft as butter. They climbed into the BMW and pulled out of the driveway, heading toward downtown. Martin followed at a distance, his old Ford practically invisible among the morning traffic. He watched them have breakfast at Riverfront Cafe, the expensive place overlooking the Columbia River. They ordered champagne with their eggs Benedict, laughing like people who didn't have a care in the world. Through the restaurant window, Martin could see Bryce reach across the table and take Tessa's hand, stroking her fingers while she giggled. The bill came to $87. Martin knew because he walked past their table on his way to use the restroom and glimpsed the total. $87 for breakfast, paid with a credit card that Martin was willing to bet carried Noah's name. That afternoon, Martin picked Mara up from school. She climbed into his truck wearing jeans with holes in both knees and a sweater that was too small for her growing frame. "Mrs. Patterson gave me this," she said, holding up the sweater. "From a lost and found." She said it looked like my size. Martin's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "You tell Mrs. Patterson thank you. But tomorrow we'll go shopping for some new clothes." "I don't need charity," Mara said quickly. She developed a fierce pride over the past 2 weeks, a determination not to be a burden that reminded Martin painfully of his brother. "It's not charity. You're family. Family takes care of family." They drove past Tessa's house on the way home. The BMW sat in the driveway next to a delivery truck for Peterson Wine Company. Martin watched a man carry cases of expensive bottles up to the front door. "They're having a party," Mara said quietly, staring out the passenger window. Looks like it. She used to hate parties. Said they were too much work and too expensive. Mara's voice was flat, emotionless. But I guess things change. That evening, Martin sat at his kitchen table with a fresh notebook and began to write. Every observation, every detail, every small piece of evidence that painted a picture of a woman who discarded her responsibilities like old clothes. Day 1. Breakfast at Riverfront Cafe, $87. Wine delivery, Peterson's Premium Selection. New clothes, expensive shoes. House renovations, ongoing. Day 2. Shopping trip to Portland. 3 hours at Pioneer Place Mall. Return with bag from Nordstrom, Williams-Sonoma, Apple Store. Spending pattern inconsistent with previous lifestyle. Day 3. Dinner at Jake's Famous Crawfish. Party of 4. Tessa, Bryce, unknown couple. Bill approximately $200. Celebration atmosphere. He filled pages with facts, dates, amounts. The methodical documentation of a woman living off her dead husband's money while her daughter wore clothes from the lost and found box. But Martin knew that righteous anger wouldn't be enough. He'd seen plenty of terrible people escape consequences because their victims wanted justice more than they wanted victory. This wouldn't be about anger. This would be about patience, planning, and perfect execution. 3 weeks into his surveillance, Martin followed them to the Columbia River Marina. Tessa and Bryce stood on the dock looking at a 30-foot cabin cruiser, white with blue trim, the asking price clearly visible on the windshield, $45,000. The salesman was all smiles and handshakes, obviously sending a sale. Martin parked in the marina lot and watched through binoculars as Bryce pointed at features on the boat while Tessa nodded and smiled. They were spending Noah's life insurance money on a boat. Martin thought about his brother, who'd worked 60-hour weeks at the rail yard, so he could afford a used fishing boat that leaked in 3 places. Noah had loved that old boat, patched the holes with fiberglass and faith, spent every spare weekend out on the river with Mara, teaching her to cast and tie knots. Tessa had hated that boat, complained about the smell, the wet gear, the way Mara always came home dirty and happy. After Noah died, she'd sold it to the first buyer who called, didn't even ask for references or care if they'd take proper care of it. Now she was buying a floating palace with the money meant to secure Mara's future. Martin lowered the binoculars and pulled out his phone. Time to make some calls. The garage that Noah and Martin had built together stood behind Martin's house, separated from the main structure by a concrete pad where Martin parked his work trucks. It was a simple metal building with enough space for 4 cars and all the equipment needed to keep Braxton Automotive running. Noah had insisted on adding an office area, a small room with a desk, filing cabinets, and a phone line. Every business needs a proper office, he'd said, even though Martin would have been content to do paperwork on his kitchen table. After Noah died, Martin had avoided the office. Too many memories lived in that room. Late nights balancing books while Noah tinkered with some project, arguments about expanding the business, dreams that would never come true now. But Mara had been asking questions about her father, wanting to know about his work, his plans, his hopes for her future. Martin decided it was time to clean out the office, to separate the things worth keeping from the things that would only cause pain. He found a lockbox on a Saturday morning, tucked behind a stack of old trade magazines in the bottom drawer of the filing cabinet. It was small, gray metal, secured with a combination lock that Martin had never seen before. The box was heavier than it looked. Something rattled inside when he shook it. Martin tried Noah's birthday as the combination. Nothing. Mara's birthday. Still nothing. Then he tried the date Noah and Tessa had gotten married, August 15th, 2009. The lock clicked open. Inside the box, Martin found 3 items. A key to a safety deposit box he didn't know existed. An envelope marked for Mara, 18th birthday. And a flash drive with a single word written on the label in Noah's careful handwriting. Martin. Martin stared at the flash drive for a long time before walking back to the office computer and plugging it in. The screen flickered to life, showing a video file dated 6 months ago, 2 weeks before Noah died. Martin clicked play. His brother's face filled the screen, tired but determined. Noah sat at this same desk, the office lamp casting harsh shadows across his features. He looked older than Martin remembered, worn down by something more than just long hours and physical labor. "Hey, Martin," Noah said to the camera. "If you're watching this, I'm probably gone. Listen, if Tessa ever loses herself, if she ever hurts Mara, you protect that kid. You know what to do." Noah paused, rubbing his face with both hands. "I've been thinking about this for a while now. Tessa's been different since Mara was born. Distant, angry about things I can't fix. She talks about the life she gave up, the opportunities she missed. Sometimes I catch her looking at Mara like she's the reason for all our problems." The video quality was poor, but Martin could see the pain in his brother's eyes. "There's money set aside. Life insurance, savings, some investments. It's all in a trust, supposed to take care of both of them if something happens to me. But I've been hearing things. Tessa's been asking questions about the money, about what would happen if she remarried, about changing the terms of the trust." Noah leaned closer to the camera. "I think she's already planning for me to be gone, Martin. And I don't think her plans include taking proper care of Mara." The video ran for another minute, Noah providing details about bank accounts, policy numbers, legal contacts. But Martin barely heard the specifics. He was stuck on that one terrible phrase. "I think she's already planning for me to be gone." The video ended with Noah looking directly into the camera. "I love them both, but if I'm wrong about Tessa, if she chooses herself over Mara, you know what needs to happen. You're the only one I trust to do the right thing." Martin sat in the dark office for a long time after the screen went black, staring at the reflection of his own face in the monitor. Outside, he could hear Mara playing in the yard, her laughter carrying on the afternoon breeze. Finally, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't used in months. "Valdez and Associates." "Hector, it's Martin Braxton." Hector Valdez had served 2 tours in Iraq with Martin, had been the best damn logistics sergeant in their unit. After the Army, he'd gotten a law degree and specialized in estate planning. He was also one of the few lawyers Martin trusted completely. "Martin, how are you holding up? I heard about Noah. I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the funeral. I need to ask you about a trust," Martin said. "Noah's trust. The one for Tessa and Mara. I can't discuss the specifics unless you're a named party or have legal standing," Hector said automatically. Then his voice sharpened. "Why are you asking?" "Because Tessa threw Mara out of the house 3 weeks ago. The kid's living with me now." Silence on the other end of the line. "Jesus, Martin, are you serious?" "Dead serious. And I need to know where the money's going." Martin could hear papers shuffling, the sound of Hector settling behind his desk for a long conversation. "Okay, give me the basics first. What happened?" Martin told him about the storm, about Tessa's new boyfriend, about the expensive restaurants and wine deliveries and shopping trips. He kept his voice calm and factual, but Hector had known him long enough to hear the fury underneath. "The trust is set up to provide for both Tessa and Mara," Hector said when Martin finished. "But there are provisions. If Tessa is proven unfit as a guardian, or if she abandons her parental responsibilities, the funds automatically transfer to an alternate guardian, which, according to this, would be you." "How much money are we talking about?" Life insurance payout was $250,000. Plus, Noah had about $75,000 in savings and investments. The house is paid off, worth maybe $180,000. We're looking at roughly $500,000 total. Martin felt something cold settle in his stomach. $500,000. More than enough to motivate someone to get rid of an inconvenient child. "What kind of proof would be needed?" he asked. "To show abandonment, documentation, testimony from reliable witnesses, evidence of neglect or abuse, financial records showing misuse of trust funds." Hector's voice grew more serious. "Martin, if what you're telling me is true, we might have grounds for legal action. But these cases can get ugly fast. Are you prepared for that?" Martin looked through the office window at Mara, who was teaching herself to juggle tennis balls with limited success. "I'm prepared for whatever it takes," he said. "Good. Start documenting everything. Every conversation, every expense, every instance of neglect. Get witnesses. Take photos. Build a case so solid that no judge in the world would question it." After hanging up, Martin sat quietly in the office for another hour. He thought about Noah's warning, about the money, about a woman who'd thrown her own daughter into a storm rather than let her interfere with a new romance. Then he picked up his pen and started writing again. But this time, he wasn't just documenting Tessa's behavior. He was building her downfall, one careful observation at a time. Martin had learned patience in the army, but he'd learned strategy from his father, who'd spent 30 years as a union negotiator. Never show your hand until you're ready to play it, the old man used to say. And when you do play it, make sure you're holding all the cards. It took Martin 6 weeks to gather his evidence. The school counselor was his first stop. Linda Leland had worked at Roosevelt Elementary for 15 years, long enough to recognize when a child was in trouble. She met Martin in her small office after school hours, surrounded by motivational posters and boxes of tissues. "I'm concerned about Mara," she said without preamble. "She's lost weight, her grades are slipping, and she's been falling asleep in class." When I asked about her home situation, she told me some troubling things. Martin pulled out his notebook. "What kind of things?" She said her mother told her to stop crying about her father's death, that tears were selfish and disrespectful to people trying to move on. Linda's voice was tight with controlled anger. She also mentioned being locked out of the house, having to walk to your place in a storm. "You have this documented?" Everything's in her file. Observations, conversations, changes in behavior patterns. "I was actually planning to call Child Protective Services, but then I heard she was staying with you." Martin felt a cold satisfaction. "I'd appreciate copies of those files. For legal purposes." "Of course." "Martin, I have to ask, are you planning to seek custody?" "If that's what's best for Mara." Linda nodded slowly. "In my professional opinion, removing her from her mother's care was the right choice. That child has been through enough trauma without dealing with emotional abandonment on top of it." The financial records took longer to gather, but Martin had connections. A friend at the bank provided copies of account statements. Noah's name was still on all the accounts, which meant Martin had legal standing to request information as his brother's executor. The numbers told a story of reckless spending and deliberate waste. In 6 months, Tessa had burned through nearly $80,000. Restaurants, shopping trips, expensive hotels, jewelry, electronics. The boat purchase had gone through 2 weeks ago. $45,000 for a toy they'd probably used twice before getting bored. Meanwhile, Mara's college fund hadn't received a single deposit. Martin photographed everything. Bank statements, credit card bills, receipts he found in Tessa's garbage can during his weekly surveillance runs. He documented every expensive purchase, every lavish meal, every sign that a woman was living like a lottery winner while her daughter wore donated clothes. The surveillance photos were the most damaging. Martin had invested in a good telephoto lens, the kind used by private investigators. He captured Tessa and Bryce at expensive restaurants, loading purchases into the BMW, lounging on their new boat while drinking champagne. His favorite photo showed them at a jewelry store in Portland, Tessa trying on a diamond bracelet while Bryce watched approvingly. The price tag was visible in the shot. $3,200 for a piece of metal and stones that wouldn't do anything but gather dust in a jewelry box. But Martin saved the best for last. On a Wednesday morning, he mailed a single envelope to Tessa's address. No return address. Inside, one sheet of paper with 7 words written in his neat, careful handwriting. "You don't live here anymore." He mailed it from the post office downtown, paying cash, leaving no trace that could be followed back to him. Then he drove to his garage and waited. The phone call came 3 days later. Not to Martin directly, but to the County Department of Human Services. An anonymous tip about financial abuse and child abandonment, complete with detailed documentation and photographic evidence. Martin had spent hours crafting the report, making sure every fact was accurate, every allegation supported by solid proof. He'd included copies of bank statements, photos of expensive purchases, Linda Leland's professional assessment, and a timeline showing Tessa's escalating neglect culminating in throwing her daughter out of the house during a storm. He'd also included one additional piece of evidence, Noah's video, showing a dying man's concern about his wife's intentions toward their daughter. The county moved fast. By Friday morning, Tessa's access to Noah's accounts was frozen pending investigation. The trust funds were placed in temporary custody, pending a full audit. Martin was cleaning carburetors in his garage when Mara burst through the door, her face flushed with excitement. "Uncle Martin, something happened at Mom's house." Martin looked up, wiping his hands on a shop rag. "What kind of something?" There were cars there, official-looking cars, and people with clipboards talking to the neighbors. Mara's eyes were bright with hope and fear. "Do you think she's in trouble?" Martin met her gaze steadily. "I think," he said carefully, "that people who don't take care of their responsibilities usually find out that actions have consequences." That afternoon, Martin's phone rang. The caller ID showed Noah's old number, the house phone that Tessa apparently still used. "Hello," Martin said. "You son of a bitch." Tessa's voice was raw with fury. "I know this was you. I'm not sure what you're talking about." "The hell you're not. My accounts are frozen. There are investigators asking questions about Mara, about money, about everything. This has your fingerprints all over it." Martin set down his wrench and walked to the office, closing the door behind him. "Tessa," he said quietly, "you threw an 11-year-old girl out of her own house during a thunderstorm. What did you think was going to happen? She's my daughter. I can discipline her however I see fit." "Discipline?" Martin's voice went dangerously soft. "You told her she didn't live there anymore. You threatened to call the police if she came back. That's not discipline, Tessa. That's abandonment. I was angry. I said things I didn't mean. She can come home anytime she wants." "No," Martin said. "She can't. Because you made it clear she's not wanted there. You chose your boyfriend over your daughter, and now you're facing the consequences of that choice." "You can't prove anything," Tessa snarled. "You're a washed-up mechanic with a grudge. Nobody's going to believe you over me." Martin smiled, though she couldn't see it. "Maybe not, but they'll believe bank records. They'll believe school counselors. They'll believe photographs. They'll believe your brother-in-law's dying words warning that you couldn't be trusted with his daughter's welfare." The silence on the other end stretched so long that Martin wondered if she'd hung up. "What do you want?" Tessa finally whispered. "I want you to face the truth," Martin said. "You never wanted to be a mother. You never wanted the responsibility, the sacrifice, the putting someone else first. Noah knew it, and I think deep down, you know it too." "That's not true." "Then prove it. Come to the custody hearing next week and explain to a judge why you deserve to raise Noah's daughter. Explain why you spent her college fund on jewelry and boats while she wore clothes from the lost and found box. Explain why you told an 11-year-old girl that she didn't have a home." Another long silence. "I'll fight this," Tessa said finally. "I'll fight you." "No," Martin replied calmly. "You won't, because fighting means answering questions under oath, and we both know you can't afford to tell the truth." He hung up before she could respond. That evening, Martin found Mara sitting on his back porch, staring up at the stars. She looked small in his oversized hoodie, but there was something different about her posture. Something hopeful. "Are you really going to adopt me?" she asked without looking at him. Martin settled into the chair beside her. "If that's what you want. What I want is my dad back. But since that's not going to happen..." She finally turned to look at him. "Yeah, I'd like that. It might get complicated. Legal stuff can be messy." Mara nodded solemnly. "Will she try to take me back?" Martin thought about the fear in Tessa's voice, the desperation of someone watching their carefully constructed world collapse. "She might try," he said honestly, "but trying and succeeding are two different things. I've spent a lot of time making sure the truth comes out. And the truth is that you deserve better than someone who sees you as a burden." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the stars emerge as full darkness settled over Riversend. "Uncle Martin," Mara said eventually. "Yeah, kid. Thank you for taking care of me, for fighting for me." Martin reached over and squeezed her shoulder gently. "Thank you," he said, "for being worth fighting for." Martin was rebuilding a transmission when she arrived. The sound of expensive shoes on concrete echoed through the garage, sharp and deliberate. He didn't look up from his work. He'd been expecting this visit for 3 days, ever since the court summons was delivered to her house. "You think you can take my daughter? My house? You can't touch me, Martin." Tessa's voice cracked with fury and desperation. Martin set down his socket wrench and turned slowly, wiping his hands on the shop rag tucked into his belt. She stood in the bay door of his garage, framed by afternoon sunlight, looking like a woman who'd spent 3 sleepless nights drinking wine and plotting revenge. Her hair was pulled back in a harsh ponytail, and her makeup couldn't quite hide the dark circles under her eyes. She wore a designer suit, black with silver buttons, that probably cost more than most people made in a week. "Hello, Tessa," Martin said calmly. "You look tired. Don't you dare act innocent with me." She stepped into the garage, her shoes clicking against the stained concrete. "I know what you've done. The frozen accounts, the investigation, the custody hearing. This is all you." Martin leaned against his workbench, arms crossed. Around them, the tools of his trade hung in neat rows: wrenches, screwdrivers, diagnostic equipment. Everything organized, everything in its proper place. Not like the chaos Tessa brought wherever she went. "What I've done," he said quietly, "is protect my brother's daughter from a woman who threw her away like garbage. I made one mistake, one bad night when I was angry and hurt and not thinking straight. That doesn't make me an unfit mother." One mistake. Martin's voice never rose above conversational level, but something in his tone made Tessa take a step back. "You spent $80,000 of Noah's money on yourself while Mara wore clothes from the lost and found box. You moved your boyfriend into the house before Noah was cold in the ground. You threw away every reminder of your husband and then told your daughter to stop grieving him. That money was legally mine. The trust. The trust was set up to provide for Mara's future, not to fund your shopping sprees." Martin straightened up, his full height suddenly imposing in the confines of the garage. "You bought a $45,000 boat while your daughter went to school in clothes that didn't fit." Tessa's face flushed red. "I was trying to build a new life, trying to move on. Is that such a crime? Moving on doesn't mean erasing the past. It doesn't mean abandoning the people who depend on you." Martin's dark eyes held hers without blinking. "You want to know what the real crime is? You had everything. A daughter who loved you, a husband who worshipped you, financial security, a home, a future. And you threw it all away for a man with California plates and empty promises. Bryce loves me. Bryce loves your bank account. The minute the money runs out, he'll be gone faster than smoke in the wind." Tessa's hand shook as she fumbled in her purse for cigarettes, a habit she'd picked up since Noah died. Martin watched her struggle with the lighter, noting how her fingers trembled. "You can't prove any of this in court," she said, taking a long drag. "It's all circumstantial. My word against yours." Martin smiled for the first time since she'd arrived. It wasn't a pleasant expression. "Tessa, I've been documenting your behavior for 2 months. I have photographs of you and Bryce spending Noah's money on luxury items while Mara lived in donated clothes. I have testimony from her school counselor about the emotional damage you've caused. I have bank records showing exactly how you've misused trust funds meant for your daughter's future." He pushed out from the workbench and took a step toward her. "Most importantly, I have Noah's own words. A video he recorded 2 weeks before he died, warning me that you might not be fit to raise Mara if something happened to him." The cigarette fell from Tessa's fingers, landing on the concrete where it smoldered like a small accusation. "That's impossible. Noah loved me. He trusted me. Noah loved the woman he married 8 years ago. But that woman disappeared somewhere along the way, and what's left is someone who sees her own daughter as an obstacle to happiness." Tessa's composure finally cracked. Tears streaked down her cheeks, cutting tracks through her carefully applied makeup. "I never wanted this," she screamed. "I never wanted to be a single mother. I never wanted the responsibility, the constant worry, the way she looks at me like I'm supposed to have all the answers." Finally, Martin said softly, "The truth. I was 25 when she was born. I had dreams, plans, a whole life I wanted to live. And then suddenly I was stuck changing diapers and reading bedtime stories and pretending to care about school plays and soccer games. So you waited for Noah to die and then threw her away the first chance you got. I didn't wait for anything." Tessa's voice broke. "But when the opportunity came to start over, to be someone other than just a mother, yes, I took it. And I'm not sorry." Martin nodded slowly, as if she just confirmed something he'd suspected all along. "You're right about one thing," he said. "You never wanted to be a mother. The problem is, you became one anyway. And now, there's an 11-year-old girl who deserves better than someone who sees her as a burden. She'll hate you for this someday, Tessa said desperately. When she grows up and realizes you stole her from her real mother. Her real mother would have kept her safe during a storm instead of locking her out in the rain. Martin's voice cut through her protest like a blade. Her real mother would have put her daughter's needs above her own desires. Her real mother would have honored her father's memory instead of erasing it. He walked to the garage door and stood beside it, making his meaning clear. You already touched everything that wasn't yours, Tessa. The house, the money, the future Noah built for his daughter. This is me taking it back. Tessa stared at him for a long moment, her face cycling through anger, desperation, and finally something that might have been recognition. What happens now? She asked quietly. Now you go to court and answer for what you've done. You explain to a judge why you deserve to raise a child you've already abandoned. You try to justify spending a dead man's money while his daughter went without. And if I don't fight it? If I just let you have her? Martin considered the question seriously. Then maybe you walk away with what dignity you have left. Maybe you disappear with Bryce and whatever money you can scrape together, and you never have to pretend to care about anyone but yourself again. Tessa picked up her cigarette and took another shaky drag. You think you know everything, don't you? You think you're so much better than me. I think, Martin said carefully, that I understand what love actually means. It means sacrifice. It means putting someone else's needs above your own wants. It means showing up even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. He looked directly at her, and for a moment she saw something in his eyes that made her remember why Noah had always said his brother was the stronger one. You had the chance to love Mara the way she deserved to be loved, he continued. Instead, you chose to love yourself more. That's not a crime, Tessa, but it does have consequences. She dropped the cigarette and ground it under her shoe, then walked toward the door. At the threshold, she turned back. She's going to ask about me someday. What are you going to tell her? The truth, Martin said simply. That her father loved her enough to make sure she'd be protected, even from her own mother, if necessary. Tessa flinched as if he'd slapped her. Then she walked out of the garage and into the dying afternoon light, her expensive shoes clicking against the pavement like a countdown timer. Martin watched her go, then returned to his transmission. He had work to finish, and tomorrow there would be a court hearing that would determine Mara's future. But the hard part was already over. The truth was out, documented and undeniable. Everything else was just paperwork. The Clackamas County Courthouse was a modern building of glass and steel that tried too hard to look impressive. Martin sat in the hallway outside Family Court B, wearing the only suit he owned, charcoal gray, bought for Noah's funeral and pressed for the first time since. Beside him, Mara fidgeted in a blue dress that Martin had bought her specifically for this hearing. She'd insisted on wearing her father's watch, too big for her wrist, but she'd wrapped the band with tape to make it fit. You nervous? Martin asked quietly. Mara shook her head, then nodded, then shook it again. What if the judge doesn't believe us? The judge will look at the evidence, and the evidence tells the truth. Their lawyer, Patricia Chun, emerged from the courtroom carrying a thick folder. She was a compact woman in her 50s, recommended by Hector Valdez as someone who didn't lose custody cases when children were genuinely at risk. They're ready for us, she said. Remember, Mara, just answer the questions honestly. Don't try to say what you think people want to hear. Will I have to see her? Mara asked. She'll be there, but you'll be sitting with us, and she can't approach you or speak to you directly. They entered the courtroom together. It was smaller than Martin had expected, more like a conference room than the grand chambers he'd seen on television. Judge Eleanor Hastings sat behind a simple wooden desk, gray-haired and stern-faced, with the kind of eyes that had seen too many broken families to be impressed by anyone's sob story. Tessa sat at a table across the room with her attorney, a young man in an expensive suit who looked like he'd rather be handling real estate deals than custody disputes. She'd chosen her outfit carefully, a conservative navy dress, minimal jewelry, hair pulled back in a way that was supposed to suggest maternal responsibility. But Martin could see the cracks in her composure, the way her hands shook when she thought no one was looking, the dark circles under her eyes that concealer couldn't quite hide. Bryce was nowhere to be seen. This is a hearing to determine custody of Mara Elizabeth Keller, age 11. Judge Hastings began. The court has reviewed the preliminary filings and evidence submitted by both parties. Ms. Chun, you may proceed. Patricia Chun stood and walked to the center of the room. She'd been handling family law cases for 23 years, and she knew how to present a story that judges would remember. Your Honor, this case is about a mother who abandoned her responsibilities and a child who deserves protection. 3 months ago, Tessa Keller threw her 11-year-old daughter out of their family home during a severe thunderstorm. When Mara tried to return, she was told she no longer lived there and was threatened with arrest if she didn't leave. Chen opened her folder and pulled out a photograph. This is Mara on the night she was abandoned, taken at the home of Martin Braxton, where she sought shelter after walking 3 miles through the storm. Martin had almost forgotten about that photo. He'd taken it without thinking, documenting Mara's condition for his own records. In the picture, she looked impossibly small, swimming in his oversized hoodie, her eyes hollow with shock and exhaustion. Since her husband's death 6 months ago, Chun continued, Tessa Keller has spent over $80,000 of estate money on personal luxuries while her daughter attended school in donated clothing. She has erased every trace of the child's father from their home and explicitly told the child to stop grieving for him. One by one, Chun presented the evidence Martin had gathered. Bank statements showing reckless spending. Photos of expensive purchases. Linda Leland's written testimony about Mara's declining emotional state. The documentation was thorough, professional, and devastating. When Shin finished, Tessa's attorney stood up. David Morrison was 34 years old and had been practicing family law for exactly 18 months. This was his first contested custody case, and it showed. Your Honor, he began, my client acknowledges that she made mistakes during a difficult period of grief and adjustment. The night in question was an isolated incident during an emotional argument. Mrs. Keller deeply regrets her actions and is committed to rebuilding her relationship with her daughter. Morrison's defense was exactly what Martin had expected. Emotional appeals without substantive evidence. Promises without proof of change. Mrs. Keller has been attending counseling to deal with her grief. Morrison continued. She's prepared to make whatever changes are necessary to provide a stable home environment for Mara. Judge Hastings looked unimpressed. When did this counseling begin, Mr. Morrison? Morrison shuffled through his papers. Last week, Your Honor. I see. And what specific steps has your client taken to address the financial mismanagement of her daughter's trust fund? She's prepared to create a more appropriate budget going forward. Mr. Morrison, your client spent $45,000 on a recreational boat while her daughter wore clothes from the school's lost and found collection. What exactly makes you think she's capable of responsible financial management? Morrison had no good answer for that question or for most of the others Judge Hastings asked. He was a young lawyer trying to defend the indefensible, and everyone in the room knew it. The hearing lasted 3 hours. Martin testified about the night Mara arrived at his house, about the evidence he'd gathered, about Noah's concerns regarding Tessa's fitness as a mother. Linda Leland testified about the emotional damage she'd observed in Mara. Even Hector Valdez was called to explain the terms of Noah's trust and how those terms have been violated. Tessa took the stand in her own defense, but her testimony only made things worse. She couldn't explain the spending. She couldn't justify throwing Mara out of the house. She couldn't provide any concrete plan for change beyond vague promises about doing better. When asked directly why the court should return custody to her, she broke down completely. She's my daughter, Tessa sobbed. I know I made mistakes, but she belongs with me. I'm her mother. Judge Hastings let her cry for a moment, then asked the question that ended the case. Mrs. Keller, when your daughter walked 3 miles through a thunderstorm to seek shelter, where did she go? To Martin's house. And why do you think she chose to go there instead of to any of your friends or family members? Tessa stared at the judge, unable to answer. She went there, Judge Hastings said quietly, because she knew Mr. Braxton would protect her, that he would put her needs above his own convenience, that he would love her unconditionally. The judge shuffled through her papers one final time. The evidence in this case is overwhelming and disturbing. Mrs. Keller has demonstrated a pattern of neglect, financial irresponsibility, and emotional abandonment that culminated in literally casting her child out into a storm. Mr. Braxton, by contrast, has provided stable housing, emotional support, and genuine care for this child's well-being. Judge Hastings looked directly at Mara, who sat between Martin and Patricia Chun with perfect posture and serious eyes. Mara, I know this is difficult, but I need to ask you a question. Where would you like to live? Mara stood up, just like her father had taught her to do when addressing adults in formal situations. With Uncle Martin, please, Your Honor. He takes care of me. He listens to me. He lets me talk about my dad without getting angry. Thank you, sweetheart. You can sit down. Judge Hastings picked up her gavel. Full custody of Mara Elizabeth Keller is awarded to Martin James Braxton. All estate assets currently held in trust are to be managed by Mr. Braxton for the child's benefit until she reaches the age of majority. Mrs. Keller's parental rights are terminated due to abandonment and financial abuse. The gavel came down with a sharp crack that echoed through the small courtroom like a gunshot. Tessa screamed. Not words, just a raw sound of rage and loss that made everyone in the room flinch. Her attorney tried to calm her, but she pushed him away and turned toward Martin's table. You bastard, she shrieked. You turned her against me. You poisoned her mind. Mrs. Keller, you will control yourself in my courtroom, Judge Hastings warned. But Tessa was beyond control now. She lunged toward Mara, hands reaching, face twisted with fury. She's mine. You can't take her from me. Martin moved faster than anyone expected from a man his size. He stood up and stepped between Tessa and Mara, his presence like a wall that stopped her advance cold. You already gave her up, he said quietly. The night you locked her out in the rain. Court security moved in then, gently but firmly escorting Tessa from the room while she continued to scream threats and curses. Her voice echoed down the hallway until a heavy door finally cut it off. In the sudden silence, Mara looked up at Martin with eyes that were bright with unshed tears. Is it over? She whispered. It's over, Martin confirmed. You're safe now. You're home. And for the first time since her father died, Mara smiled like she believed it. 2 weeks after the custody hearing, Martin drove out to Riverside Cemetery with a bouquet of wildflowers and his digital camera. Mara sat in the passenger seat, wearing jeans and one of her new sweaters, looking more like a normal 11-year-old than she had in months. They parked near the section where Noah was buried, marked by a simple granite headstone that read, Noah Daniel Keller, beloved father and brother, 1985 to 2024. He built things that lasted. Mara knelt beside the grave and carefully arranged the flowers, daisies and black-eyed Susans, the kind that grew wild along the riverbank where Noah used to take her fishing. Hi, Dad, she said softly. I brought Uncle Martin. We have some news to tell you. Martin stood behind her, one hand resting gently on her shoulder. They stayed like that for several minutes, surrounded by the quiet of the cemetery and the distant sound of traffic on Highway 99. You ready? Martin asked finally. Mara nodded and moved to stand beside him. Martin held up his camera and set the timer, then hurried back to position himself next to Mara in front of Noah's headstone. The camera flashed once, capturing the image of a man and a girl standing together in the afternoon sunlight, both smiling softly at something beyond the lens. That evening, Martin printed the photo on his home computer and slipped it into an envelope. On the back, he wrote 7 words in his neat handwriting. She's safe now. You're free to go. He mailed it to the address where Tessa was staying, a cheap motel on the outskirts of town where she'd been living since Bryce had disappeared 3 days after the custody hearing, taking her jewelry and what remained of her cash. The envelope was returned a week later, marked addressee unknown. By then, Martin had heard from several sources that Tessa's white Honda had been spotted heading south on Interstate 5, loaded down with suitcases and boxes. She'd left Riversend without telling anyone where she was going. She never contacted them again. Martin threw the returned envelope in the trash and went back to work. There was a garage to run, bills to pay, and a daughter to raise. The past was finished business. That fall, he enrolled Mara in a youth soccer league and learned to braid her hair for school pictures. He taught her to change oil and check tire pressure, skills Noah would have wanted her to know. In the evenings, they did homework together at his kitchen table, surrounded by textbooks and the comfortable sounds of a house that was becoming a home. Mara thrived. Her grades improved. She made friends. She laughed at Martin's terrible jokes and helped him cook dinner on Sunday nights. Sometimes she still cried for her father, but the tears were clean now, unmarked by the guilt and confusion that had plagued her when Tessa was around. 6 months after the custody hearing, Martin was cleaning out the last of Noah's paperwork when Hector Valdez called with news about a safety deposit box that had been overlooked in the original estate inventory. "Bank finally contacted me," Hector said. "Apparently Noah had a box at Columbia River Credit Union that nobody knew about. You want to go take a look?" They met at the bank the following afternoon. The safety deposit box was small, containing only a few items. Noah's military medals from his brief stint in the National Guard, the original title to his first car, and a sealed envelope marked for Martin. "Open only if something happens to me." Martin opened the envelope in the bank's private viewing room, away from Hector's curious eyes. Inside was a single sheet of paper, dated 3 days before Noah's heart attack. "Martin, if you're reading this, I'm probably gone and you're probably dealing with Tessa. I should have talked to you about this when I was alive, but I kept hoping I was wrong. I think Tessa has been planning for me to die. She's been asking too many questions about life insurance, about how the money would be distributed, about what would happen if she remarried. Last week I caught her going through my desk, looking for policy documents. There's more. I hired a private investigator 3 months ago. Found out she's been seeing someone, guy named Bryce from California. They've been meeting at hotels, making plans. The investigator thinks they've been together for at least 6 months. I don't think my heart attack was entirely natural, Martin. The timing is too convenient. But I can't prove anything, and now it doesn't matter anyway. What matters is Mara. If Tessa tries to push her aside for this new life she's planning, you stop her. Whatever it takes. That little girl is the only good thing I'm leaving behind in this world. Protect her. Love her. Give her the childhood she deserves. And don't you dare feel guilty about any of this. You're not taking her from her mother. You're saving her from someone who stopped being a mother a long time ago. Your brother, Noah." Martin read the letter twice, then walked to the bank's parking lot and set it on fire with his cigarette lighter. He watched the paper curl and blacken, carrying Noah's suspicions and fears up into the gray Oregon sky like smoke. Whatever Tessa had or hadn't done, it was over now. The important thing was that Mara was safe, loved, and free to grow up without the weight of adult cruelties pressing down on her shoulders. That evening, he found her in the garage, wearing coveralls and safety glasses, carefully sanding rust off the frame of a 1967 Mustang they were rebuilding together. "How's it coming?" he asked. "Good. Look." She pointed to a section where the metal gleamed silver bright. "I got all the rust off this part. Dad'll be proud, right?" Dad would be over the moon, Martin confirmed. "You're doing great work, kid." Mara smiled and went back to her sanding. Martin watched her work for a moment, noting the concentration on her face, the careful precision of her movements. She had Noah's hands, steady and sure, built for creating things that would last. Sometimes she asked about her mother, where she'd gone, why she'd left, whether she ever thought about coming back. Martin answered honestly but gently, explaining that some people weren't built for the kind of love that required sacrifice, that Tessa's leaving was about her own limitations, not about anything Mara had done wrong. "Do you ever think about her?" Mara asked one evening as they worked together in the garage. Martin paused, considering the question seriously. Through the open bay door, he could see the first stars appearing in the darkening sky above Riversend. "No, kid," he said finally. "I only think about the people worth remembering." Mara nodded and returned to her work, and that was enough. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Ryan Coleman sat at the polished mahogany table, his calloused hands resting on either side of his plate. The Dorset family dining room reeked of old money and older grudges. Crystal chandelier light caught the grease floating on his untouched gravy. 6 years of these Sunday dinners, and the food still tasted like swallowed pride. "Pass the rolls, please," Lucy whispered beside him. Her small voice barely carried over the clatter of silverware and the low hum of family conversation that never included him. Ryan reached for the basket and handed it to his daughter. At 6 years old, Lucy possessed the kind of gentle spirit that made his chest ache. She reminded him of everything good he'd ever wanted to protect in this world. "Thank you, Daddy." Lucy's smile could melt concrete. Ryan squeezed her tiny hand. Across the table, Greg Dorset cut into his pork chop with the precision of a surgeon and the entitlement of a king. At 33, Jessica's younger brother had never worked a real day in his life. His soft hands and softer gut proved it. "So, Ryan," Greg said without looking up from his plate, "still swinging hammers for a living?" "Building houses," Ryan replied. His voice stayed level, but his jaw tightened. "People need places to live." "How noble." Greg's fork scraped against his plate. "Mother was just telling me about the new development going up on Willow Street. Shame they're using such cheap contractors." Marlene Dorset dabbed her lips with a cloth napkin. At 62, she carried herself like royalty inspecting peasants. Her gray hair was pulled back in a bun tight enough to stretch her face into a permanent sneer. "Quality has declined so much in this town," Marlene said. Her eyes found Ryan's. "Standards have dropped considerably." Ryan's fingers curled around his fork handle. He'd heard this dance before. Every Sunday, the same song. He was beneath them. He didn't belong. He'd somehow tricked their precious Jessica into marrying down. "The Hendersons are building a new pool house," Jessica said quickly. She always tried to redirect when the conversation turned sharp. "They hired Morrison Construction. You know them, Ryan?" "I know them." Ryan kept his answer short. Jim Morrison was a good man who paid fair wages and didn't cut corners. Everything the Dorsets thought was beneath their notice. "I'm sure they're very adequate," Marlene said. The word dripped with distaste. Lucy reached across the table for the serving tray. Her small fingers wrapped around the last pork cutlet, the one with the perfect golden crust that she'd been eyeing all dinner. "Can I have this one?" she asked quietly. "Of course, sweetheart," Jessica started to say. Marlene's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. Her pale blue eyes fixed on Lucy like a hawk spotting prey. "Put that back." The dining room went quiet. Even the grandfather clock in the corner seemed to hold its breath. Lucy's hand froze over her plate, but nobody else wanted it. "That's not the point." Marlene set down her fork with deliberate care. "Little girls don't take the last of anything. It's greedy. It's rude." "Mother," Jessica said softly. "She's just hungry. She's just like her father." Marlene's voice could have frozen water. "Selfish. Grabbing whatever she wants without thinking about anyone else. Disgusting behavior." Ryan felt something cold and sharp unfold in his chest. He set his own fork down and looked at his daughter. Lucy's lower lip trembled. Her eyes filled with tears, but she was trying not to cry. Trying to be brave. Just like he'd tried to be brave when his stepfather used to corner him in the kitchen. When his mother would pretend not to see the bruises. "Lucy," Ryan said gently, "take the cutlet." "You asked politely." "Don't you dare undermine me at my own table," Marlene snapped. Ryan turned to face her. "She's 6 years old, and she needs to learn manners. Something you clearly never taught her." The room felt smaller suddenly. Ryan could hear his own heartbeat in his ears. Across the table, Greg was smirking. Jessica's father, Harold, studied his wine glass like it held the secrets of the universe. Everyone else at the table, Jessica's aunt and uncle, her cousin, watched like they were at a tennis match. Lucy picked up the cutlet with her small fork and set it on her plate. She cut a tiny piece and put it in her mouth. That's when Marlene struck. The slap echoed through the dining room like a gunshot. Lucy's head snapped to the side, and she dropped her fork. It clattered against her plate, then fell to the floor. "You little brat," Marlene hissed. "Just like your father. Selfish and disgusting." Time stopped. Ryan stared at his daughter's red cheek, at the tears spilling down her face, at the way she held her small hand to her face and looked at him with wide, frightened eyes. Something inside him broke. Not bent or cracked, but shattered completely. Greg chuckled. Well, someone had to do it. A few nervous laughs rippled around the table. Harold coughed and reached for his wine. Jessica's aunt whispered something to her husband behind her hand. Ryan stood up slowly. His chair scraped against the hardwood floor. The sound cut through the dining room like a blade. Every eye in the room turned to him. He was 6'2" and 200 pounds of muscle built from years of construction work and military training. When he moved, people noticed. He walked around the table with measured steps. Marlene's smug expression started to fade as he approached. By the time he reached her chair, her face had gone pale. Ryan grabbed a fistful of her silver hair and yanked her head back. Hard. Marlene's eyes went wide. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. If you ever touch my daughter again, Ryan said quietly, his face inches from hers, I'll make sure the next thing you eat is through a straw. The dining room was dead silent. Ryan could smell Marlene's expensive perfume mixed with fierce sweat. Her hands trembled against the table. He released her hair and straightened up. Marlene slumped in her chair, one hand touching her scalp where he'd grabbed her. Ryan turned to face the rest of the table. Greg had stopped chuckling. Jessica's face was white as her napkin. Harold wouldn't meet his eyes. Lucy, Ryan said without looking away from them. We're leaving. He walked back to his daughter and scooped her up in his arms. She wrapped her small arms around his neck and buried her face in his shoulder. She was still crying, but quietly now. Ryan carried her toward the dining room exit. At the doorway, he stopped and turned back. Next time you want to hit someone, he said to Marlene, try me instead. Then he walked out, carrying the only good thing that had ever come from his marriage to a Dorset. The drive home took 15 minutes. Ryan didn't say a word. He kept checking the rearview mirror to look at Lucy in her car seat. She'd stopped crying, but her cheek was still red where Marlene had hit her. His hands gripped the steering wheel tight enough to leave marks. When they pulled into their driveway, Jessica's car was already there. She'd driven separately, as always. Couldn't risk being seen arriving with her blue-collar husband. Ryan unbuckled Lucy from her car seat and carried her into the house. Jessica was waiting in the living room, pacing back and forth across the carpet like a caged animal. Go wash your face, baby, Ryan told Lucy gently. Then we'll watch a movie. Can we watch The Princess one? Lucy asked. Whatever you want. Lucy ran upstairs to the bathroom. Ryan waited until he heard the water running before he turned to face his wife. Jessica was 35 years old and still beautiful, but 20 years of her mother's poison had left marks. She chewed her nails when she was nervous. She apologized for things that weren't her fault. She flinched when voices were raised, even on television. Right now, her brown eyes were red from crying. You didn't have to do that in front of everyone, she said. Ryan stared at her. I didn't have to do what? Threaten my mother like that. Grab her. Embarrass the whole family. She hit our daughter, Jess. Jessica wrapped her arms around herself. She didn't mean it like that. How did she mean it? Ryan's voice stayed calm, but something dangerous moved beneath the surface. Explain to me how hitting a 6-year-old over a piece of meat isn't exactly what it looks like. She was trying to teach Lucy manners. Maybe she went too far, but maybe... Jessica flinched. You know what I mean. No, I don't. Tell me what you mean. She's from a different generation. They did things differently back then. Ryan felt something cold settle in his stomach. You sound just like her. The words hit Jessica like a physical blow. She stepped backward, her hand flying to her mouth. That's not fair, she whispered. Isn't it? Ryan walked closer. Your mother slapped our daughter in front of a room full of people, and you're making excuses for her. How is that any different from what she did to you growing up? Jessica's face crumpled. I'm not like her. Then prove it. They stared at each other across their living room. The house they'd bought together, where they'd brought Lucy home from the hospital, where they'd once believed they could build something better than what they'd both grown up with. I can't choose between you and my family, Jessica said finally. I'm not asking you to choose between me and your family, Ryan said. I'm asking you to choose between right and wrong. Upstairs, Lucy called out that she was ready for the movie. The sound of her voice, innocent and trusting, cut through the tension like a knife. I'll be right there, sweetheart, Ryan called back. When he looked at Jessica again, she was crying. "Please don't ruin our family," she whispered. Ryan felt something die inside his chest. Something that had been holding on despite years of Sunday dinners and subtle insults, and watching his wife shrink a little more each time her mother spoke. "Family," he said quietly. "That word doesn't mean what you think it does." He walked past her toward the stairs. "Ryan, wait." He stopped but didn't turn around. "I love you," Jessica said. "I love Lucy. I love our life here. But you love them more." It wasn't a question. Jessica didn't answer. She didn't have to. Ryan climbed the stairs to watch a princess movie with his daughter. Behind him, he heard Jessica collapse onto the couch and start sobbing. That night, after Lucy was asleep, Ryan lay in bed staring at the ceiling. Jessica curled up on her side of the mattress, facing away from him. She'd stopped crying, but he could tell from her breathing that she wasn't asleep. He thought about his own childhood. His stepfather's heavy hand across his face when he talked back. His mother's silence when she saw the bruises. The way she'd smooth his hair and whisper that he needed to try harder to get along. That's what happened when good people let evil ones stay in charge. The evil ones kept winning, and the good ones kept making excuses. He thought about Lucy's face at dinner. The confusion in her eyes when Marlene called her disgusting. The way she tried not to cry when the slap knocked her sideways. History was trying to repeat itself. But Ryan had learned something in the army that his stepfather had never taught him. Sometimes the only way to stop a bully was to become something they feared more than you feared them. He got up quietly and went downstairs to his home office. Jessica didn't stir. Ryan pulled out a legal pad and started making lists. Names, dates, times. Every insult Greg had thrown his way. Every time Marlene had made Lucy feel small. Every moment Jessica had chosen her family's approval over her daughter's well-being. He had a good memory. Military training had taught him to pay attention to details. By the time he finished writing, it was 3 a.m, and he had 6 pages of ammunition. Ryan looked at the words on the paper and felt something he hadn't experienced in years. Hope, not for reconciliation or forgiveness or any of the soft solutions Jessica would want. Hope for something harder and more permanent. Hope for justice. Monday morning came gray and cold. Ryan dropped Lucy off at school and watched her skip into the building with her pink backpack bouncing. She bounced back from yesterday like kids do, but he'd noticed her touching her cheek at breakfast. The mark was gone, but the memory wasn't. At the construction site, Ryan went through the motions of leading his crew. Foundation work on a new subdivision. Honest work that built something useful. The kind of work the Dorsets looked down on while living in houses other men had built. "You're quiet today, boss," said Dean Walsh during their lunch break. Dean was Ryan's age, divorced, and one of the few people who knew about the Sunday dinners from hell. "Had an interesting weekend," Ryan said. He bit into his sandwich and chewed slowly. "The in-laws again?" Ryan nodded. He'd never told Dean the details, but it wasn't hard to read between the lines. Most of the crew had met Jessica at company barbecues. She was polite and pretty, but she had that nervous energy of someone always looking over her shoulder. "One of these days, you're going to snap," Dean said. "Maybe. What's that supposed to mean?" Ryan pulled out his phone. During his lunch break, he'd been researching digital recording devices. Small ones. The kind that could fit in a shirt pocket or a watch. "Just thinking about options," Ryan said. Dean followed his gaze to the phone screen. "Ryan, whatever you're planning, think it through. These rich families have lawyers. Big ones." "Good," Ryan said. "Let them bring lawyers. I'll bring facts. You're playing with fire." Ryan looked at his friend. Dean meant well, but Dean had never had someone slap his daughter. Dean had never watched his wife choose her mother's approval over her child's safety. "Good," Ryan said again. "Let it burn." That afternoon, Ryan drove to an electronics store in Springfield, 20 minutes away from his small town where nobody would recognize him. He paid cash for a digital recorder small enough to fit in his shirt pocket. Voice activated. 12 hours of recording time. He also bought a pen that recorded audio and a watch with a hidden camera. The kid behind the counter, probably not old enough to drink, showed him how they worked. "Doing some investigative journalism?" the kid asked. "Something like that," Ryan said. On the drive home, Ryan tested the equipment. The audio quality was clear. The camera was nearly invisible. Everything worked exactly as advertised. By the time he picked up Lucy from school, he was already planning his next move. "How was school, baby?" he asked as she climbed into the truck. "Good. We learned about butterflies. Did you know they taste with their feet?" "I didn't know that." "What else did you learn?" Lucy chattered about butterflies in art class and her friend Emma's loose tooth. Normal 6-year-old concerns. The kind of innocent conversation that reminded Ryan exactly what he was fighting for. At home, Jessica was quiet during dinner. She'd been quiet since Sunday night. She went through the motions of their evening routine. Homework, bath time, bedtime stories, but there was a distance in her eyes. After Lucy was asleep, Jessica tried to start a conversation. "I called my mother today," she said. Ryan looked up from his newspaper. "Did you?" "She's upset about what happened. She says you owe her an apology." "For what?" "For grabbing her. For threatening her." Ryan folded the newspaper and set it aside. "And what do you think?" Jessica fidgeted with her wedding ring. "I think maybe we could all try harder to get along." "All of us?" "Yes. Including the person who hit our daughter?" Jessica's face flushed. She didn't mean to hurt Lucy. What did she mean to do? "I don't know. Discipline her, I guess." "By calling her disgusting and hitting her across the face?" "She's old-fashioned about manners." Ryan stood up from his chair. Jessica instinctively leaned back, even though he'd never raised a hand to her. The motion made his stomach turn. "Let me ask you something," he said quietly. "If some stranger on the street slapped Lucy and called her disgusting, what would you want me to do?" "That's different." "How?" "Because it's family. So family gets to hurt her without consequences?" Jessica's eyes filled with tears. "You're twisting everything around." "I'm not twisting anything. I'm asking simple questions." "It's not simple. You don't understand what it's like." What's like?" "Growing up in that house. Having expectations. Having standards." Ryan felt the familiar cold anger settle in his chest. "Your mother's standards include hitting children." "She never hit me." "Didn't she?" Jessica's mouth opened, then closed. Ryan had seen the photo albums. Little Jessica with haunted eyes and perfect posture. A child who'd learned early to make herself invisible. "That's different," Jessica said finally. "Everything's different when it's convenient for you." Ryan walked toward the stairs. He had equipment to test and plans to refine. "Where are you going?" Jessica asked. "To check on Lucy." "Ryan." Jessica's voice was small. "I'm trying to hold our family together." He stopped at the bottom of the stairs and turned back to look at his wife. She sat curled up on the couch, looking young and lost and afraid. For a moment, he remembered why he'd fallen in love with her. Then he remembered his daughter's red cheek and the sound of Marlene's slap echoing through the dining room. "Your family already broke our family," he said. "I'm just deciding what to do with the pieces." He climbed the stairs, leaving Jessica alone with her tears and her choices. 2 weeks after the dinner table incident, Ryan was building ammunition. Every phone call with Jessica's family went through his recorder. Every text message was screenshotted and saved. He documented Greg's snide comments about his job, Marlene's passive-aggressive remarks about Lucy's manners, and Jessica's automatic apologies for things that weren't her fault. The pattern was clear. The Dorset family operated like a cult with Marlene as their poisonous leader. They maintained control through emotional manipulation, financial dependence, and the kind of subtle cruelty that left no visible bruises. But Ryan needed more than personality flaws to destroy them. He needed something concrete, something illegal. That's when Evelyn Dorset called. Ryan was at the job site when his phone rang. He didn't recognize the number, but something made him answer. "Is this Ryan Coleman?" The voice was older, female, with the same upper-class accent as the rest of the family, but none of the venom. "This is Ryan. This is Evelyn Dorset, Marlene's sister. I wonder if we could meet for coffee. I have some things you might find interesting." Ryan had heard of Evelyn, but never met her. Jessica mentioned her occasionally, the aunt who'd been cut off from the family years ago for some mysterious offense. The one who sent birthday cards that Marlene threw away without opening. "What kind of things?" Ryan asked. "The kind that explain why my sister has so much money and Jessica has so little, despite their father leaving them equal shares." Ryan felt something sharp and electric shoot through his chest. When do you want to meet? They arranged to meet at a diner outside town that evening. Ryan told Jessica he was having drinks with Dean. She barely looked up from her magazine. Evelyn Dorset was 68 years old with silver hair and intelligent eyes. She wore simple clothes and no jewelry except a plain wedding band. Everything about her seemed deliberately understated, as if she was trying to blend into the background. "You're not what I expected," she said when Ryan slid into the booth across from her. "What did you expect? Some rough construction worker who'd swept Jessica off her feet." "That's how Marlene describes you." "And what do you think?" Evelyn studied his face. "I think you're smarter than my sister gives you credit for. And I think you're angry enough to do something about it." "About what?" Evelyn reached into her purse and pulled out a manila envelope. She set on the table between them, but didn't let go. "Before I show you this, I need to know something. What are you planning to do to my sister?" Ryan kept his expression neutral. "I don't know what you mean. Don't lie to me. I've been watching this family destroy people for 70 years. Marlene ruined our parents' marriage, drove our brother to drink himself to death, and turned Jessica into a nervous wreck. Now she's started on your daughter. Lucy isn't going to end up like Jessica." "No," Evelyn agreed, "because you won't let her. The question is what you're willing to do to stop it." Ryan met her eyes across the table. Evelyn had the same bone structure as Marlene, but everything else was different. Where Marlene's face was hard with cruelty, Evelyn showed the lines of someone who'd spent decades laughing and caring about other people. "Whatever it takes," Ryan said. Evelyn nodded and pushed the envelope across the table. "Then you'll need this." Inside were photocopies of legal documents, trust agreements, will modifications, bank statements, and property transfers. Ryan had enough military experience with paperwork to recognize forgery when he saw it. Jessica's father left both daughters equal shares in his estate, Evelyn explained. $2 million each, plus the family house and some rental properties. Marlene was supposed to manage Jessica's inheritance until she turned 30. Supposed to? She forged Jessica's signature on transfer documents when Jessica was 22. Moved everything into accounts that only Marlene could access. Jessica got a monthly allowance instead of her inheritance. Ryan studied the documents. The signatures on the transfer papers looked nothing like Jessica's real handwriting. Jessica knows? She suspects, but she's too afraid to confront Marlene. Too afraid of losing what little family she has left. And Greg has been living off Jessica's money for the past decade. The house, the car, the lifestyle he can't afford on his part-time job at the gallery. All paid for with money that legally belongs to your wife. Ryan felt something cold and sharp unfold in his chest. Not anger this time. Something closer to satisfaction. "Why are you telling me this?" Evelyn's eyes hardened. "Because Marlene stole that money to control Jessica, and now she's using it to hurt your daughter. Because Greg is a parasite who's never earned an honest dollar in his life. Because I've watched my sister poison everyone she touches for decades, and I'm tired of it." She leaned forward across the table. "I tried to expose this 15 years ago. Marlene had me declared mentally incompetent and cut off from the family. She's been telling everyone I'm a bitter old woman making up stories." "Are you?" Evelyn smiled. It was the first time she'd smiled since sitting down. "I'm definitely bitter, but I'm not making up anything. Those documents are real. The signatures are fake. And if someone with the right motivation went to the authorities, Marlene Dorset would spend her golden years in prison where she belongs. Why don't you do it yourself?" "Because I'm a crazy old woman, remember? My testimony wouldn't hold up in court. But a concerned son-in-law who discovered financial fraud affecting his wife? That's a different story." Ryan gathered the documents and slipped them back into the envelope. "How do I know these are real?" "Because you're going to verify them. Bank records, handwriting analysis, whatever it takes. But when you do, you'll know I'm telling the truth." She stood up and put on her coat. "One more thing," she said. "Marlene thinks she's untouchable because she's always been the smartest person in the room. But she's never dealt with someone like you before. What's that supposed to mean?" "It means she's about to learn that there are different kinds of smart." Evelyn walked out of the diner, leaving Ryan alone with enough ammunition to destroy his wife's family. For the first time in weeks, he smiled. Jessica brought up the peace dinner on a Thursday morning. Ryan was getting ready for work when she cornered him in the bathroom. I want to try again, she said. Ryan continued shaving. Try what again? Dinner with my family. I think if we all sit down and talk like adults, we can work through this. In the mirror, Ryan watched his wife fidget with the hem of her bathrobe. 2 weeks of sleeping in the same bed as a stranger had taken its toll. She looked tired and desperate. Work through what exactly? The misunderstanding at dinner. The tension between you and my mother. All of it. Ryan rinsed his razor and turned to face her. There was no misunderstanding. Your mother hit our daughter. I know, and that was wrong. But she feels terrible about it. She wants to apologize. Does she? Yes. She called yesterday while you were at work. She's planning a special dinner this Sunday. She wants to clear the air. Ryan studied his wife's face. Jessica was many things, but she wasn't a good liar. Her left eye twitched when she wasn't telling the truth, and it was twitching now. What did she really say? Jessica's eye twitched harder. She said she overreacted. She wants to make things right with Lucy. By apologizing? By showing that she cares about her. About all of us. Ryan wondered if Jessica actually believed what she was saying, or if she was just desperate enough to pretend. Either way, it didn't matter. He'd been waiting for exactly this opportunity. Okay, he said. Jessica blinked. Okay, we'll go to dinner on Sunday. Really? Really? Relief flooded Jessica's face. She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tight. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is going to fix everything. Ryan hugged her back and felt nothing but pity. Jessica wanted so badly to believe that her family could change, that they could all just get along, that Sunday dinners could go back to being merely uncomfortable instead of toxic. She had no idea that her husband was about to burn their world down. Sunday evening, Ryan dressed carefully. Dark slacks, white button-down shirt, and his new watch. The watch that looked completely normal but contained a high-definition camera with 4 hours of recording time. He also wore the recording pen in his shirt pocket and carried the small digital recorder in his jacket. 3 different devices capturing video and audio from multiple angles. If Marlene wanted to perform for the cameras, Ryan would make sure she had an audience. Lucy wore her favorite dress, the blue one with butterflies that Jessica had bought her for Easter. She was excited about dinner, bouncing in her car seat and chattering about the butterflies she'd seen at school. Do you think Grandma will have dessert? Lucy asked. I'm sure she will, Jessica said from the passenger seat. Ryan caught his daughter's eyes in the rearview mirror. Remember what we talked about, baby? You don't have to eat anything you don't want to eat, and you don't have to hug anyone you don't want to hug. I remember, Daddy. Jessica shot him a look. You're making her nervous. I'm making her prepared. They pulled into the Dorset driveway at exactly 6 o'clock. The house was a colonial-style mansion with perfectly manicured landscaping and the kind of front door that cost more than most people's cars. Ryan had spent 6 years walking through that door, and it still felt like entering enemy territory. Marlene answered the door herself, which was unusual. Normally, she waited in the living room for her guests to be brought to her, like offerings to a queen. Jessica, darling, she said, embracing her daughter. You look lovely. Thank you, Mother. Marlene turned to Lucy next. And how is my granddaughter? Lucy stepped closer to Ryan and took his hand. I'm fine, thank you. Good. Marlene's smile was perfect and cold. We have such a nice evening planned. Finally, she looked at Ryan. Ryan, Marlene, I'm so glad you could join us. I was hoping we could have a productive conversation. The word productive carried about 10 different threats, but Ryan just smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Dinner was served in the formal dining room, as always. The same table where Marlene had slapped Lucy 2 weeks ago. Ryan made sure to sit in the exact same chair, with Lucy beside him. The conversation started innocuously enough. Weather, local news, Lucy's school activities. Marlene played the role of doting grandmother with professional skill, asking about Lucy's friends and complimenting her dress. Ryan activated the recording pen in his shirt pocket. Lucy, Marlene said as the main course was served, I owe you an apology. Lucy looked up from her plate. You do? Yes. I was very rude to you last time you were here. Sometimes grown-ups forget their manners, and I forgot mine. It's okay, Lucy said quietly. No, it's not okay. I should never have raised my voice at you. Will you forgive your grandmother? Lucy glanced at Ryan, then back at Marlene. Yes. Thank you, sweetheart. You're very kind. Ryan had to give Marlene credit. She was good at this. If he didn't know better, he might actually believe she felt genuine remorse. But he did know better. As dinner progressed, the conversation gradually shifted. Marlene began making subtle comments about Lucy's table manners. How she held her fork, the way she chewed her food, how she should sit up straighter and speak more clearly. Presentation is so important, Marlene said, especially for young ladies. People judge you on how you carry yourself. She's 6 years old, Ryan said mildly. It's never too early to learn proper behavior. Jessica was much more polished at Lucy's age. Greg nodded from across the table. Some families prioritize education and refinement. Others focus on more practical matters. The insult was aimed at Ryan, but it was delivered with a smile and the tone of casual conversation. Classic Dorset style. What kind of practical matters? Ryan asked. Oh, manual labor. Working with your hands. Very honest work, of course. Someone has to build the houses, Ryan said. Someone has to do the actual work. Absolutely. Every society needs laborers. The word laborers hung in the air like a slur. Ryan felt his jaw tighten, but he kept his expression neutral. The camera in his watch was capturing everything. As the evening wore on, the attacks became more direct. Marlene criticized the way Ryan dressed, the car he drove, the neighborhood where they lived. She made comments about Lucy's behavior that grew progressively meaner. She seems very energetic tonight, Marlene said after Lucy accidentally knocked over her water glass. Kids spill things, Ryan said, helping Lucy clean up. Some children are more careful than others, more considerate of other people's property. Mother, Jessica said quietly, I'm just making an observation. Children reflect their upbringing. Ryan looked across the table at Greg, who was smirking into his wine glass, at Harold, who wouldn't meet anyone's eyes, at the rest of the family, who sat in uncomfortable silence while Marlene slowly shredded a 6-year-old's self-esteem. Nothing had changed. The apology was theater. Marlene was still the same poisonous woman who'd slapped his daughter 2 weeks ago. She was just being more careful about it. Lucy, Marlene said sweetly, would you like some more potatoes? No, thank you, Lucy said. Her voice was smaller than it had been an hour ago. Are you sure? You've barely eaten anything. Although I suppose some families have different standards about finishing what's on their plate. That's when Ryan reached his limit. He slammed his hand down on the table. Hard. Every piece of china jumped, and the wine glasses rang like bells. The dining room went dead silent. Finish that sentence, Ryan said quietly. Marlene's face went pale. Across the table, Greg's smirk disappeared. I beg your pardon? Marlene said. You were about to say something about families with different standards. I want to hear the rest of it. I don't know what you mean. Yes, you do. Ryan stood up slowly. Every eye in the room tracked his movement. The camera in his watch captured Marlene's expression as she realized she'd pushed too far. Every one of you thinks you can hit, mock, and control a 6-year-old girl because she's not good enough for your family. But you're wrong about something. Ryan, Jessica whispered. Please. You think you're better than us because you have money and a big house and fancy degrees. But I know what you really are. He leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. You're parasites. You live off money you stole from your own daughter. You abuse children and call it discipline. You're everything that's wrong with this world, wrapped up in good manners and pretty dresses. Marlene found her voice. How dare you? I dare because someone has to. Someone has to stand up to bullies like you. Ryan straightened up and looked around the table one more time, at faces frozen in shock and fear and embarrassment. Your time's done, he said simply. He walked around the table to Lucy's chair and scooped her up in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her face in his shoulder. We're leaving, he announced. Ryan, wait, Jessica called after him. But Ryan was already walking toward the front door, carrying his daughter away from people who would never be allowed to hurt her again. Behind him, he could hear Marlene's voice rising in outrage and Greg trying to calm her down. Jessica was crying again. Ryan smiled as he buckled Lucy into her car seat. The camera in his watch had captured everything. Every insult, every sneer, Every moment of cruelty disguised as family dinner. Now the real work could begin. The envelope arrived at Marlene's house on a Tuesday morning. Ryan had paid a delivery service to ensure it was handed directly to her, with signature confirmation. Inside the envelope was a USB drive, a printed transcript, and a single sheet of paper with 4 words. You wanted to play God. The USB drive contained 40 minutes of high-definition video from Sunday's dinner. Every cruel comment, every sneer, every moment where Marlene had slowly torn down a 6-year-old girl's confidence while her family watched and said nothing. The transcript was professionally formatted and time-stamped. Ryan had paid a court reporting service to create it, telling them it was for a custody case, which wasn't entirely untrue. But the real ammunition was in the second envelope, which arrived at the offices of the Cascade Herald later that same day. Ryan had chosen the local newspaper carefully. The Herald was struggling financially, like most small-town papers. They needed stories that would generate clicks and subscriptions. A story about financial fraud involving one of the area's oldest families would be exactly what they were looking for. The editor-in-chief was a woman named Patricia Mills. Ryan had researched her background thoroughly. 20 years of journalism experience, including a stint at the Portland Tribune covering white-collar crime. She had a reputation for being thorough and fearless. Ryan called her office that afternoon. Ms. Mills, my name is Ryan Coleman. I have some information about financial fraud that I think might interest you. What kind of fraud? The kind involving forged documents and stolen inheritance money. About $2 million worth. There was a pause. Can you prove it? I have copies of the original trust documents and the forged transfer papers. I also have bank records showing where the money went. Who's involved? Marlene Dorset. Her son, Gregory Dorset. The victim is my wife, Jessica Coleman, formerly Jessica Dorset. Another pause. The Dorset name carried weight in their small town. Old money, charity boards, country club membership. Exactly the kind of family that people assumed was above reproach. I'd like to meet with you, Patricia said. They met that evening at a coffee shop downtown. Ryan brought copies of everything. Evelyn's documents, bank records he'd obtained through a private investigator, and handwriting analysis he'd commissioned from a forensics expert in Portland. Patricia Mills was in her 50s with gray hair and sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. She examined each document carefully, asking detailed questions about sources and verification methods. This is substantial, she said finally, but it's also explosive. The Dorsets are connected people in this town. If I run this story, it had better be bulletproof. It is. How do I know you're not just a disgruntled son-in-law with an axe to grind? Ryan pulled out his phone and showed her the video from Sunday's dinner. Just a short clip. Marlene making cruel comments about Lucy while the family watched. Patricia's expression hardened as she watched. Jesus, that poor little girl. This is who they are, Ryan said. And they've been hiding behind money and reputation for decades. Why come to me? Why not go straight to the police? Because financial fraud cases take years to prosecute. Because rich people have expensive lawyers and political connections. But public shame? That works a lot faster. Patricia studied his face. What do you want from this? I want the truth to come out. I want people to see who the Dorsets really are. And I want them to face consequences for what they've done. Including your wife? Ryan had been expecting that question. My wife is a victim. She's been manipulated and controlled her entire life. When this comes out, maybe she'll finally be free to make her own choices. Patricia nodded slowly. I'll need to verify everything independently. Interview sources, check public records, confirm the forensics. It'll take a week, maybe 2. I understand. If this checks out, it's front-page material. Are you prepared for what that means? I'm prepared. Patricia gathered the documents and slipped them into her briefcase. I'll be in touch. The story ran 2 weeks later with the headline, Local Family Accused of Trust Fund Fraud. It was thorough, balanced, and devastating. Patricia had done her homework. She'd verified every document, interviewed Evelyn Dorset, and even tracked down the lawyer who'd originally prepared the trust documents. She'd found other people who'd been victimized by Marlene's schemes over the years. The story painted a picture of a family that had used wealth and social position to cover up decades of manipulation and financial abuse. Marlene was portrayed as a controlling matriarch who'd stolen her own daughter's inheritance to maintain power over the family. Greg came off even worse. The story detailed his lifestyle: expensive car, luxury apartment, country club membership, all funded by money that legally belonged to his sister. The reaction was immediate and brutal. By noon on the day the story published, 3 different law firms had called the Herald asking for comment. The district attorney's office announced they were opening an investigation. The country club where Greg played golf quietly suggested he take a leave of absence from the membership committee. Marlene's phone rang constantly. Reporters, lawyers, former friends demanding explanations. Several charity boards asked her to step down pending the investigation. Greg panicked first. By evening, he was at the police station with his own lawyer, trying to cut a deal. He claimed he'd been unaware of the forged documents, that his mother had told him the money was his inheritance too. She said Jessica had agreed to share, he told investigators. I never questioned it. But bank records showed Greg had been actively involved in moving money and hiding assets. His claim of ignorance fell apart under scrutiny. Jessica called Ryan that night, sobbing. How would you do this to my family? Ryan was at his kitchen table, reading news coverage of the story online. Lucy was upstairs, safely asleep, unaware that her world was about to change completely. I didn't do anything, Ryan said calmly. I just told the truth. You destroyed them. My mother, Greg, everyone. They're ruined. They ruined themselves. I just stopped them from hiding it. People are calling me. Reporters, lawyers. They want to know if I'm pressing charges. Are you? Jessica was quiet for a long moment. I don't know. I can't think. This is all happening too fast. Take your time, Ryan said. Think about what's best for Lucy. What about what's best for us? For our marriage? Ryan looked around his kitchen, the house where he'd thought they could build something good together, where he believed love could overcome the poison Jessica's family had injected into her soul. I think we both know that ship has sailed, he said quietly. Jessica hung up without saying goodbye. Marlene arrived at Ryan's house on a Thursday afternoon, 3 days after the Herald story broke. Ryan was in his workshop behind the house, building a tree house for Lucy, when he heard a car door slam in his driveway. He looked through the workshop window and saw Marlene's silver Lexus parked behind his truck. She stood in his driveway wearing a black coat and the expression of someone who'd come for war. Ryan set down his tools and walked around to the front of the house. Lucy was at school, Jessica was at work, and the neighborhood was quiet. Perfect timing for the conversation he'd been expecting. Marlene, he said, what brings you by? She looked smaller than usual, standing in his driveway. The story in the Herald had aged her 10 years in 3 days. Her perfect makeup couldn't hide the dark circles under her eyes, and her hands shook slightly as she clutched her purse. You know why I'm here, she said. Do I? You did this to me. Her voice was raw with rage and something that might have been fear. You orchestrated this whole thing. The story, the investigation, all of it. Ryan studied her face. For 60 years, Marlene had been the smartest person in every room, the one pulling the strings while everyone else danced. But standing in his driveway, she looked like what she'd always been underneath the money and the cruelty. A bitter old woman who'd run out of people to control. I didn't do anything, Ryan said calmly. I just told the truth. The truth. Marlene laughed, but it sounded more like a bark. You want to talk about truth? The truth is that you're nothing. A construction worker who got lucky enough to marry above his station. You should be grateful for what our family gave you. What did your family give me? Jessica, a life you could never have afforded on your own. Connections, status, acceptance into a world where you don't belong. Ryan smiled. It was not a warm expression. You think you gave me Jessica? You spent 20 years turning her into a nervous wreck who apologizes for breathing too loud. You stole her inheritance, controlled her every decision, and made her believe she was worthless without your approval. I protected her. You destroyed her, just like you're trying to destroy Lucy. Lucy is a spoiled brat who needs discipline. Lucy is 6 years old. She's old enough to learn respect. By being slapped and called disgusting, Marlene's face flushed. I barely touched her. She was being rude and selfish, just like me. Yes, just like you. Ryan took a step closer. Marlene instinctively stepped back, but there was nowhere to go. Her car was behind her, his house was to her left, and he was directly in front of her. Here's what's going to happen, Ryan said quietly. You're going to get in your car and drive away. You're never going to contact me, Jessica, or Lucy again. You're going to plead guilty to whatever charges the DA files and serve whatever time they give you. And if you're very lucky, I'll consider us even. You can't threaten me. I'm not threatening you. I'm explaining reality. Marlene tried to slap him, just like she'd slapped Lucy. But Ryan was ready for it. He caught her wrist mid-swing and held it in the air between them. Never again, he said. Her face went white. For the first time in decades, Marlene Dorset was looking at someone who wasn't afraid of her. Someone who couldn't be controlled or manipulated or intimidated. Ryan released her wrist and pulled out his phone. He scrolled to a video file and hit play. Marlene's own voice filled the air, recorded during Sunday dinner. Some children are more careful than others, more considerate of other people's property. I sent this to Patricia Mills an hour ago, Ryan said. She's writing a follow-up story about your treatment of Lucy. But if you leave now and never come back, I might ask her to hold off on publishing it. You're blackmailing me. I'm giving you a choice. The same kind of choice you gave Jessica for 20 years. Take it or leave it. Marlene stared at him with pure hatred. But underneath the hatred was something new, fear. She was finally dealing with someone who had more ammunition than she did. This isn't over, she said. Yes, it is. Ryan turned and walked back toward his house. Behind him, he heard Marlene's car door slam and her engine start. Gravel crunched as she backed out of his driveway and disappeared down the street. He went back to building the treehouse. Lucy would be home from school in 2 hours, and she'd been asking about it every day for a week. Some things were more important than destroying enemies. But sometimes you had to destroy the enemies first before you could build something good. Jessica showed up at his door that evening as Ryan was making dinner for Lucy. She looked terrible, hair unwashed, clothes wrinkled, eyes red from crying. She'd been staying at her cousin's house since the story broke, unable to face the neighbors' stares and reporters' questions. Can I come in? She asked. Ryan stepped aside and let her pass. Lucy ran to hug her mother, and Jessica held her tight, breathing in the smell of her daughter's hair like it was oxygen. I missed you, baby, Jessica whispered. I missed you too, Mommy. Are you coming home? Jessica looked at Ryan over Lucy's head. I don't know yet. They sat through dinner in uncomfortable silence. Lucy chattered about school and her friends and the treehouse Ryan was building, but the adults barely spoke. The weight of everything unsaid pressed down on the kitchen like smoke. After Lucy went upstairs to do homework, Jessica finally looked at her husband. Greg was arrested today, she said. I heard. He's facing federal charges. Wire fraud, tax evasion, conspiracy. His lawyer says he could get 10 years. Ryan didn't respond. He was loading the dishwasher, his back to Jessica, but she could see the tension in his shoulders. My mother's lawyer called me. Jessica continued. They want to work out a plea deal. She'll admit to the fraud charges in exchange for a lighter sentence. What did you tell them? I told them I needed time to think. Ryan closed the dishwasher and turned to face his wife. What's to think about? She's my mother, Ryan. Whatever she did, she's still family. She stole $2 million from you. She's been stealing from you for 15 years. I know. Jessica's voice was barely a whisper. But she's also the only mother I've ever had. The only family I have left. You have Lucy. You have me. Do I? The question hung in the air between them. Ryan studied his wife's face, the woman he'd loved, married, built a life with, the mother of his daughter, the person who'd chosen her family's approval over her child's safety again and again. That depends, he said finally. On what? On whether you're here to make things right or to ask me to let them keep hurting Lucy. Jessica's eyes filled with tears. I'm not asking you to let anyone hurt Lucy. Aren't you? I'm asking you to think about forgiveness, about mercy, about what kind of example we want to set for our daughter. Ryan felt something cold and familiar settle in his chest. What kind of example do you think we're setting now? I don't know. That's what scares me. Jessica stood up and walked to the kitchen window. Outside, the sun was setting behind the trees, painting everything in shades of orange and gold. I keep thinking about Sunday dinner, she said. About the way you looked at my mother when you grabbed her hair. The way you threatened her. You scared me, Ryan. I scared you. Yes. For a minute, you looked like someone I didn't recognize. Someone capable of real violence. Ryan joined her at the window. And what did your mother look like when she slapped our daughter? Jessica flinched. That's different. Ow. Because she's not. She's not like you. What am I like? Jessica turned to face him, tears streaming down her cheeks. You're strong. You're smart. You know how to hurt people in ways they can't recover from. And your mother doesn't. She's just a bitter old woman. She doesn't have real power anymore. Ryan stared at his wife. After everything that happened, the slap, the theft, the years of psychological abuse, Jessica was still making excuses for the people who'd hurt their daughter. She had enough power to steal $2 million, he said quietly. That's money. I'm talking about something else. What? The power to destroy people's lives. To take everything they care about and turn it to ash. Ryan felt the truth of what she was saying settle between them like a wall. Jessica wasn't wrong. He did have that power. He'd been using it systematically for weeks, and he was far from finished. Your family destroyed their own lives, he said. I just stopped them from hiding it. Did you? Or did you enjoy it? The question hit him like a slap. Because she was right. He had enjoyed it. Watching Marlene's face go pale when she realized she was trapped. Seeing Greg panic when the investigators started asking questions. Reading the terror in their eyes when they finally understood they were dealing with someone who couldn't be bought or intimidated or controlled. He'd enjoyed every second of their destruction. Yes, he said simply. I enjoyed it. Jessica's face crumpled. That's what scares me. That's what I can't live with. You can live with them hurting Lucy, but you can't live with me stopping them. I can't live with what you've become. What have I become? Someone who destroys families. Ryan looked at the woman he'd married 6 years ago. The woman he'd fallen in love with despite her family's poison. The woman who'd given him the only good thing in his life. Your family destroyed our family when they decided Lucy wasn't good enough for them, he said. I'm just making sure they can't hurt anyone else. By ruining them completely? By giving them consequences for their actions. Jessica walked to the kitchen table and sat down heavily. She looked exhausted, like someone who'd been fighting a war for weeks and finally realized she couldn't win. The reporters won't stop calling, she said. They want to know if I'm pressing charges, if I'm claiming the inheritance money, if I support the prosecution. What do you want to do? I want this to stop. All of it. I want my family back the way it was. Which family? The one that stole from you and hit your daughter? Or the one where you actually matter? Jessica looked up at him with red, swollen eyes. I want the family where nobody gets destroyed, where we all just forgive each other and move on. Ryan felt something die inside his chest, something that had been holding on despite everything, hoping that Jessica would finally choose their daughter over her mother's approval. There is no family like that, he said quietly. There are people who hurt children, and there are people who stop them. You have to pick a side. I can't. You already did. Jessica started crying again, but Ryan felt nothing. No sympathy, no desire to comfort her, no urge to take back the words that were hanging between them like a blade. I tried, she whispered. I tried to hold everyone together. No, Ryan said. You try to pretend that evil people could be good if you just gave them enough chances. You try to sacrifice Lucy's safety for your mother's approval. And when I stopped letting that happen, you chose them over us. That's not true, isn't it? You're here begging me to show mercy to people who've never shown mercy to anyone. You want me to let them off the hook so you can go back to pretending they're not monsters. Jessica looked at him across their kitchen, the room where they'd shared breakfast every morning for 6 years, where they'd fed Lucy her first solid food, where they'd planned their future together. I can't be married to someone who destroys people, she said. And I can't be married to someone who enables child abuse. The words hung in the air between them like a death sentence. Upstairs, Lucy called down that she'd finished her homework. Her voice was bright and innocent, unaware that her world was ending in the kitchen below. I'll pack some things, Jessica said finally. For me and Lucy. No, Jessica looked up sharply. What? You can pack for yourself. Lucy stays here. She's my daughter. She's our daughter. And I'm not letting you take her back to people who think hitting children is acceptable. You can't stop me. Ryan pulled out his phone and scrolled to a video file. The same one he'd shown Marlene earlier, Sunday dinner, with Marlene's voice clearly audible, making cruel comments about Lucy. Actually, I can, he said. I have hours of video showing your family's treatment of Lucy. I have documentation of the financial fraud. I have recordings of you making excuses for child abuse. Jessica's face went white. You recorded me? I recorded everyone. For weeks. You've been spying on your own family? I've been protecting my daughter from people who want to hurt her, including people who should be protecting her themselves. Jessica stood up from the table, swaying slightly. You're going to use that against me in court? If I have to take Lucy away from me, to keep Lucy away from them. Jessica stared at him like she was seeing him clearly for the first time. You're not the man I married. You're right, Ryan said. The man you marry believed that love could fix anything. That if he just tried hard enough, your family would accept him and treat Lucy with kindness. He walked closer to her, close enough to see the fear in her eyes. That man is dead. Your family killed him when they decided my daughter wasn't worth basic human decency. Ryan, you can visit Lucy whenever you want. You can call her, take her for weekends, be part of her life. But you're not taking her back to that house. You're not exposing her to people who think she's disgusting and deserves to be hit. They're not all like that. Yes, they are. And so are you, as long as you keep making excuses for them. Jessica walked toward the front door like a sleepwalker. At the threshold, she turned back. I love her, she said. I know, Ryan replied. But love isn't enough. Not when you love the people who hurt her more. Jessica left without another word. Ryan watched through the window as she got in her car and drove away. Upstairs, Lucy called down that she was ready for a bedtime story. Ryan climbed the stairs to read to his daughter, leaving his marriage in pieces on the kitchen floor. Some things couldn't be fixed, but some things, the most important things, could still be protected. 6 months later, Ryan was building a deck behind their new house in Bend, Oregon. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine trees and the promise of snow in the mountains. Lucy was at the kitchen table eating breakfast and watching him work through the sliding glass door. Can I help today, Daddy? She called out. After school, Ryan called back. We'll work on the railing together. Lucy grinned and went back to her cereal. She'd adapted to their new life with the resilience that only children possess. New school, new friends, new bedroom with windows that looked out at the forest instead of the neighbor's fence. She asked about her mother sometimes, but less often now. Jessica visited twice a month, driving up from Eugene for awkward weekends that never felt quite natural. She'd rented a small apartment and found work at a clinic across town from where she used to live. Starting over at 35 wasn't easy, but she was trying. The Dorset family had collapsed completely. Marlene was serving 6 years in federal prison for fraud and perjury. Greg had gotten 8 years for his role in the scheme, plus additional time for tax evasion. Their assets were frozen pending restitution to Jessica, but the legal process would take years to complete. Jessica had finally pressed charges and claimed her inheritance. $2 million, plus interest and penalties, would eventually be returned to her. But the money couldn't repair 20 years of psychological damage, and Jessica was still working through the debris of her childhood with a therapist in Portland. Ryan's phone buzzed with a text message, a number he didn't recognize. This is Evelyn Dorset. Thought you want to know? Marlene's parole was denied. She'll serve the full sentence. Ryan smiled and deleted the message. Evelyn had been instrumental in building the case against her sister, providing documents and testimony that corroborated everything Ryan had discovered. She'd also been the one to suggest he move somewhere new, somewhere Lucy could grow up without the shadow of the Dorset name hanging over her. A fresh start, Evelyn had said. For both of you. The local news was playing on the radio in his workshop. A story about the weather, something about the city council, and then Marlene Dorset, the Eugene area woman convicted of trust fund fraud last year, had her request for early parole denied yesterday. Dorset, 62, is serving a 6-year sentence for forging documents and stealing approximately $2 million from her daughter's inheritance. Ryan turned off the radio. Ancient history now. Lucy appeared at the back door, wearing her school backpack and the serious expression she got when she had something important to say. "Daddy, can I ask you something?" "Always." Emma's mom asked if we want to come to dinner on Sunday. "Can we go?" Emma was Lucy's best friend at her new school. A bright, confident girl whose parents owned a bookstore downtown. The kind of people who invited new neighbors over for dinner because it seemed like the neighborly thing to do. "Do you want to go?" Ryan asked. "Yes, but..." Lucy hesitated. "What if I don't know what fork to use? What if I spill something?" Ryan felt his chest tighten. Even 6 months later, Marlene's poison was still working its way through his daughter's system. Lucy had developed an anxiety about eating in public, about making mistakes, about being judged for normal childhood behavior. He knelt down to Lucy's level and looked her in the eyes. "If you spill something, Emma's mom will help you clean it up. If you use the wrong fork, nobody will care. And if anyone has a problem with how you eat or how you act, then they're not the kind of people we want to be friends with anyway. Promise. Promise." Lucy hugged him tight, then skipped off toward the school bus stop. Ryan watched her go, marveling at how much she'd grown in 6 months. She was still gentle and trusting, but there was a strength in her now that hadn't been there before. A confidence that came from knowing her father would never let anyone hurt her. That evening, Ryan made dinner for 2. Spaghetti and meatballs, Lucy's favorite. They ate at their kitchen table while she told him about her day. A math test she'd aced, a story she'd written about butterflies, plans for the weekend with Emma. Normal conversations about a normal life. After dinner, Lucy helped him with the dishes, then curled up on the couch to watch a movie. Ryan joined her, and she leaned against his side like she used to when she was smaller. "Daddy," she said during a quiet moment in the film. "Yeah, baby. I'm glad we moved here." "Me too. It feels safe." Ryan kissed the top of her head. "It is safe. We'll always be safe. As long as I'm here, it will be." Lucy was quiet for a moment, processing this promise. Then she reached for the last cookie on the plate beside them. "Can I have this one?" she asked. "Always," Ryan said. "You never have to ask permission to take what you've earned." Lucy bit into the cookie and smiled. Outside their windows, snow began to fall, covering their new world in clean white silence. Ryan pulled a blanket over both of them and settled in to watch the rest of the movie. Tomorrow he'd finish the deck. This weekend Lucy would help him build birdhouses for the backyard. Next month they'd plant a garden. Simple projects, simple pleasures, the kind of life he'd always wanted to give his daughter. He thought about Marlene, sitting in a federal prison cell, finally facing consequences for a lifetime of cruelty. He thought about Greg, learning what it felt like to be powerless and afraid. He thought about Jessica, slowly rebuilding herself from the ground up. He felt no satisfaction in their suffering, no joy in their destruction, but he felt no regret either. Some people didn't deserve forgiveness. Some actions had consequences that lasted forever. And sometimes the only way to protect the innocent was to become something the guilty feared more than they feared exposure. Ryan had become that something. He'd done what needed to be done, and he'd do it again if anyone ever threatened Lucy. Because some things were worth fighting for. Some things were worth any price. And his daughter's safety was worth everything. Welcome to Story Tales. Please like this video and subscribe to Story Tales. I hope you enjoy the story. Let's begin. Michael Maddox pulled into the circular driveway of Barbara Keene's house, the tires of his Honda Civic crunching softly on the fresh snow. The house loomed before them like something from a magazine cover, all stone and glass, with warm lights spilling from every window. Christmas lights draped the perfectly manicured evergreens, and a wreath the size of a truck tire hung on the front door. "Wow," Milo whispered from the passenger seat, his breath fogging the window. "It's like a castle." Michael glanced at his 10-year-old son, who clutched a small wrapped package against his chest. Inside was a hand-drawn portrait of their family, Michael, Louise, and himself, that Milo had spent weeks perfecting. The boy had used his best colored pencils and even bought special paper with his allowance money. "Remember what we talked about?" Michael said, turning off the engine. "Just be yourself." Milo nodded, his dark hair falling across his forehead. He had Michael's quiet intensity, but none of the wariness that came with 39 years of learning how the world really worked. They walked up the stone pathway, their modest gifts feeling suddenly inadequate. Michael carried a bottle of wine. Nothing fancy, just something decent from the grocery store, and a box of chocolates for Barbara. Through the windows, he could see elegant figures moving around inside, wine glasses catching the light from the crystal chandelier. Louise opened the door before they could knock. She looked stunning in a black cocktail dress that probably cost more than Michael's monthly car payment. Her blonde hair was perfectly styled, and her makeup was magazine-ready. "You made it," she said, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. She kissed Michael's cheek, leaving a faint trace of lipstick, then looked down at Milo. "Hi, kiddo." "Hi, Louise." Milo held up his wrapped gift. "I made you something special." Louise's smile flickered. "How sweet. Come in, it's freezing." The inside of the house was even more impressive than the outside. The living room stretched out before them, all cream-colored furniture and expensive art. A 12-foot Christmas tree dominated one corner, its branches heavy with gold and silver ornaments that probably cost more than most people's entire Christmas budgets. About 20 people mingled throughout the space, all dressed like they were attending a charity gala rather than a family Christmas party. Michael recognized a few faces: local business owners, Barbara's bridge club friends, Louise's former co-workers from the boutique where she used to work before marrying him. Barbara appeared as if summoned, gliding across the room in a silver dress that sparkled under the chandelier light. At 62, she was still an attractive woman, though her beauty had a sharp edge to it, like a blade wrapped in silk. "Michael," she said, her voice cool and measured. You didn't have to come. It's mostly family." The words hit him like a slap, but Michael kept his expression neutral. "Merry Christmas, Barbara. Thank you for having us." Barbara's gaze shifted to Milo, and her smile became even more strained. "Hello, dear." Milo stepped forward, his gift clutched tightly. "Merry Christmas, Mrs. Keene. I brought something for Louise." "How thoughtful," Barbara said, though her tone suggested she found it anything but. Owen appeared at his mother's shoulder, a beer in his hand and an apologetic look in his eyes. At 34, Louise's brother had their father's kind face and none of their mother's sharp edges. "Hey, Michael." "Milo." Owen knelt down to the boy's level. "What do you have there, buddy?" "I drew a picture of our family," Milo said, his face lighting up. "I used my good pencils and everything. Can't wait to see it," Owen said, and Michael could tell he meant it. The next hour passed in a blur of small talk and forced smiles. Michael found himself standing by the fireplace, nursing a glass of wine while Barbara's friends discussed their recent trips to Europe and their children's Ivy League educations. He caught fragments of conversations about stock portfolios and summer houses, country club memberships, and private school waiting lists. Rita would have laughed at all this, he thought. His co-worker and friend had a way of cutting through pretense that he appreciated. She was working tonight. Someone had to cover the holiday shift at the shipping company, but she'd texted him earlier with a simple message: "Survive and come back with stories." "Gifts," Barbara announced suddenly, clapping her hands together. Everyone gathered around the tree. The group migrated toward the Christmas tree, where an impressive pile of presents waited. Barbara had clearly spared no expense. The wrapping paper looked like it came from some exclusive boutique, all silver and gold with elaborate ribbon work. Barbara played gift giver with the enthusiasm of a game show host. She handed out presents with grand gestures and waited for each recipient to open them before moving on to the next. A Hermes scarf for her bridge partner, a crystal vase for her neighbor, a cashmere sweater for Louise's former boss. Louise received a designer handbag that made her gasp with delight. "Mom, it's beautiful. This must have cost a fortune." "Nothing's too good for my daughter," Barbara said, beaming. Owen got an expensive watch, which he accepted with good grace despite clearly being uncomfortable with the display of wealth. Michael received a bottle of scotch, premium stuff that he'd never buy for himself, but suspected would taste like disappointment anyway. Then Barbara reached for a small, elegantly wrapped box. "And this one is for Milo." Michael felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected Barbara to get Milo anything, given her usual indifference toward the boy. Maybe Louise had talked to her. Maybe there was hope for this blended family after all. Milo took the box with both hands, his eyes wide with excitement. "Thank you, Mrs. Keene. Go ahead, open it," Barbara said, and Michael noticed that she was smiling, really smiling for the first time all evening. Milo carefully peeled away the wrapping paper, taking his time as he always did, trying to preserve every piece. The box underneath was beautiful, thick cardboard with a velvet finish. He lifted the lid, and his face fell. The box was empty. Michael felt the air leave his lungs. The room went silent except for the crackling of the fire and the soft jazz playing from hidden speakers. Milo stared into the empty box for a long moment, then looked up at Barbara with confusion in his dark eyes. "I don't understand." Barbara's smile widened, but it was cold now, predatory. "Oh dear, looks like someone forgot to put something inside. How careless." A few people laughed, uncomfortable, nervous sounds that made Michael's skin crawl. Louise was one of them, her hand covering her mouth as if she was trying to hide her amusement. "Santa must have missed this one," Barbara continued, her voice dripping with false concern. "But then again, good boys usually get better gifts, don't they?" Louise's laugh became more confident. "He's fine, Mom. Kids his age don't really need anything anyway. You got enough stuff at home." More laughter rippled through the group. Michael watched his son's face crumble, watched the light go out of his eyes as the cruel joke settled in. Milo's chin began to tremble, and his knuckles went white where he gripped the empty box. Something cold and final settled in Michael's chest. This wasn't thoughtlessness or an accident. This was deliberate cruelty, designed to humiliate a 10-year-old boy in front of a room full of strangers. He stood up slowly, his movements calm and controlled. The room gradually went quiet as people noticed his stillness, the way his face had gone completely blank. "Come on, son," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Milo looked up at him, tears threatening to spill over. "But Dad, I didn't get to give Louise her present. You can give it to her another time." Michael held out his hand. "Let's go." Louise stepped forward, her face flushed with wine and embarrassment. "Michael, don't be so dramatic. It's just a little joke. Milo knows we're kidding, don't you, sweetie?" Michael ignored her completely. He took Milo's hand and guided him toward the front door, their untouched gifts still sitting by the fireplace. His son clutched the empty box against his chest like it might transform into something meaningful if he held it tight enough. "You're really going to leave over this?" Barbara called after them. "It was just a bit of fun." Michael paused at the door, his hand on the handle. For a moment, he considered turning around and saying something, anything that might express the depth of his disgust. But words felt inadequate for what had just happened. Instead, he opened the door and stepped into the cold night air with his son. The snow was falling harder now, fat flakes that caught in their hair and melted on their faces. Michael led Milo to the car in silence, opened the passenger door, and made sure the boy was buckled in before walking around to the driver's side. As he started the engine, he could see the warm lights of Barbara's house in his rearview mirror. Through the windows, the party was already resuming, the guests returning to their conversations and expensive gifts as if nothing had happened. "Dad," Milo's voice was small and uncertain. "Did I do something wrong?" Michael's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "No, son, you did nothing wrong." "Then why?" "Some people think being cruel makes them look important," Michael said, backing out of the driveway. "They're wrong." They drove home through the snowy streets of Bend in comfortable silence. The radio played soft Christmas music, and a heater gradually warmed the car. Michael could see Milo in his peripheral vision, still holding that damned empty box. Their house was modest compared to Barbara's mansion. A simple two-story in an older neighborhood where the trees were mature and the sidewalks had character-building cracks. Michael had bought it after his divorce from Milo's mother, choosing it specifically because it felt like a home rather than a showcase. Inside, Milo went straight to his room without being asked. Michael could hear him moving around upstairs, the soft sounds of a child trying not to make noise while his world shifted beneath his feet. Michael hung up their coats and stood in the living room for a moment, looking at their own Christmas tree. It wasn't 12 feet tall, and the ornaments weren't from expensive boutiques. Most of them were handmade, some by Milo, some from Michael's own childhood, a few contributed by Rita over the years. The tree was slightly crooked, and the lights were the cheap kind from the hardware store, but it was theirs. He climbed the stairs and knocked softly on Milo's door. "Come in," came a muffled voice. Milo was sitting on his bed in his pajamas, the empty box on his nightstand. His eyes were red, but he wasn't crying anymore. The gift he'd made for Louise sat on his desk, still wrapped in careful folds of tissue paper. Michael sat on the edge of the bed. "You okay?" Milo shrugged, a gesture he'd inherited from his father. "I guess. You want to talk about what happened? Why did she give me an empty box?" The question came out in a rush, as if Milo had been holding it back. Was it really a mistake? Michael chose his words carefully. He'd always promised himself he'd be honest with his son, but there was a difference between honesty and cruelty. "No," he said finally. "It wasn't a mistake." Milo nodded as if he'd already known. "She doesn't like me. Some people have a hard time with kindness," Michael said. "It doesn't mean you're not worthy of it." "But why? I've always been nice to her. I tried to help with dinner last time, and I always say please and thank you." Michael felt his chest tighten. "You've done everything right, son. This is about them, not you." They sat in silence for a while. Outside, the snow continued to fall, muffling the sounds of the neighborhood. A few houses down, someone was playing Christmas music, the melody drifting through the cold air. "Dad," Milo's voice was very small. "Are you going to stay married to Louise?" The question hit Michael like a physical blow. Out of the mouths of babes, he thought. His 10-year-old son had identified the real issue faster than he had. "Why do you ask?" "She doesn't want me around. I can tell. And her mom really doesn't want me around." Milo picked at his comforter. "Maybe it would be easier if it was just you and me again." Michael reached out and ruffled his son's hair. "Don't worry about that. Okay? That's adult stuff. Your job is to be a kid." But even as he said the words, Michael knew that the decision had already been made. It had been made the moment Barbara handed his son an empty box and Louise laughed about it. After Milo fell asleep, Michael went downstairs and poured himself a drink. Not the expensive scotch Barbara had given him, but a bottle of bourbon he kept in the kitchen cabinet. He sat at the kitchen table in the dark, thinking. His phone buzzed with a text from Louise. "Are you seriously not coming back? Everyone thinks you're being ridiculous." Michael stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed back, "I'm done pretending. We're finished." He hit send before he could second-guess himself. 3 dots appeared immediately, indicating that Louise was typing. Then they disappeared. Then they appeared again. Finally, his phone went silent. Michael finished his drink and went upstairs to check on Milo one more time. The boy was sleeping peacefully, his dark hair spread across the pillow. The empty box sat on the nightstand like an accusation. He closed Milo's door and went to his own room, where he sat on the bed and opened his laptop. There were things that needed to be done, and doing them would require the kind of methodical planning that had served him well in business. Michael didn't sleep much that night. Instead, he made lists. By morning, he had a clear picture of what needed to happen. The first call was to David Chun, a lawyer he'd worked with on some shipping contracts over the years. David was good people, honest, thorough, and not given to drama. "Michael," David's voice was warm despite the early hour. "Merry Christmas. What can I do for you? I need to file for divorce." There was a pause. "I see. Are you sure about this?" "It's Christmas Day." "I'm sure." "Okay. Can you come in on Monday? We'll need to go over everything. Assets, custody arrangements, ground for the petition. Emotional cruelty and hostility toward my minor child," Michael said. "And yes, I can come Monday." Another pause. "Michael, that's a serious allegation. Do you have documentation?" "I will." After the call, Michael spent the morning with Milo, making pancakes and watching Christmas movies. His son seemed lighter today, as if some burden had been lifted. They didn't talk about the party or Louise or what came next. They just existed together in their small house, father and son, the way it had been before Michael remarried. Around noon, his phone started ringing. Louise, then Barbara, then Louise again. He ignored all the calls. Finally, a text from Owen. "My mom's having a meltdown." "What happened last night?" Michael typed back. "Ask your mother what she put in the box she gave Milo." The reply came quickly. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, Michael. I had no idea. Another message followed. Is there anything I can do? Stay out of it, Michael replied. This isn't about you. That afternoon, while Milo was absorbed in building something elaborate with his Legos, Michael began the careful work of separating his life from Louise's. He opened a new bank account at a different institution and transferred his personal savings. He called the credit card companies and closed their joint accounts. He changed the passwords on all his personal accounts and made sure Louise's name was removed from anything that mattered. It was methodical work, the kind of detailed planning that his ex-wife used to complain about. You think too much, she'd always said. Not everything needs to be a spreadsheet. But this did. This needed to be clean and surgical, with no loose ends for Louise or her mother to exploit. By evening, he had called a moving company to schedule a pickup for Louise's belongings. He'd also contacted his insurance company to remove her from his policies. Tomorrow, he would file the papers that would formally end their marriage. Louise showed up at 8 o'clock, her eyes red with tears or wine or both. She stood on the front porch in the same black dress she'd worn to the party, her arms wrapped around herself against the cold. We need to talk, she said. No, we don't. Michael stepped outside and closed the door behind him. He didn't want Milo to hear this conversation. Michael, please. It was just a stupid joke. Mom didn't mean anything by it. She humiliated a 10-year-old boy in front of a room full of strangers, Michael said. His voice was calm, conversational. And you laughed. I was embarrassed. I didn't know what else to do. You could have defended him. You could have stood up for your stepson. You could have shown an ounce of human decency. Louise's face crumpled. It wasn't that serious. Kids are resilient. He'll forget about it in a week. I won't. So that's it. You're throwing away our marriage because of one night. Michael looked at her, really looked at her, and saw clearly for the first time. The beauty was still there, but underneath it was something shallow and cold. How had he missed it before? This wasn't one night, he said. This was just the night you stopped pretending to hide who you really are. What's that supposed to mean? It means I've seen how you look at him when you think I'm not watching. I've heard your little comments about him being needy or too sensitive. I watched you find excuses not to include him in things. Michael's voice remained level, but there was steel underneath. I told myself it was an adjustment period. I told myself you'd learn to love him. I do care about him. No, you don't. And that's fine. Not everyone has to love every child, but you don't get to hurt him. And you sure as hell don't get to humiliate him for your mother's entertainment. Louise stared at him, and he could see her trying to find an angle, some way to spin this back in her favor. It was probably a strategy that had worked for her in the past. If you file for divorce, I'll take half of everything, she said finally. Michael almost smiled. Good luck with that. What do you mean? I mean your name isn't on the house. It's not on my retirement accounts. It's not on my savings. The only thing we share is a checking account with about $300 in it. He paused, letting that sink in. I've been planning this conversation since the day we got married. It wasn't entirely true, but it wasn't entirely false either. Michael had learned from his first divorce to protect himself. He'd entered this marriage with his eyes open, even if his heart had been foolishly optimistic. Louise's face went white. You can't do this. Already did. The papers will be filed Monday morning. She tried tears then, but they felt calculated, performed. Michael, please. I love you. We can work this out. No, he said simply. We can't. He went back inside and locked the door, leaving Louise standing on the porch in the falling snow. Through the window, he watched her sit in her car for 20 minutes, probably calling her mother or trying to figure out her next move. Finally, she drove away, and Michael allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. It felt good to stop pretending, to stop bending himself into shapes that didn't fit. It felt like coming home to himself. Upstairs, Milo was reading in bed, the empty box nowhere to be seen. Where's the box? Michael asked. I threw it away, Milo said without looking up from his book. I figured if it was empty, it wasn't really a gift anyway. Michael sat on the edge of the bed and felt something tight in his chest loosen. His son was going to be okay. They were both going to be okay. The divorce papers hit Louise like a sledgehammer on a Tuesday morning. She was at her mother's house, nursing a hangover and a wounded ego, when the process server knocked on Barbara's front door. Barbara answered in her silk robe, her face still perfect despite the early hour. She accepted the envelope with the kind of disdain she usually reserved for door-to-door salespeople. "What is it?" Louise asked from the kitchen, where she was making coffee with shaking hands. Barbara's face went pale as she read the petition. "He's suing you for divorce. Emotional cruelty and hostility toward his minor child." The words hung in the air between them like smoke from a house fire. Louise sank into one of her mother's expensive kitchen chairs, the papers trembling in her hands. "He can't prove emotional cruelty," Barbara said, but her voice lacked its usual confidence. "It's his word against ours. He has witnesses," Louise whispered, reading further. Owen signed an affidavit. Barbara's coffee cup hit the marble counter with a sharp crack. "That ungrateful little—" And Rita Vaughn, his co-worker. Louise's voice was getting smaller with each revelation. "She's providing testimony about my pattern of dismissive and hostile behavior toward the minor child. What could she possibly know? She's never even been around us." But Louise was remembering now. All the times she'd called Michael at work to complain about Milo. The time she'd made him pick the boy up from school early because she had plans. The time she'd refused to attend Milo's art show because it conflicted with her yoga class. "I talked to him about it," she said numbly. At work, she probably heard. Barbara snatched the papers away and read them herself, her lips pursing tighter with each page. "This is ridiculous. You're entitled to half of everything. Community property laws. He doesn't have anything," Louise interrupted. "The house is in his name only. I checked. His retirement account was started before we got married. Even his savings account." She stopped, remembering. "He moved all the money. Last week, the full scope of Michael's planning was becoming clear. While she'd been focused on appearances and social events, he'd been quietly building walls around everything that mattered to him." Barbara's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned. "It's the bank." Louise watched her mother's face change as she answered the call. The conversation was brief and professional, but by the end, Barbara's complexion had gone ashen. "What?" Louise demanded as soon as her mother hung up. "The joint account has been frozen, pending divorce proceedings." Barbara sat down heavily. "There's a notice of intent to foreclose on the boutique property." Louise felt the world shifting beneath her feet. "What does that mean?" "It means I guaranteed the business loan with the house, and the business has been losing money for months." Barbara's voice was mechanical, like she was reading from script. "I've been using credit to cover expenses." "How much credit?" Barbara didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was barely audible. $60,000. The number sat between them like a live grenade. Louise had known the boutique was struggling. Her mother's expensive tastes had never aligned well with the practical needs of a small-town clothing store, but she hadn't realized how bad things had gotten. "Mom, how could you not tell me? I thought I could turn around." The Christmas season is usually good for retail. Barbara's hands were shaking now. "But that was before." "Before what?" "Before your husband's little tantrum made us the gossip of the town." Louise stared at her mother. "This is not Michael's fault, isn't it? He's the one who made a scene. He's the one filing for divorce over a harmless joke." But even as Barbara said the words, they both knew how hollow they sounded. The empty gift box hadn't been harmless, and Michael's response hadn't been tantrum. It had been calculated and devastating. Louise's phone buzzed with a text from her friend Jessica. Heard about the divorce. "Are you okay?" Then another from her former co-worker. "Girl, call me. People are talking." Then another. Saw the papers were filed. "Sending love." "How does everyone know already?" Louise asked, staring at her phone. Barbara's smile was bitter. Small town. Word travels fast when someone files papers citing child abuse. It wasn't abuse. Tell that to everyone at the grocery store. Tell that to the school board members who were at the party. Tell that to the parents of Milo's classmates. Louise felt something cold settling in her stomach. She pulled up Facebook and immediately saw what her mother meant. The story was spreading like wildfire through the social networks of Bend. Not the details. Those were sealed in legal documents, but the broad strokes. Michael Maddox had filed for divorce, citing cruelty to his son. People were choosing sides, and most of them weren't choosing hers. Her phone rang. Her lawyer, finally returning her calls from yesterday. "Louise, I've reviewed the petition," he said without preamble. "We need to talk. Can we fight it?" "Fight what? The divorce itself?" "In Oregon, you don't need grounds for divorce." He could file for irreconcilable differences and get the same result. But the custody, that's trickier. He's alleging a pattern of emotional hostility. If he can prove that, the court might award him primary custody. Louise felt her knees go weak. What about alimony? Community property? There was a long pause. "Louise, what assets are you expecting to claim?" "The house. His retirement. His savings. His name only is on the house deed. I checked. The retirement account was established before your marriage, and he never added your name. As for savings..." Another pause. "How much did you contribute to the household expenses during your marriage?" Louise's mouth went dry. The truth was, she contributed almost nothing. Her job at the boutique barely covered her personal expenses, and Michael had insisted on handling all the household bills himself. "This isn't going to be the fight you think it is," her lawyer said gently. "Your husband was very careful to protect his assets." After the call ended, Louise sat in her mother's perfect kitchen and tried to understand how her life had fallen apart so completely in less than a week. 7 days ago, she'd been a married woman with a beautiful home and a comfortable lifestyle. Now she was unemployed, nearly homeless, and facing a custody battle she couldn't win. Barbara was on her own phone, speaking in hushed tones to someone about payment plans and extensions. When she hung up, she looked older than Louise had ever seen her. "I'm going to lose the house," Barbara said simply. "What?" "The boutique loan was secured against the house. If I can't make the payments, and I can't, they'll foreclose." Barbara's voice was flat, emotionless. "I might be able to fight it for a few months, but eventually..." Louise felt something break inside her chest. The house had been in her family for 15 years, bought after her father's death with his life insurance money. It was supposed to be their legacy, their security. "There has to be something we can do." Barbara looked at her daughter with eyes that were suddenly clear and hard. "There is. You can go to Michael and beg him to take you back. He won't. You didn't see his face that night. He's done with me. Then we're done too." The first sign that things had shifted came at the grocery store. Louise was pushing her cart through the produce section when she noticed Mrs. Patterson from down the street. Normally, Mrs. Patterson would wave and ask about Louise's garden or comment on the weather. This time, she looked right through Louise as if she didn't exist. Then came the whispers at the coffee shop. Louise caught fragments. "That poor little boy," and "can you imagine," and "always thought she was cold," before the conversation stopped abruptly when people noticed her standing there. By the end of the week, the social isolation was complete. Louise's book club canceled their next meeting indefinitely. Her yoga instructor mentioned that the class was going in a different direction. Even her hairdresser suddenly didn't have any available appointments. "They're treating me like I'm some kind of monster," Louise complained to her mother over dinner. "All over one stupid gift." Barbara cut her steak with violent precision. "It's not about the gift. It's about what the gift represented." Which was what? Power. Cruelty. The ability to hurt someone weaker than yourself for your own amusement. Barbara's voice was bitter, and the fact that we both enjoyed it. Louise wanted to deny it, but the words stuck in her throat. Because the truth was, she had enjoyed it. For just a moment, watching Milo's face fall, she'd felt a surge of satisfaction. The boy had always been a reminder that she wasn't Michael's first choice, that she was second in line to a child who'd done nothing wrong except exist. "Owen won't return my calls," Barbara continued. "My own son is acting like I'm radioactive." This was perhaps the most devastating blow of all. Owen had always been Barbara's favorite, the child who inherited her late husband's gentle nature. But he'd also inherited his father's strong moral compass, and Barbara's cruelty toward Milo had apparently crossed a line he couldn't forgive. "What did he say when you finally reached him?" "He said that watching me humiliate a child was like watching a stranger. He said he didn't know I was capable of that kind of cruelty." Barbara's voice cracked slightly. "He said he needed time to process what kind of person his mother really was." Louise pushed food around her plate, her appetite gone. Maybe if we explained. Explained what? That we're not really cruel people. We just play them on TV. Barbara laughed harshly. The damage is done, Louise. People saw who we really are, and they didn't like what they saw. Meanwhile, across town, Michael was experiencing the opposite phenomenon. People went out of their way to be kind to him. His neighbors brought casseroles and offers to help with Milo. Parents at school functions made sure to include him in conversations, to invite him to coffee, to treat him like the single father he was about to become. Rita had become his unofficial spokeswoman, though he'd never asked her to defend him. She had a way of shutting down gossip with simple statements of fact. Michael's a good father, she'd say when people try to pry for details. And Milo's a sweet kid who deserves better than what he got. It was Rita who told him about the boutique closing, information that came through her sister who worked at the bank. Barbara's in real financial trouble, she said over lunch at the diner near their office. The business was already failing, but now with all the negative attention. How bad? Bad enough that she might lose the house. Word is she took out a second mortgage to keep the store afloat, and now she can't make payments on either. Michael felt a brief flicker of something that might have been sympathy. Then he remembered the look on Milo's face when he opened that empty box, and the feeling passed. Not my problem, he said. Louise has been calling the office, Rita mentioned casually. Asking for you. What did you tell her? That you were in meetings. Every time. Rita's smile was sharp. I can keep doing that as long as you want. Michael nodded his thanks. He had no interest in speaking to Louise until their lawyers forced them to be in the same room. Everything that needed to be said had been said that night on his front porch. The social isolation was hitting Louise harder than the financial problems. She'd built her identity around being well-liked, popular, the kind of woman other women envied and men noticed. Suddenly finding herself persona non grata in her own town was like losing a limb. She tried reaching out to friends from college, people who lived far enough away that they might not have heard the gossip. But small towns had long memories and wide networks. Even her college roommate had heard some version of the story. Louise, honey, Tracy said during their phone call, I'm not judging, but what were you thinking? Giving a kid an empty box for Christmas. It wasn't my idea. It was my mother's. But you went along with it. You laughed about it. Louise found herself defending the indefensible, trying to explain context that didn't exist and motivations that couldn't be justified. With each conversation, she sounded more desperate, more unreasonable. Maybe, Tracy said gently, you should focus on making this right instead of trying to explain it away. But how do you make right something that was fundamentally wrong? How do you apologize for revealing the worst parts of yourself? The court hearing took place on a gray February morning, in a small room that smelled like old coffee and broken dreams. Louise sat next to her lawyer, a different one now, since the first had quietly suggested she might want someone with more experience in difficult cases. Michael sat across the room with his attorney, a composed woman named Angela Patterson who had a reputation for being thorough and uncompromising. He looked calm, rested, like a man who slept well at night, knowing he was doing the right thing. Louise, by contrast, looked like she hadn't slept in weeks, which was true. Between the stress of the divorce, the financial collapse, and the social exile, she'd been surviving on coffee and anxiety. The petitioner seeks dissolution of marriage and primary custody of the minor child, Angela began, her voice clear and professional. Will demonstrate a pattern of emotional hostility and deliberate cruelty toward the child by the respondent and her family. Louise's lawyer stood to object, but the judge, a stern woman in her 50s, held up a hand. I've read the preliminary filings. Present your evidence. What followed was a methodical destruction of Louise's character. Angela presented text messages Louise had sent to Michael complaining about Milo's neediness and constant demands for attention. She had phone records showing that Louise had called Michael at work 17 times in 3 months to complain about having to care for his son. Then came the affidavits. Owen's was particularly damaging, describing not just the Christmas incident, but a pattern of subtle cruelties he'd witnessed over the months of the marriage. The respondent would deliberately exclude the child from family activities. Owen had written, She would make comments about him being too sensitive or spoiled within his hearing. She seemed to take pleasure in making him feel unwelcome in his father's home. Rita's testimony was more clinical but equally devastating. She described Louise's phone calls to the office, her complaints about Milo interfering with her plans, her frequent requests for Michael to find alternative childcare so she wouldn't have to deal with him. Mrs. Maddox consistently characterized a normal 10-year-old child as a burden and an inconvenience, Rita had stated. She appeared to view his relationship with his father as competition rather than recognizing her role as a supportive step-parent. But the most damaging evidence was visual. Angela had photographs from the Christmas party taken by other guests who thought they were capturing a festive family moment. Instead, they captured Louise's face as Milo opened the empty box, the undisguised satisfaction, the cruel amusement. "As you can see, Your Honor," Angela said, projecting the images on a screen, "this was not a mistake or a thoughtless moment. This was deliberate humiliation of a child, performed for an audience, with the respondents' full knowledge and participation." Louise's lawyer tried to mount a defense, arguing that one incident shouldn't define an entire relationship. But he had little to work with. Louise had no evidence of positive interactions with Milo, no witnesses to speak on her behalf. Even her own mother had declined to testify, claiming illness. When Louise took the stand, she tried to explain herself, to provide context for her actions. But under cross-examination, Angela skillfully peeled away her excuses. "Mrs. Maddox, how many of Milo's school events did you attend during your marriage?" I don't remember exactly. According to school records, which we've subpoenaed, the answer is 0. Not one school play, not one parent-teacher conference, not one art show. I had work obligations. Your employment at your mother's boutique was part-time and flexible, was it not? Yes, but yet you found time to attend book clubs, yoga classes, and social events during those same school hours? Louise felt herself shrinking under the lawyer's precise questioning. Every answer seemed to make things worse. "Mrs. Maddox, did you ever tell your husband that Milo was not your responsibility? I may have said something like that during an argument. Did you ever suggest that he should send Milo to live with his biological mother full-time?" That was taken out of context. "Yes or no, Mrs. Maddox?" "Yes, but I was frustrated." "Thank you. No further questions." The judge's ruling was swift and decisive. Michael was granted primary custody of Milo, with Louise receiving supervised visitation rights that she would have to petition to expand. The marriage was dissolved with no alimony awarded, given Louise's failure to contribute financially to the household and her documented hostility toward Michael's child. The court finds that the respondent demonstrated a pattern of behavior that was detrimental to the emotional well-being of the minor child, the judge stated. A step-parent's role is to support and nurture the family unit, not to undermine it through deliberate cruelty. Louise sat in stunned silence as the gavel fell. 18 months of marriage, over. Her comfortable life gone. Her reputation destroyed. And for what? For the momentary satisfaction of watching a child's heart break? Outside the courthouse, Angela approached Louise's lawyer with a